Welcome to Wolf's Home of Hearts, written by D.N. Leo and narrated by Jessica Lee. Hey there, Ivy here. If you're just tuning in, you might want to know that I used to be the most stubborn mage in Melbourne who ran a no supernatural clients security firm. Yeah, that worked out great, until a cursed alpha wolf walked into my office and turned my whole world upside down. Now, I'm part wolf, part demon, and entirely in love with the most impossible man I've ever met. For those who've been with us from the start, Killian and I have been through literal hell and back. We've faced curses, rival packs, ancient demons, and enough supernatural politics to make your head spin. We've bled together, fought together, and somehow managed not to kill each other in the process, though there were definitely moments where I considered it. But this is different. We're not just talking about pack politics anymore. The House of Gods has taken notice of us. And let me tell you, when divine beings start paying attention to your love life, things get complicated fast. Suddenly, our bond isn't just about us. It's about bridging worlds, maintaining balance, and creating something that's never existed before. Everyone keeps telling us we're not ready, that a wolf-demon hybrid and an alpha shifter shouldn't have this much power, this much responsibility. But you know what? They said we wouldn't survive the underworld either, and here we are. The thing is, when you've mixed blood with someone, when you've seen their soul laid bare and still chosen them every single time, you start to believe that maybe, just maybe, the impossible isn't so impossible after all. So whether you're new to our story or have been here since that first fateful day in my office, strap in. Because what's coming next, it's going to challenge everything we thought we knew about love, power, and what it really means to create a home for hearts that don't quite fit anywhere else. And hey, if you're enjoying our supernatural roller coaster, hit that like button and subscribe. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens when a stubborn mage and her equally stubborn alpha decide to rewrite the rules of 3 worlds, all in the name of love. Now let's show these gods what happens when you underestimate the power of 2 hearts that refuse to be divided. Chapter 1. Kieran LeBlanc stood awestruck in the midst of the amalgamation of ancient cultures surrounding him. Towering pillars etched with Babylonian cuneiform stretched upwards, meeting a ceiling woven with intricate Celtic knots that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The walls bore hieroglyphs that could have been the pride of any Egyptian temple, depicting deities in acts of creation and judgment. He blinked against the surreal light that flooded the grand chamber, his mind still grappling with the disorienting journey that had brought him here. Instinctively, he began an inventory check of himself, ensuring he was indeed in one piece. His fingers ran over the fabric of his suit, still immaculate, and he flexed his arms and legs, relieved to find everything as it should be. He didn't expect that he would blend well wearing a business suit in this environment. The beings that populated the hall were as varied and majestic as the decor. Some bore the regal aura of Babylonian gods, adorned in robes rich with golden threads, their eyes shining with the wisdom of ages. Others had the ethereal grace of Celtic deities, their presence as soothing as a forest breeze, yet as commanding as a storm. Among them moved figures with the stately poise of Egyptian gods, their gaze piercing, leaving Kieran feeling as if his very soul was being appraised. These godlike creatures acknowledged Kieran with subtle nods and enigmatic smiles as they passed by. Each acknowledgement sent a ripple of recognition through him, a feeling that he was an anomaly in this divine gathering, yet not entirely out of place. It was like walking through a living museum, each deity a perfect representation of their respective mythologies. One minute he was in the backyard of a sanctuary outside Melbourne. And now, he tried to recall how exactly he got here, but nothing came to mind. Kieran moved to a quieter corner of the hall. He cautiously brought up the holographic screen of his wristwatch, opened a program he called Snoop. With lightning-fast fingers, he punched in his first request, Siran. Where the heck am I? The screen blinked a few times before spitting out the answer. Snoop. Current location, unknown, reminder. You have a meeting with the board soon, so stop messing around. Well, thank you, Snoop, Siren muttered. I'll be sure to get you a gift to show my overwhelming appreciation for your assistance. Snoop responded in a monotone voice. Based on your tone, I can sense sarcasm. I apologize if my response was not satisfactory, but please remember that I can only operate within the limits of my programming. And as a reminder, you are the programmer. Please take note to enhance my intelligence in future updates. Kieran exhaled a soft chuckle, despite the gravity of his situation. As he passed a particularly intricate mural depicting a cosmic battle, a figure detached itself from a group of ethereal beings. Tall and imposing, the deity moved towards Kieran with a fluid grace that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Clad in robes that shimmered like the night sky, the figure stopped before Kieran, an enigmatic smile playing on its lips. Lost or perhaps misplaced? The deity inquired, its voice a harmonious blend of thunder and whisper. Kieran offered a polite smile, masking his apprehension with the veneer of confidence he wore so well. One could say that. It's not every day one finds himself in. Well, I'm still trying to work that out. The deity chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. You stand in the high court of the gods, a realm that transcends your earthly boundaries. But I'm curious, what brings a mortal like you to our conclave? Kieran's mind raced. So, this was the high court of the gods. I was hoping you could enlighten me on that, he replied, keeping his tone light. The deity studied him for a moment, its eyes like deep pools of ancient wisdom. Many are called here for judgment or counsel, yet you, Siren LeBlanc, seem to be an anomaly. A flash of surprise crossed Kieran's face before he could conceal it. This deity knew his name. He recovered quickly, maintaining his composed demeanor. Anomaly? I suppose my invitation got lost in the mail, he quipped, buying time to think. The deity's smile widened, amused. Your presence here is no accident. But fear not, Kieran. You are not on trial. Your unique lineage has piqued our interest. Kieran's heart skipped a beat. They knew about his lineage? He filed that piece of information away, his brain already working on the implications. My lineage? Now that's a topic even I know little about. Perhaps you could fill in the blanks. You'll find the answers you seek in due time, the deity replied cryptically. For now, observe and learn. The court is a place of wisdom and revelation. Kieran nodded, his mind abuzz with questions. This encounter had revealed little yet confirmed much. He was here for a reason, something tied to his mysterious heritage. And in the high court of the gods, he suspected that reason was of cosmic significance. Thank you for the warm welcome, Kieran said, offering a respectful nod. As the deity glided away, he couldn't help but feel like a pawn in a game with stakes higher than he could fathom. Turning away, Kieran's gaze swept over the assembly once more. Observe and learn, he thought. Well, that's always been my specialty. Time to see what the gods have in store for me. As Kieran contemplated his conversation with the first deity, another figure approached him, this one exuding an air of nobility that was distinct even in this divine assembly. The newcomer was tall and stately, with a commanding presence that seemed to naturally demand respect. His attire was a blend of ancient regality and timeless elegance, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. Greetings, the figure began, his voice rich and resonant. I am Lord Ilarion. It's rare to see one so. Human in court. Kieran turned to face him, masking his growing unease with a practiced smile. Lord Ilarion, a pleasure. As for my human appearance, I'm afraid I don't have much choice in the matter. Ilarion's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of curiosity passing over his features. Indeed, yet you carry a name that echoes through the annals of our history. Alexandra. he said, trailing off suddenly, his expression shifting to one of caution as if he had spoken a forbidden word. The mention of the name Alexandra struck a chord in Ciaran. He remembered the accusations hurled at him just before being swept away into this realm, accusations involving lies about Alexandra. His heart rate quickened, a cold sweat forming at the back of his neck. Alexandra, Ciaran echoed, feigning ignorance while his mind raced. I can't say the name rings any bells. Lord Ilarion studied him for a moment, his gaze penetrating. Perhaps, but your arrival here is no mere coincidence. There are threads of fate at play, ones that you may find entangling. Ciaran's pulse throbbed in his ears. Entangling, you say? Well, I've always had a knack for unraveling complicated situations, Ciaran replied with a calm he didn't feel. Ilarion's expression softened slightly, a hint of respect flickering in his eyes. Your courage is commendable, but be wary, Ciaran LeBlanc. The tapestry of fate is woven by many hands, and not all threads lead to pleasant outcomes. With that cryptic warning, Lord Ilarion nodded and retreated back into the congregation of deities. Ciaran watched him go, his mind abuzz with questions and theories. As the congregation of deities mingled and conversed in hushed, reverent tones, a new figure approached Ciaran. Her movements were a manifestation of divine power, each step gliding with grace and purpose. In her presence, the grandeur of the surrounding environment seemed insignificant. Beauty radiated from her not just in her physical appearance, which was ethereally stunning, but in the aura of serenity that surrounded her. Mr. LeBlanc, she began, her voice like a gentle whisper on the wind, it is an honor to finally meet you. My name is Eolande. I understand this may all be overwhelming for you. Ciaran turned to face her, immediately feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Overwhelming doesn't even begin to describe it, he responded with a small smile. But your arrival offers a much-needed reprieve. Eolande's eyes held a glimmer of knowing as she spoke. I am here as a friend, Mr. LeBlanc. The High Court can be treacherous for those unfamiliar with its ways. Ciaran's heart raced as he nodded, captivated by Eolande's words. I'll keep that in mind, he replied. But his mind was already racing with questions and doubts, unsure of who to trust in this unfamiliar place. Eolande leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Remember, not everyone here has good intentions, and the truth is often cloaked in divine riddles. Eolande placed a small stone in his palm, her eyes warning him of the gravity of the situation. This will allow us to communicate discreetly should you need help, she said before fading away into the shadows. But Ciaran's thoughts were interrupted by an intense energy that suddenly filled the room, drawing all attention to a raised platform at the center. His heart pounded as his eyes widened in shock at the figure who emerged, an aura of power emanating from every inch of their towering form. Danger was the only word that came to Ciaran's mind. Ciaran's heart pounded in his chest as he stood frozen, trapped by the imposing guard's grip. Every muscle in his body tensed, ready to fight or flee at a moment's notice. He could feel the weight of everyone's gaze on him as he struggled against the guard's hold, panic rising within him. Let go of me, Ciaran demanded. But the guard only tightened their grip, their expression remaining stoic and unyielding. You will remain here, Mr. LeBlanc. They spoke coldly, their voice booming over the murmurs of the congregation. The court is in session, and your presence is required. As if sensing his distress, Eolande appeared beside him once again, her presence calming and reassuring. Remember what I said, she whispered, her eyes filled with concern. Be careful. With a nod from Eolande and a final warning glance from Lord Ilarion across the room, Ciaran resigned himself to stay and see what fate awaited him. The imposing figure on the raised platform had taken center stage now, their intense energy filling every corner of the grand hall. Welcome, one and all, to this High Court session, they announced, their powerful voice echoing through the hall. Kieran's mind raced as he searched for an escape route, but found none. He was trapped in a dangerous game with no way out. Chapter 2. In the lush backyard of the Kinneton Pack Sanctuary, Killian stood frozen, his eyes locked on the spot where Kieran had vanished. The siren, a spectral figure of haunting beauty, had appeared and disappeared like a whisper on the wind, leaving a palpable tension in the air. Ivy stood by his side, her face a canvas of shock and determination. She reached into her bag and pulled out a weathered tarot deck, its edges frayed from years of use. As she shuffled the cards, they seemed to come alive in her hands, each one moving with purpose and intent. "Let's consult the cards," she said urgently, her voice tinged with urgency. She swiftly flicked her wrist and drew a card from the deck, describing it aloud. It shouldn't surprise him anymore, but it still did. The tarot cards only responded to her touch, appearing as blank for others. The card shows a skeletal figure in a cloak, wielding a scythe, stood in a field of withered crops under a blood-red sky. It's the Reaper card, a harbinger of significant change, often associated with the end of something and the start of another. In the context of the current situation, it seemed to warn of a danger rooted in the past, a danger that threatened those we loved. Killian peered at the card, his brows furrowing. The Reaper, that doesn't bode well. Ivy nodded, her eyes reflecting the seriousness of the card's message. It's a warning. Something from the past, something we thought was long buried, is coming back. And it's not just Siren who's at risk. Killian clenched his fists, feeling a surge of protectiveness. We need to find out where that siren took him, and fast. The Reaper doesn't show up for small matters. He paced back and forth, his mind racing through possibilities. The siren hadn't shown hostility, but its purpose was clear. Kieran had been summoned for a reason, and whatever that reason was, it was significant enough to warrant a warning from the otherworldly tarot deck. "Any ideas on how to track a siren?" Killian asked, turning back to Ivy. Ivy shook her head, her gaze still on the card. Sirens are elusive, but they're also bound by the rules of their summoners. If we can find out who sent it, we might have a lead. Killian nodded, determination setting in. Then that's what we'll do. We'll start with the supernatural network, see if anyone's heard anything about a siren activity. Can we ask the card of where exactly Kieran was taken, Ivy? I'm not sure, but I can try. Ivy's fingers trembled slightly as she drew another card from her mystical deck. Ivy lowered her voice. It's depicted an ancient hourglass with sands that shimmered like stars, surrounded by portals leading to different eras and worlds. It's Time Weaver. It could be interpreted as a symbol of time travel and dimensional shifts. So we're talking time travel, interworlds travel. Killian's heart sank. Interworld travel. That was beyond their usual realm of complications. How are we supposed to track him across realms? Ivy hesitated, biting her lip. We might need to call for help from higher powers. Killian's eyes narrowed. Celine or Samuel? Ivy nodded. Celine has her ways with the divine and the mystical, but Samuel, he's the demon king. He has access to knowledge we can't even fathom. I'm not sure about either of them, not until we know exactly who or what we are dealing with. Their conversation was cut short by an intense burst of energy as Damien and Nina rushed out from the house, followed by their furry entourage. Samba, the elegant British short-haired cat, strutted confidently, while Pixie, the curious husky puppy, bounced around excitedly, and Snuggleworth, the playful cavoodle, trotted behind. But amidst the commotion, something was not right. Samba's typically calm demeanor was replaced with a sense of urgency as he hissed and dodged Ivy's attempts to catch him. Even his fellow pets sensed the tension in the air and joined in on the chaos. "Wait, Nina!" Killian's shout fell on deaf ears as she disappeared into the thick trees. Damien immediately wanted to follow Nina, but Ivy hesitated. "What about Kieran?" Killian shouted over the chaos. Kieran, what happened to him? He just invested in the pack business. Damien questioned, sensing the urgency in Killian's voice. He was captured, vanished into something. Ivy struggled to find the words, gesturing frantically. Damien shook his head in disbelief. Do you have any idea where they could have taken him? If we did, we wouldn't be standing here debating it, Killian exclaimed. Then go after the cat, Damien concluded with a nod towards Samba. Cats have spiritual connections. Maybe he can lead us to where they've taken Siren. Ivy nodded fervently. Yes, that's not a normal behavior for Samba. He must sense something important. As they chased after Samba, the portal loomed closer with each step. Nina was the first to reach it, her hand outstretched as she tried to grab onto something solid. But as she made contact with the swirling energy, it seemed to suck her in. No! Damien and Ivy yelled simultaneously, racing towards the portal. But before they could reach it, a loud thud sounded behind them. They turned around to see Killian lying on the ground, clutching his head in pain. Killian! Ivy rushed to his side, kneeling down next to him. What happened? I don't know, he groaned, wincing in pain. It's like my mind was flooded with images and voices. Get Nina, Damien, Ivy shouted. Ivy helped Killian sat up. What did you see, Killian? Killian's explanation was a tangled web of memories and thoughts, swirling together in his mind. But one image stood out. A woman draped in a black cloak, wielding dark magic or perhaps juggling stones. It was hard to discern. Ivy's eyes widened with realization. That must be the one who took Kieran. Ivy, Killian. Damien's urgent cry interrupted them. Without hesitation, Ivy and Killian charged towards the portal. As they ran, the forest seemed to melt away into an otherworldly realm, filled with strange hues and unnatural sounds. Suddenly, Ivy stumbled on a smooth stone and fell. Killian quickly helped her up, and they both lunged towards Damien. With frantic desperation, they clung onto his legs as the vortex threatened to pull them in. But their efforts were futile against the overwhelming force of the portal. It grew stronger with each passing moment, dragging them closer to its center. With a final surge of power, the portal unleashed its full might, consuming everything in its path. The world around them twisted and distorted, reality itself bending in impossible ways. And then they were swallowed whole by the vortex. They tumbled through a dizzying tunnel of pulsating lights and haunting whispers, their surroundings shifting and changing with every passing second. As darkness enveloped them, Ivy's last conscious thought was of the voice's eerie message, a haunting prophecy or warning from a forgotten age. And then all was silent as they were enveloped by the unknown depths of the portal. As Ivy and Killian stepped through the portal, a kaleidoscope of colors and whispers engulfed them. "Where are we?" Ivy gasped, clutching at her chest as if to hold herself together. The chaos suddenly ceased, and they were thrown out into a new world, one with trees that gleamed with otherworldly light, a sky the color of amethyst, and an eerie stillness that made Ivy's skin crawl. Killian landed beside her with a thud, his eyes wide and filled with equal parts confusion and concern. "What is this place?" he asked, looking around in disbelief. Ivy scanned their surroundings frantically, trying to make sense of it all. Her eyes landed on Samba, calmly sitting next to a tree that seemed to pulse with an inner light, its bark shimmering in hues that were not natural. The cat gazed up at her with knowing eyes, as if aware of the journey they had just taken. They can't see Nina and Damien. "Damien! Nina!" Ivy called out. The silence that greeted her was unsettling. Killian stood, his eyes scanning the area with the alertness of a predator. "The portal! It must have separated us." Ivy felt a knot of fear tighten in her stomach. "What is this place?" she murmured, taking in the surreal beauty and the underlying sense of unease that permeated the air. Killian moved closer to her, instinctively protective. I don't know, but we need to find Damien and Nina, and quickly. There's no telling what this realm holds. They both knew that time could be a fickle thing in realms such as these. Every moment could mean a shift in their chances of finding their friends, or finding a way back home. Samba meowed softly, drawing their attention. The cat's calm demeanor in such an odd setting was a small comfort, but it also served as a reminder of the mysteries surrounding them. With a deep breath, Ivy steadied herself. Let's start searching. As they set off into the strange landscape, the portal that had brought them there flickered and vanished, leaving them isolated in a world that was as beautiful as it was enigmatic. They walked in silence, Ivy and Killian, their footsteps muffled by the soft velvety grass beneath their feet. The air was heavy with an otherworldly fragrance, a heady mix of unfamiliar blooms that seemed to whisper secrets in the wind. The landscape unfolded before them like a surreal painting, vibrant colors bleeding into each other, creating a kaleidoscope of hues that danced in their peripheral vision. Ivy's skin prickled with unease, and her instincts screamed danger as she trudged through the dense forest. She could feel invisible eyes boring into her, watching her every move from the shadows of swaying branches and lurking behind the vibrant foliage. But she refused to let fear consume her, instead steeling herself against the unknown threat. Suddenly, a menacing growl shattered the peaceful air, jolting Ivy and Killian out of their reverie. Her heart pounded with adrenaline as she turned toward the source of the noise. Emerging from behind a cluster of radiant flowers was a monstrous creature unlike anything they had ever seen before. A surge of primal instinct overtook Ivy as she felt a warm energy tug at her foot. Her gaze fell upon a glowing stone, its size equal to half her palm, pulsing with otherworldly light and beckoning for her touch. Against her instincts, warning her not to engage with objects from another realm, she picked up the stone and hurled it at the fearsome creature, unleashing a burst of energy that sent shockwaves through her body. Chapter 3. As Kieran was guided into the main hall of the court, he couldn't help but be in awe. He had been to many royal courts on Earth, but none could compare to the grandeur of this place. Every inch exuded an air of ancient majesty. The walls were adorned with ethereal tapestries, each one shimmering in the celestial light pouring from above. The air was thick with formality and intimidation, daunting for most in attendance. However, for Kieran, the weight of the occasion seemed to have little effect. Suddenly, a loud gong resonated through the hall, signaling the entrance of the esteemed Lord Alar. All eyes were immediately drawn to the center of the room where the judge god sat upon his throne, emanating powerful authority and grace. His throne was crafted from pure white marble, gleaming with a brilliance that spoke of divine power. Lord Alar himself exuded authority and wisdom beyond measure. His piercing gaze seemed to see straight through anyone standing before him. Handling tough business negotiations or even warfare with supernaturals was Kieran's second nature. He knew how to wheel and deal, when to give and take. Most importantly, he knew when to destroy. But this was his first time dealing directly with a divine being. Did he feel a tinge of unease? Yes. Was he worried or afraid? No. Kieran steeled himself, recalling the voice that had accused him of lying about Alexandra. He had expected this trial to revolve around that deceit. Kieran LeBlanc, you stand before this court, accused not of falsehoods about mortals, but of a transgression far graver. Lord Alar's voice boomed through the hall. You have used divine power, a privilege reserved for the gods, not once but twice. Such acts violate the sacred laws of our realm. What the fuck? The revelation hit Kieran like a bolt of lightning. His mind raced, trying to make sense of the accusation. What divine power? They're talking about the thunderbolts, he realized with a jolt. The weight of the situation began to sink in. This wasn't about Alexandra or any earthly matters. This was about his mysterious, uncontrollable power, a power he had never asked for. As Kieran's eyes darted around the room, he took note of the imposing figures surrounding him, gods and goddesses from various mythologies. He could feel their judgmental gazes bore into him as he composed himself, taking deep breaths to steady his nerves. His mind raced, trying to piece together what accusations had been thrown at him. He knew he needed to carefully choose his words and actions in this divine court, or risk facing severe consequences for his supposed wrongdoing. It was clear to him that he needed to understand the intricate rules and codes that govern these powerful beings if he wanted to successfully defend himself against their claims. Lord Alar, I must admit, I'm somewhat flattered to be considered capable of wielding divine power. But you see, I've never had the luxury of choosing my abilities, let alone understanding them. Kieran stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back as he addressed the Council of Angels. Every word was calculated, each syllable chosen with precision to convey his innocence while still showing respect toward the celestial beings. The weight of the trial hung heavily in the air, and Kieran knew that the verdict could impact not only his own fate, but also the fate of all those he loved. Lord Alar gazed intently at Kieran, seeking confirmation. So, you claim no control over this divine power you wield? Kieran nodded, maintaining his composure. That's correct, Lord Alar. It's more a force of nature than a skill I can command. With a slight nod, Lord Alar summoned the first witness. Emerging from the shadows of the court, a figure appeared, a shapeshifter from the underworld. Kieran's eyes narrowed as he recognized the man, one of the hellhounds that had attacked the sanctuary and killed many in the ensuing fight. Ivy had negotiated for the underworld to bring back the hounds and lock them behind the barrier, but apparently this one had broken loose. The shapeshifter was sworn in, his voice resonating with contempt as he began his testimony. I witnessed the opening of a gateway, not by any god, goddess, or authority of the underworld, but by an external, uncontrolled power. Kieran interjected, Let's not forget that your pack trespassed into our realm and slaughtered innocent wolves. I did what was necessary to save my kind. It's your actions that were unlawful. Lord Alar raised a hand, signaling for silence. While the actions of the hellhounds are not on trial here, it is noted. However, did you, Siren LeBlanc, consciously open that portal? Kieran hesitated, weighing his words. Yes, I opened the portal, but it was a desperate measure against an unforeseen threat. The admission hung heavy in the air. Kieran had hoped to avoid direct confrontation with his power's nature, but the truth was unavoidable. He had used the Thunderbolt power, and in doing so, he had inadvertently stepped into a realm of divine jurisdiction. Lord Alar's expression was unreadable as he processed Kieran's admission. Your acknowledgement is noted. This act, while in defense, still stands as a use of divine power by a mortal, a matter we cannot overlook. Kieran felt a knot of tension in his stomach. Admitting to using the power was a risky move, but it was the truth. He could only hope that his honesty would work in his favor as the trial progressed. Lord Alar acknowledged Kieran's admission with a nod. Your honesty is appreciated, Mr. LeBlanc. The first instance, though an infringement, was to aid someone's cross-realm travel, which falls into a gray area. However, the second instance is more problematic. He motioned for the second witness. A man Kieran didn't recognize stepped forward, his demeanor solemn. He spoke of witnessing Kieran using his power to force open a gateway from the cross-world to the underworld. He recounted how he had given Kieran a potion to heal the substantial physical damage caused by using the power. It dawned on him that he didn't recognize this man because he was completely out of it after the opening. The injury was nearly fatal. I was unconscious during that ordeal. My actions were not deliberate, he argued, trying to maintain a strategic stance in his defense. The intention may not be in question, but the control over the power is, Lord Alar countered. If you still refuse to admit to controlling the usage of divine power, I will summon a third witness, a fairy creature from Neverland and a teenager whom you have supported. She was with you during the incident, and her appearance in the underworld has been reported. Kieran's heart skipped a beat. The last thing he wanted was for Viv to be dragged into this trial. He weighed his options quickly, realizing he needed to prevent that at all costs. All right, perhaps I had some control, Kieran conceded with a wry smile. But you see, when one finds oneself without a key to the door, sometimes a little improvisation is required. A murmur ran through the court at Ciaran's admittance. Lord Alar, however, remained impassive, considering Kieran's words. Your candidness is noted, Mr. LeBlanc. However, this raises further questions about the nature and extent of your control over this divine power. It's a matter that requires deeper inquiry, Lord Alar stated, marking a pivotal moment in the trial. Kieran inwardly sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. Admitting partial control was a gamble, but it was preferable to involving Viv. Now he had to navigate the rest of this trial carefully, aware that every word he uttered could tip the scales in or against his favor. Ciaran began, his voice steady. The use of this power was never a matter of choice, but a reflex in the face of mortal danger. Much like an animal's instinct to protect itself, my use of the power was an innate response to a threat I couldn't comprehend or control. Kieran took a moment to let his words sink in, making sure they resonated within the court. In both cases, it was a matter of survival, not just for myself, but for those I was trying to protect, he began. Think about the instincts of a cornered animal. Even the most gentle creatures will fight when their survival is threatened. My actions were driven by these primal instincts, an involuntary response, much like a bird taking flight at the sound of danger. He paused again, gauging the mood in the room before continuing. I swear that my intentions were never to misuse or exploit this power. Though my actions may seem drastic, they were never meant to cause harm or chaos. The power manifested in moments of dire need as a means to prevent a greater disaster. Taking another pause, Kieran delivered his final blow. Ultimately, I am innocent of these accusations in any court of law for 3 reasons. First and foremost, I never sought out this power and was unaware of its violation of your laws. Second, when I used the power, it was out of natural instinct for self-defense and protecting others. And finally, my actions lacked any malicious intent. With that, Kieran fell silent, awaiting Lord Alar's response, hoping his combination of honesty and strategic reasoning had made an impact. Lord Alar, having heard Kieran's defense, finally spoke with a calm, measured tone. Kieran LeBlanc, this court finds you not guilty of intentionally violating the divine laws. Your lack of training and understanding in controlling this power is evident. Kieran exhaled a sigh of relief. As Lord Alar stood to leave the courtroom, he added, We will further investigate the origins of your power. It may necessitate questioning your parents. Ciaran's relief instantly transformed into seething anger, boiling up inside him until it threatened to consume him. Absolutely not, he spat, his voice trembling with fury. You will not involve my innocent parents in this twisted game of yours. But Lord Alar remained unperturbed, casually strolling towards the exit as if nothing had happened. Driven by a surge of overwhelming rage and protectiveness, Ciaran lunged after him, but a guard stood in his way, demanding proof of his identity. Frustration and desperation gnawed at Kieran's insides, fueling a raw and pulsating energy within him. The courtroom quivered under his power, a visible display of the force brewing inside him. As Lord Alar turned back to face Kieran, his eyes glinting with malice, he sneered. Do you dare reveal your divine powers here, Ciaran? To claim superiority over us, mere mortals? Realization dawned on Ciaran then. Any show of power now would only confirm their suspicions and jeopardize everything he had fought for. Struggling to rein in his emotions, Ciaran forced himself to remain calm and composed. He couldn't afford to give them any more reason to doubt him or his intentions. "No, Lord Alar," he managed to say through gritted teeth. "That is not my desire. I only seek to protect my family's privacy and safety." Lord Alar studied Ciaran for a long moment before finally nodding in acquiescence. "Very well. Your concerns will be taken into consideration. You will be returned to your own realm soon enough." With that, Lord Alar exited the courtroom, leaving Ciaran standing there, a mix of relief and unresolved tension weighing heavily on him. He had managed to protect his family for now, but the future remained uncertain. As the guard escorted him out of the courtroom, Ciaran couldn't help but feel the burden of the power he carried, a power he neither wanted nor fully understood, yet one that seemed to define his fate. Chapter 4. Ancient Times. "What's a pine marten?" Ivy exclaimed. As the stone collided with the creature's body, it let out an otherworldly screech that sent shivers down their spines. Instead of running away like any normal animal would, it began to approach them with an unnerving determination. Panic set in as she reached for her knife, only to realize it was missing from its usual place at her hip. Frantically searching for a weapon, her hands trembling with fear and adrenaline, she grabbed hold of a large tree branch and held it defensively in front of her. Killian's panicked voice rang out, identifying the creature as a pine marten, but that did little to reassure her. Though the animal appeared harmless at first glance, there was something unsettling about its movements. It glided through the forest floor with a graceful ease, its rich brown fur glistening in the sunlight, but its eyes held a deadly intelligence, and she was dead sure it had sharp teeth. "It's okay, Ivy. A pine marten is quite harmless once you get to know them." "It looks weird," Killian nodded. "Pine martens are more fascinating than frightening. Think of them like forest acrobats." Ivy arched an eyebrow. "Forest acrobats?" "Yes, they're super nimble and they love climbing trees. They can jump from branch to branch like it's nothing. And those big, curious eyes? They're experts at night, perfect for their woodland adventures." "So, they're not dangerous, Killian?" "Not to us, but you wouldn't want to be a small rodent or a bird near one. They're natural hunters, pretty good at it too. And they're solitary, so this little guy is probably just doing his own thing. Exploring, hunting." She nodded. "Perhaps this one is a forest guardian or something." "Indeed, we are the intruders here, Ivy. These animals are native to this land. This, along with everything else we've seen, makes me believe we have traveled back in time to the ancient Celtic world." Ivy's gaze followed the pine marten as it disappeared into the foliage. But why? What connection does this time have to us and to Ciaran? Killian looked at her. "There is only one way to find out. We must keep moving." Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a rustling in the bushes nearby. Ivy and Killian instinctively braced themselves, ready for whatever might emerge. But instead of a threat, out came a small dog, its eyes bright and intelligent. It stopped in its tracks, looking at Ivy and Killian with a curious tilt of its head. The dog was medium-sized, with a thick, shaggy coat of a deep russet color that seemed to shimmer with hints of gold in the twilight. Its eyes were a piercing green, exuding an almost mystical quality. The dog's build was sturdy, and it carried itself with a dignified air, its tail curled over its back. "That's a Celtic hound," Killian noted, his voice tinged with awe. They were revered in Celtic mythology, known for their loyalty and seen as guardians between worlds. The dog regarded them with an intelligent gaze, then gave a soft bark as if to confirm Killian's words. It trotted a few steps forward, then paused, looking back at them expectantly. Ivy reached out tentatively, her hand hovering just above the dog's fur. It's like it's guiding us. Do you think it knows something about why we're here? Killian watched the dog closely. Celtic hounds were said to have a connection to the spiritual world. It's possible this one is here to lead us to something important. The dog began to walk, and the cat Samba followed as if they had been friends for years. "You're a traitor," muttered Ivy, hurrying after them. Killian walked by her side, ready to pounce if the animals veered off course. Ivy sighed. Killian tended to forget that she was hired as his bodyguard when they first met. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them, the air thick with ancient whispers and the scent of untamed nature. The path wound deeper into the forest, the standing stones they passed now bathed in a soft, otherworldly glow. It was as if they were walking through a story from a long-forgotten time. As they continued, the landscape began to change, the forest giving way to a clearing where the moonlight illuminated an old stone structure that seemed to pulse with an ancient power. "We're definitely not in our world anymore," Ivy murmured, her gaze fixed on the structure ahead. The Celtic hound led them confidently towards the structure, its tail wagging gently. As they approached, the sense of stepping into another era became overwhelming, the whispers of the past echoing around them. "I have an idea," Killian said, coming to a stop. "I can't recall any good results whenever you say that in dire situations, Killian." He pulled out his cell phone. "Are you trying to call Kieran's cell phone while we're stuck in ancient Celtic world, Killian?" Killian shook his head. "I know we can't. But Kieran and I were testing a new application on our private communication network. It's not fully completed yet. We can't make calls, but the tracking function should still work. I hope." He furiously tapped at his phone. "It works," he muttered triumphantly. "So can it tell us if Kieran is okay? Does he know we're tracking him? Can he respond?" "One question at a time, Ivy," Killian replied, his eyes glued to the pulsing orange dot on his phone screen. Meanwhile, Ivy noticed a small stone at her feet begin to glow with warmth. She reached down and picked it up, feeling its energy radiating through her body. It was as if the stone was trying to communicate with her in some way. She slid it into her pocket, feeling the warmth slowly dissipate. "Wait!" Killian's hand shot up, urging her to look at the screen. The dot was turning green. "It's tracking. No images, no voice, but the signal is live." Ivy wasn't sure if he was talking to her or himself. "What about text?" she asked. "Of course, we can try text." He whispered as if speaking louder would make the signal disappear. He typed into a small window on the screen. "Your locations, Kieran. We were pulled through a portal. Ivy and Killian in ancient Celtic. Nina and Damien's location unknown." The dot blinked blue and then dimmed. "What does that mean?" Ivy questioned. Killian let out a sigh. The message was sent. Now we just have to hope it reaches the right person. Just then, the Celtic hound let out a soft noise, drawing their attention. It stood patiently, its eyes fixed on the path ahead, as if urging them to continue their journey. Ivy glanced at the dog, then back at Killian. "Let's keep following our guide here. It seems to know where it's going." As they resumed their trek, the cat Samba trotted alongside the Celtic hound, an unusual sight given the cat's typical distrust of strangers, let alone dogs. Ivy couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Look at Samba, acting like they've been friends for years. That cat usually wouldn't give the time of day to a dog. Killian glanced at the unlikely pair, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The journey through the dense Celtic forest came to an abrupt halt as a rustling sound emerged from the underbrush. From the shadows, a man with a rugged appearance stepped out, his presence causing Ivy to startle. In a reflexive response, her demon appearance briefly surfaced, her eyes glowing a fiery red, a menacing aura emanating from her. The man, tall and with an air of wildness about him, was taken aback by Ivy's transformation, but quickly regained his composure. He was clad in a cloak that melded with the night, his hair long and tangled, and his eyes sharp and assessing. The man's gaze was fixed on the Celtic hound. "Fionn," he called out, his voice stern, "what have you brought to our doorstep?" The dog, Fionn, wagged its tail but remained close to Ivy and Killian, as if protective of them. Ivy hunched down in a defensive stance, her razor-sharp claws at the ready. Killian mirrored her movements, his muscles tense and poised for attack. Before them stood a man radiating an aura of danger and formidable strength. "We come in peace," Killian's voice rang out, though he couldn't shake off the unease that settled in his gut. This stranger seemed to emanate a deep-seated darkness and malice. The man's eyes narrowed, scanning Ivy and Killian up and down. "You're not from this land. I can sense the otherworldly magic radiating off of you." Feeling the tension rise, Ivy let her demonic form take over, her skin glowing with an ethereal light. The man took a step back in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. "A demon here, in the Celtic lands? And you," he turned to Killian, "have the scent of a wolf. What strange companions you make." Killian moved closer to Ivy, his body positioned defensively in front of hers. "We mean no harm. We are simply searching for a friend." "Watch yourself," the man warned, holding up his hands at Ivy's piercing stare. "I am not your enemy. My name is Malcolm." Ivy's demonic glow faded as she regained control, but she remained on edge. She could feel the dark energy emanating from this Malcolm character, and she knew they were still in danger. Killian kept a wary eye on Malcolm as well, ready to protect himself and Ivy at any moment. "And who might you two be?" Malcolm asked, his gaze shifting between Ivy and Killian. Killian hesitated. Ivy knew he wouldn't want to reveal their identities, so she made a grunting sound from her throat to distract Malcolm. "We're just travelers looking for our friend. We don't belong to this world," Killian said. Malcolm observed them keenly. "You're not the first travelers from another world I've encountered. Come to my cottage. I might be able to help you." Every fiber of Ivy's being screamed at her to run away from this man. But as he turned to walk, his dog following obediently, Samba fell into step beside them in a trance-like state. When Ivy shifted back into her human form, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "You're such a sucker, Samba. I bet they don't even have cat food." Killian eyed the strange man and his animal companion warily, tugging impatiently at the maul on Ivy's back. She knew his gut instincts told him they needed to follow the cat, no matter the risk, and she agreed with him. Finally reaching the clearing where Malcolm's cottage stood, they were met with a quaint stone structure that exuded ancient charm and warmth. Standing at the threshold, Malcolm paused and turned to face them with a knowing look in his eyes. "So you're one of the LeBlancs," he said in a tone laced with equal parts curiosity and caution. "What can we do to get rid of you?" The question hung heavily in the air, sending chills down their spines as they realized just how much danger they were in. Chapter 5. In the quarters provided to him by the High Court of the Gods, Sirin LeBlanc paced back and forth, his mind racing with strategies. The threat of involving his parents in this divine interrogation weighed heavily on him, and he needed to find a way out. Fast. The room was elegantly simple, adorned with ancient tapestries and furnished with a bed that looked like it belonged in a museum. Kieran examined the window, a small, ornate opening high up on the wall, and considered his options. He grabbed a chair, positioned it under the window, and began to climb. Just as he was about to reach the window, the door swung open, and a guard stepped in. The guard was tall and stern, clad in armor that seemed to radiate celestial energy. Kieran, caught in the act, flashed a charming smile. "Just admiring the exquisite craftsmanship of this window. They sure don't make them like this anymore." The guard raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying the excuse. "You are not permitted to leave these quarters. The High Court has granted you a break, not an escape." Kieran hopped down from the chair, keeping demeanor casual. Of course. I was merely stretching my legs. You know how these court sessions can be." The guard's expression softened slightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Please remain here until you are called again. The High Court does not take kindly to leg stretches." Ciaran nodded. "Understood. I'll confine my exercises to less vertical endeavors." As the guard exited, Ciaran sighed, the gravity of his situation sinking in. He couldn't risk further attempts to escape. It would only complicate matters. For now, he needed to play along and bide his time. Sitting on the edge of the ancient bed, Kieran leaned back, his mind whirring with thoughts and plans. He needed to be ready for the next round of questioning, ready to protect his family and uncover the truth behind his mysterious powers. As he lay there, contemplating his next move, the room seemed to echo with the weight of centuries of history, a reminder of the ancient and powerful forces at play in his current predicament. Ciaran rummaged through his pockets, fingers brushing against the smooth, cool surface of the runestone Aolanda had given him. He pulled it out, its deep midnight blue hue shimmering faintly in the dim light of his quarters. He examined the intricate runes carved on its surface, recalling Aolandi's instructions for discreet communication. "All right, let's see if this little gem can work some magic," he mused, running his thumb over the runes. They glowed softly, responding to his touch. Kieran closed his eyes and let his mind focus on the smooth, cool surface of the runestone in his hands. He could feel the faint thrum of magic emanating from it, like a pulse waiting to be activated. With a deep breath, he concentrated, trying to establish a connection with Aoland. The sensation was strange. It was almost like dialing a number, but instead of pushing buttons, it required a mental effort that felt almost physical. After a few attempts, he sensed the stone responding, its glow intensifying until it seemed to fill the entire room. And then, just as he was about to give up hope, a faint, ethereal whisper filled the air around him, carrying the voice of Yolande herself. "Mr. LeBlanc." Yolanda's voice resonated from the runestone, clear yet otherworldly. "I'm here. Speak softly." Ciaran held the stone closer, lowering his voice. "Aoland, I need help. The High Court's threatening to drag my parents into this." The door creaked open slightly, and Kieran glanced up to see the guard peeking in. "Mr. LeBlanc, the court will summon you shortly. Be prepared," the guard intoned before closing the door. Ciaran returned his attention to the runestone, speaking in a hushed tone. "They're watching me. Can you get me out of here?" Aolandi's voice held a note of concern. "Escaping the High Court is no small feat. I can offer guidance, but you must be cautious. Your actions here will have far-reaching consequences." Kieran's grip on the stone tightened. "I understand the risks, but I can't let them involve my family," he stated firmly. "There has to be a way. You seem knowledgeable about the place. Do you know of a way out?" "I do know that quarters well. It's not difficult to get out, but it can be dangerous," Aolanda replied. "I told you, Aoland, I accept the risks. You offered your help, and I'm reaching out to take it." "Listen carefully," Aolanda began, her voice taking on a serious tone. "There is a hidden passage in your quarters, behind the tapestry on the eastern wall. It leads to a lesser-known corridor of the court. But you must be swift and silent. If you're caught, I won't be able to intervene." Kieran's eyes darted to the tapestry she mentioned. "Got it. And then?" "Make your way to the Hall of Echoes. There, you will find a portal that can transport you to a safer location within the divine realms. I will guide you further once you're there," Aolandi instructed. Ciaran nodded, even though Aolanda couldn't see him. "Thank you, Aoland. I owe you one." "Be safe, Mr. LeBlanc, and remember, the gods have eyes everywhere," she warned before the connection faded, leaving Kieran with the resonating silence of his quarters. He stood up. It was time to make a move. Kieran approached the tapestry, feeling along its edges for the hidden passage Aoland had described. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a reminder of the high stakes of his daring escape plan. Kieran's fingers traced the contours of the ancient tapestry, feeling for any sign of a passage. His heart raced as he discovered a slight indentation, a hidden lever concealed within the intricate weave. With a gentle push, a section of the wall silently swung open, revealing a narrow, dimly lit corridor. Glancing over his shoulder to ensure he wasn't being watched, Kieran slipped through the opening, the tapestry falling back into place with a soft rustle. The corridor was cool and eerily silent, the only sound his own measured breaths and the soft padding of his footsteps. As he moved swiftly, Kieran's mind was a whirlwind of strategy and anticipation. He knew the risks of his actions were immense, but the thought of his family being dragged into this divine inquisition propelled him forward. The Hall of Echoes wasn't far, Aoland had said, but in this labyrinthine court, each corner looked the same as the last. The walls were lined with fading murals depicting scenes of celestial glory and divine wrath, a stark reminder of where he was. Suddenly, he heard the echo of armored footsteps from behind. The guard had discovered his escape. Kieran quickened his pace, his breaths becoming shallow. He rounded a corner and found himself facing a dead end. He cursed under his breath. Had he taken a wrong turn? In a split-second decision, Kieran retraced his steps, the clanking of the guard's armor growing louder. He ducked into a small alcove, pressing himself against the cool stone. The guard rushed past, not noticing the barely perceptible gap in the wall where Kieran hid. Kieran waited for a few heartbeats before emerging. He had to reach the Hall of Echoes before the guard realized his mistake. Turning left at the next intersection, he finally saw the entrance to the hall, an archway adorned with symbols that hummed with ancient power. As he stepped into the Hall of Echoes, the room lived up to its name. His footsteps echoed in the vast domed chamber, filled with mirrors and reflective surfaces that distorted and multiplied his image. In the center of the hall stood a dais with a swirling portal, shimmering with otherworldly light. Kieran approached the portal, but as he was about to step through, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. He spun around to face the guard, his eyes flashing with defiance. Before they could exchange words, Aoland appeared beside them. With a flick of her wrist, she sent out a burst of sparkling particles that engulfed the guard. He crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, revealing Aolanda's determination and power. "Quickly!" she urged Kieran, grabbing his hand and pulling him towards a hidden passage. In the darkness, their footsteps echoed loudly as they hurried towards their unknown destination. Yolanda led Kieran through a series of winding paths, each turn taking them further away from the grandeur and opulence of the divine court. The air grew fresher, the celestial glow giving way to natural sunlight as they approached the edge of a dense forest. Kieran was surprised when Aolanda guided him into a clearing where a modest cottage nestled among the trees. It was a stark contrast to the lavishness he had seen before. The cottage, made of timber and stone, blended seamlessly with its surroundings, exuding a sense of peace and simplicity. "This is your place?" Kieran asked. Yolanda nodded, a gentle smile gracing her features. "Yes, in the court I am but a servant. Here I am just Aoland, guardian of my own little piece of tranquility." They entered the cottage, and Kieran found the interior as humble as the outside. The furnishings were simple yet comfortable, with shelves filled with ancient tomes and artifacts that hinted at Aolanda's long life and deep knowledge. As they sat down at a small wooden table, Aolanda poured tea from an earthenware pot, the aroma rich and calming. Kieran took the cup, his thoughts still swirling with questions about the court, his family, and this enigmatic woman before him. Aolandi spoke softly, her voice imbued with a quiet strength. "I have served in the court for centuries, Kieran. I've seen the rise and fall of many, the play of power and fate. But in this place, I find my balance. Kieran listened, his gaze fixed on her. There was an air of mystery about Eoland, a depth that went beyond her role in the court. And yet you chose to help me. Why? Yolanda looked out of the window, her eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. There is more to the world than power struggles and divine edicts. Sometimes one must follow the heart, even in a place ruled by the gods. Her words resonated with Kieran, stirring something within him. He felt a connection to Eoland, a sense of understanding and shared purpose. And your heart told you to help me? Eolanda turned back to him, her gaze earnest. Yes, there's a part of your story yet untold, Kieran, a part that might change the course of many destinies. Kieran leaned forward, intrigued. And what might that be? Eolande's expression grew serious. In time, all will be revealed. For now, know that you are not alone in this. Your journey is part of a larger tapestry, one that even the gods watch with bated breath. As they talked, the sun began to set, casting a golden light through the windows. In the quiet of Eolande's cottage, Kieran felt a sense of calm. Despite the chaos of his situation, he found solace in this unexpected sanctuary and in the company of this wise and enigmatic woman. The twilight deepened around Eolande's cottage, casting long shadows across the room as their conversation meandered through past and present. Kieran, feeling a rare sense of peace in Eolande's presence, found himself opening up about his experiences and the burden of his powers. As the conversation slowed, a thoughtful silence fell over the room. Kieran finally broke it, his voice low. What's next for me, Eolanda? How do I navigate this game of the gods? Eolanda's eyes held a distant, reflective quality as she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Good things are meant to happen to good people, Kieran. But in the realm of gods, the definition of good is often complex. The matter is, you must prove that you're a good person in their eyes. Kieran frowned slightly, considering her words. But what if the cost of proving myself is too high? What if it demands a sacrifice I'm not willing to make? Eolande leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper, almost as if she shared a secret. That, Kieran, is the question that many have faced before you. Sometimes one might want to consider whether it is worth it to pay such a high price to earn the gods' good graces. Her words hung in the air, heavy with implications. Kieran felt a chill run down his spine as he contemplated the depth of her statement. What if the cost is someone or something I care for, more than my life, more than anything in the world? Eolanda's expression was somber, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that conveyed the gravity of her next words. Then, Kieran, you must decide what holds more value to you, the favor of the gods or the preservation of what you hold dear. And remember, sometimes going against the gods might resonate more with your true self than blindly following their whims. Kieran's mind raced, her words echoing in his thoughts. Was Yolanda suggesting he defy the gods? The idea was as terrifying as it was exhilarating. He realized in that moment that his journey was about more than just surviving the court's scrutiny. It was about defining his path, his choices. He leaned back, a mix of apprehension and resolve settling over him. Yolanda's words resonated with a part of him that yearned for autonomy, to break free from the chains of destiny and divine expectation. The room grew quiet, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves outside. As Kieran pondered Eolanda's words, he realized that the decisions he would make in the coming days could alter the course of his life forever. Just then, a sudden noise outside the cottage broke the stillness, snapping Kieran's attention back to the present. He stood up abruptly, alert and cautious. Eolanda's gaze shifted towards the window, a look of concern crossing her face. "What was that?" Kieran asked, his heart racing. Eolanda stood up, moving towards the window. I'm not sure, but we should be prepared for anything. As they peered into the darkening forest, a shadowy figure emerged from the trees, moving towards the cottage with purposeful strides. Kieran's hand instinctively went to his side, searching for a weapon he didn't have. The figure drew closer, and Kieran braced himself, ready to face whatever challenge the gods had thrown at him next. The unknown and the possible confrontation it promised hung in the air like a thick fog, enveloping the cottage in a suspenseful silence. Chapter 6. Ancient Times. In the serene ambience of Malcolm's cottage, nestled deep within the ancient Celtic forest, Ivy and Killian stood before their unexpected host. Malcolm, with his rugged appearance and enigmatic demeanor, held in his hands an object of mystique, a scryer glass, shimmering with an ethereal glow. "This," Malcolm began, his voice low and steady, "was given to me by a late scryer. It reveals what one seeks." Ivy leaned in, her curiosity piqued. "Fascinating. It's like my tarot deck speaking only to those attuned to it." Her eyes gleamed with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. Killian frowned. "And what do you need from us to use it?" he asked, his tone guarded. Malcolm eyed them both, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Just the name of the friend you're looking for. The glass needs a focus." Ivy opened her mouth to speak, but Killian's hand on her arm stopped her. "Ivy, a word outside, please," he said, a hint of urgency in his voice. Outside the cottage, under the ancient canopy of the Celtic forest, Ivy turned to Killian. "Killian, we need his help. Kieran's out there somewhere." Killian's gaze was fixed on the dense foliage, his mind racing. "I know, Ivy, but we can't just hand over information to someone we barely know. This Malcolm, he's hiding something." Ivy crossed her arms, her brow furrowing. "But he's our only lead right now. We can't just wander aimlessly through time." Killian let out a sigh, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "I understand your point, Ivy, but we have to approach this carefully. If Malcolm is connected to the LeBlancs, he could be luring us into a trap. And why did he claim to want us gone beforehand?" "I explained his reasoning, Killian. He's had multiple visits from men associated with the LeBlancs. It's like he's become a magnet for them. That's his word against ours. We need concrete evidence." Ivy's eyes softened, understanding the weight of their situation. "So, what do we do? Keep him in the dark and hope for the best?" Killian looked back at the cottage, a determined glint in his eyes. "No, we'll give him something. But not everything. Let's see if we can trust him first." Ivy felt a warm surge of energy and a subtle vibration in her jacket pocket. It was usually a sign that her tarot card deck wanted to speak, but this time it felt different. She pulled out the small stone she picked up from the ground earlier. "It's a rune stone," Killian murmured, recognition dawning in his eyes. He held it up, the stone emanating a soft, pulsating light. "My father told me about these long ago. They're used for communication across realms." "Can we use it to reach Kieran, Nina, and Damien?" Ivy asked. Killian held the stone in his hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. "There's a ritual, some chants and spells. I'm not sure how it works. I could try using the spell I used to call Celine or Samuel. Of course, I'll have to change the name. But if this spell can summon beings from other realms, perhaps it can call someone we know. If this stone truly holds a connection to Coirin, then it should work in theory, right?" Killian nodded. "It's worth a try." Ivy's eyes narrowed in concentration as she held the stone up on her open palm, fingers splayed carefully around its smooth surface. She focused all of her energy into the spell, channeling it through her body and into the stone. As she began to recite the incantation, a faint light started to emanate from the stone, growing brighter with each passing second. The air around Ivy crackled with magic as she poured every ounce of her being into the spell. And then suddenly, the stone burst into life, projecting a vivid image of Kieran in all his glory. His features were sharp and defined, glowing with an otherworldly radiance that filled Ivy with both awe and fear. Kieran's face appeared within the luminous aura of the stone, his expression one of surprise and relief. "Killian, Ivy, I'm okay," he said quickly, his voice crackling with energy. Killian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Kieran, where are you? Are you safe?" Kieran nodded, clutching a similar runestone in his hand. "I'm in the High Court of the Gods. I was given this stone by someone here. It's meant for communication, but it seems to be draining fast talking to you." Ivy leaned in, a sense of urgency in her voice. "We need to figure out how to use these stones efficiently. We can't lose this connection." Killian's brow furrowed in thought. It might be the distance. These stones use a certain energy source for long-range communication. It's fading because we're far apart. Kieran's image flickered, the light dimming slightly. "I understand. I'll turn it off to conserve energy. We'll figure out a way to use this better." "Be safe, Kieran," Ivy said. Kieran gave them a reassuring nod. "You too. We'll find a way through this." As Kieran's image faded, the runestone's light dimmed, leaving Ivy and Killian in the soft glow of the Celtic night. They looked at each other, a mix of relief and resolve in their eyes. The connection had been brief but vital. They now had a lifeline to Kieran, a way to bridge the distance between realms. Ivy pocketed the runestone. "We'll make this work. We have to." Killian nodded. "Let's get back to Malcolm. We have a lot to discuss." Inside Malcolm's cottage, the air was thick with anticipation. Malcolm stood by a table, a scrying glass set upon it. Killian spoke up first. "Malcolm, I need to be honest with you. I'm not comfortable sharing my friend's name here, this place. It's unfamiliar, and I need to be cautious." Malcolm nodded, understanding flashing in his eyes. "I respect that. Secrets have their place, especially in times like these." Ivy, seizing the moment, asked, "How far is it to the God's High Court?" "We have personal reasons for wanting to go there." Malcolm's face turned serious. "The High Court? That's a path forbidden to most. You can't just walk in there." Killian's gaze hardened. "But there is a way, isn't there?" Malcolm hesitated before answering. "Perhaps the scrying glass can show us something." He reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the glass. Images swirled within, a myriad of colors and shapes dancing in a hypnotic rhythm. A path materialized in the glass, winding through realms unseen, its destination shrouded in mystery. But just as the image was about to fade, a face flashed across the glass, fleeting yet strikingly familiar. Ivy caught her breath, her eyes widening. That face, I know it from somewhere. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Malcolm's demeanor shifted dramatically. In a swift, unexpected motion, he grabbed a weapon from beneath the table, a sword, its blade gleaming menacingly in the dim light of the cottage. Killian reacted instantly, stepping in front of Ivy, his body tensed for a fight. "Malcolm, what is this?" Malcolm's eyes burned with an intensity that belied his earlier calm. "I can't let you go to the High Court. It's too dangerous and it could unravel everything." The room was charged with tension, the air crackling with the imminent threat of violence. Ivy stepped back, her mind racing for a solution, while Killian stood ready, his instincts as an alpha wolf surging to the forefront. With a swift, calculated move, Malcolm lunged at Killian, the sword slicing through the air. Killian dodged just in time, the blade missing him by mere inches. He countered with a swift punch, aiming for Malcolm's midsection, but Malcolm parried, his movements trained and precise. The clash of wills and skills filled the cottage, the sound of metal and the grunts of effort echoing off the walls. Ivy searched frantically for something to use as a weapon, her eyes darting around the room. Malcolm swung his sword again, this time aiming for Killian's head. Killian ducked, feeling the whoosh of the blade above him. He countered with a kick, sending Malcolm stumbling back. The fight was intense, each combatant matching the other's moves with skill and determination. Ivy, finding a heavy candlestick, armed herself and moved to flank Malcolm. As the battle raged, the scrying glass on the table flickered ominously, the mysterious face appearing once more, its eyes seeming to watch the conflict with an inscrutable gaze. The fight escalated, the cottage becoming an arena for a clash of wills. Killian and Ivy, though reluctant to harm Malcolm, were determined to subdue him and glean information. Malcolm, driven by a mysterious fervor, fought with the desperation of a man protecting a secret. Ivy and Killian exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between them. They needed to end this without lethal force. Ivy maneuvered around the room, looking for an opening, while Killian engaged Malcolm directly, their movements a blur of aggression and defense. Malcolm, despite his skill, was outnumbered. Killian saw his chance and lunged, pinning Malcolm against the wall, a dagger's point pressed against his throat. The fight paused, a tense standoff in the dim light. Defeated, Malcolm's face twisted with bitterness. "Curse the LeBlancs," he spat, his eyes burning with a mix of rage and pain. "You bring disaster wherever you go." Killian held the dagger steady, his voice calm but firm. "Who are you protecting, Malcolm? What's this about?" Malcolm's laugh was hollow, filled with a deep-seated anguish. "Her. I will protect her at all costs. The High Court, you. You'll never find her. I'll keep her secrets, even in death." Ivy stepped closer, her voice soft but insistent. "Who are you talking about? Help us understand." Ivy leaned in, a sense of urgency in her voice. "We need to figure out how to use these stones efficiently. We can't lose this connection." Killian's brow furrowed in thought. "It might be the distance. These stones use a certain energy source for long-range communication. It's fading because we're far apart." Kieran's image flickered, the light dimming slightly. "I understand. I'll turn it off to conserve energy. We'll figure out a way to use this better." "Be safe, Kieran," Ivy said. Kieran gave them a reassuring nod. "You too. We'll find a way through this." As Kieran's image faded, the runestone's light dimmed, leaving Ivy and Killian in the soft glow of the Celtic night. They looked at each other, a mix of relief and resolve in their eyes. The connection had been brief, but vital. They now had a lifeline to Kieran, a way to bridge the distance between realms. Ivy pocketed the runestone. "We'll make this work. We have to." Killian nodded. "Let's get back to Malcolm. We have a lot to discuss." Inside Malcolm's cottage, the air was thick with anticipation. Malcolm stood by a table, a scrying glass set upon it. Killian spoke up first. "Malcolm, I need to be honest with you. I'm not comfortable sharing my friend's name here. This place, it's unfamiliar and I need to be cautious." Malcolm nodded, understanding flashing in his eyes. "I respect that. Secrets have their place, especially in times like these." Ivy, seizing the moment, asked, "How far is it to the God's High Court?" "We have personal reasons for wanting to go there." Malcolm's face turned serious. "The High Court? That's a path forbidden to most. You can't just walk in there." Killian's gaze hardened. "But there is a way, isn't there?" Malcolm hesitated before answering. "Perhaps the scrying glass can show us something." He reached out, his fingers brushing the surface of the glass. Images swirled within, a myriad of colors and shapes dancing in a hypnotic rhythm. A path materialized in the glass, winding through realms unseen, its destination shrouded in mystery. But just as the image was about to fade, a face flashed across the glass, fleeting yet strikingly familiar. Ivy caught her breath, her eyes widening. "That face, I know it from somewhere." Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Malcolm's demeanor shifted dramatically. In a swift, unexpected motion, he grabbed a weapon from beneath the table, a sword, its blade gleaming menacingly in the dim light of the cottage. Killian reacted instantly, stepping in front of Ivy, his body tensed for a fight. "Malcolm, what is this?" Malcolm's eyes burned with an intensity that belied his earlier calm. "I can't let you go to the High Court. It's too dangerous, and it could unravel everything." The room was charged with tension, the air crackling with the imminent threat of violence. Ivy stepped back, her mind racing for a solution, while Killian stood ready, his instincts as an alpha wolf surging to the forefront. With a swift, calculated move, Malcolm lunged at Killian, the sword slicing through the air. Killian dodged just in time, the blade missing him by mere inches. He countered with a swift punch, aiming for Malcolm's midsection, but Malcolm parried, his movements trained and precise. The clash of wills and skills filled the cottage, the sound of metal and the grunts of effort echoing off the walls. Ivy searched frantically for something to use as a weapon, her eyes darting around the room. Malcolm swung his sword again, this time aiming for Killian's head. Killian ducked, feeling the whoosh of the blade above him. He countered with a kick, sending Malcolm stumbling back. The fight was intense, each combatant matching the other's moves with skill and determination. Ivy, finding a heavy candlestick, armed herself and moved to flank Malcolm. As the battle raged, the scrying glass on the table flickered ominously, the mysterious face appearing once more, its eyes seeming to watch the conflict with an inscrutable gaze. The fight escalated, the cottage becoming an arena for a clash of wills. Killian and Ivy, though reluctant to harm Malcolm, were determined to subdue him and glean information. Malcolm, driven by a mysterious fervor, fought with the desperation of a man protecting a secret. Ivy and Killian exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between them. They needed to end this without lethal force. Ivy maneuvered around the room, looking for an opening, while Killian engaged Malcolm directly, their movements a blur of aggression and defense. Malcolm, despite his skill, was outnumbered. Killian saw his chance and lunged, pinning Malcolm against the wall, a dagger's point pressed against his throat. The fight paused, a tense standoff in the dim light. Defeated, Malcolm's face twisted with bitterness. "Curse the LeBlancs," he spat, his eyes burning with a mix of rage and pain. "You bring disaster wherever you go." Killian held the dagger steady, his voice calm but firm. "Who are you protecting, Malcolm? What's this about?" Malcolm's laugh was hollow, filled with a deep-seated anguish. "Her. I will protect her at all costs. The High Court, you'll never find her. I'll keep her secrets even in death." Ivy stepped closer, her voice soft but insistent. "Who are you talking about? Help us understand." But Malcolm's resolve was unyielding. With a sudden, desperate move, he threw himself forward, impaling himself on Killian's dagger. His eyes met Killian's, a mix of defiance and resignation. "Alexandre, he should be damned," Malcolm whispered, his life ebbing away. As he slumped to the floor, a heavy silence fell over the cottage. Ivy and Killian stood there, processing the shocking turn of events, the mystery deepening with Malcolm's cryptic final words. Who was the her Malcolm sought to protect? What secrets were hidden within the LeBlanc legacy? These questions hung in the air, unanswered, as Malcolm's lifeless body lay as a testament to the depth of his conviction and the complexity of the truth they were seeking. In the aftermath of Malcolm's dramatic demise, the scrying glass, left untouched during the altercation, began to pulse with a strange energy. Its surface shimmered, casting eerie lights across the room. Ivy and Killian, still reeling from the recent events, turned their attention to the glass. Their curiosity piqued, despite the tension in the air. The images that appeared within the glass were like scenes from a fantastical dream. It depicted a place that seemed to embody the very essence of paradise, a realm that was ethereal and almost too perfect to be real. The environment was lush and vibrant, with gardens that bloomed with otherworldly flowers, their colors more vivid than any on Earth. Streams of crystal-clear water flowed gently, and the air was filled with the harmonious melodies of unseen creatures. Amidst this heavenly landscape wandered beings that appeared angelic, their faces radiating pure joy and contentment. They moved with a grace that was almost celestial, their laughter light and musical, adding to the enchantment of the place. Among these faces, one stood out to Ivy, a young woman of such beauty that it seemed as though she had stepped out of a painting. Her features were delicate, yet there was a strength in her eyes that captivated Ivy. Something about her was hauntingly familiar, stirring a sense of recognition deep within Ivy's mind. After the scrying glass displayed the serene, almost heavenly scene, its glow suddenly intensified. The images within began to flicker chaotically, as if struggling to maintain their form. Then, without warning, the glass shattered, its pieces scattering across the floor, the enchanting images vanishing into thin air. Ivy and Killian stared at the remnants of the scrying glass, a sense of loss momentarily washing over them. The magical window into other realms and times was now closed, leaving them with more questions than answers. Before they could fully process the loss, the runestone in Ivy's pocket vibrated insistently. She quickly pulled it out, and an image materialized on its surface, starkly different from the ethereal beauty they had just witnessed. The scene on the runestone was hauntingly familiar to Killian. It showed the old grounds of the Kinniton Pack, but not as he knew them. The place was engulfed in flames, the fire raging with a ferocity that spoke of a time long past. The buildings, the surroundings were all from an era before he was even born. Killian's eyes widened in shock and recognition. This is the old Kinniton Pack site, he murmured, his voice laced with a mix of nostalgia and disbelief. But this is from years ago, long before any of us came into the picture. Ivy leaned closer, her eyes scanning the fiery scene. Amidst the chaos and destruction, the figures of Nina and Damien were visible, looking bewildered yet unharmed. They seemed out of place, as if they had been dropped into a moment in history they were never meant to witness. How did they end up there in that time? Can we talk to them? Ivy asked. Killian shook his head, his mind racing. I don't know. But it looks like we're not the only ones who've been thrown into the past. They're at a crucial point in the history of my pack, a point that changed everything. Nina, Damien, Ivy called, but she didn't think they could hear her. The realization that their friends were experiencing a pivotal moment in the history of the Kinniton Pack weighed heavily on them. It was a moment that had shaped the pack's future, a moment that held secrets and truths that had been lost to time. Chapter 7. 1980s. In the flickering light of the burning building, Nina and Damien stood, transfixed by the surreal scene unfolding before them. The old Kinniton Pack sanctuary, which had been reduced to ashes years ago in their time, stood ablaze, the flames licking the night sky with a ferocious intensity. This can't be real, Nina muttered, her eyes wide with disbelief. It's like we've stepped into a simulation of the past. Damien, ever the pragmatist, was less convinced. Nina, we need to be careful. This fire, it looks too real. Nina's gaze was fixed on the inferno. No, it's a projection. We're just observers here. Don't worry. As she spoke, a glint of something metallic caught her eye. Curious, she moved closer, examining a twisted metal bar protruding from the debris. Its surface glowed a dull red, heated by the intense flames. Damien watched her, his protective instincts on high alert. Nina, don't get too close. We don't know what could happen. Nina waved off his concern with a chuckle. Relax, Damien. It's just a... Her words were cut off as Damien reached out and touched the bar, his hand jerking back instantly. Ouch! That's hot! Nina spun around, her eyes widening in shock. Wait, you felt that? Damien nodded, nursing his hand. Yeah, and it hurt. This isn't just a simulation, Nina. We're actually here. Nina's scientific mind raced with possibilities. But how? Time travel? That's scientifically implausible unless... Damien interrupted her train of thought. Nina, focus. We need to figure out what's going on, and fast. The realization that they were physically present in the past, at the site of the old Kinneton Pack sanctuary, was a jarring one. The implications were enormous, both personally and scientifically. Nina's gaze returned to the burning building, her mind working overtime. This is the night it burned down. But why are we here? What does this have to do with Kieran's disappearance? Damien looked around, his senses heightened. I don't know, but we need to be careful. If we're really in the past, any interaction could have unforeseen consequences. Nina nodded, her expression determined. Let's try to understand what happened here. Maybe it'll give us a clue about Kieran. As they cautiously moved around the perimeter of the fire, the heat and the crackling of the flames felt uncomfortably real. The past had come alive around them, and they were now a part of its unfolding story. The night air was filled with the scent of smoke and the distant sounds of chaos. Nina's mind was a whirlwind of questions and theories, each more baffling than the last. We're not just observers, she murmured. We're part of this somehow. Damien stayed close, his senses alert. Let's keep moving. We might find something that helps us understand why we're here. Nina and Damien watched from a safe distance as the building continued to burn, its flames casting an eerie glow on their surroundings. Nina's heart pounded in her chest as she recognized a familiar figure emerging from a neighboring building. It was Patrick, her father, but years younger than she had ever known him. Damien, that's my dad, Nina whispered. Damien pulled her back, caution in his eyes. Remember, we can't interfere, and he wouldn't recognize you anyway. Nina nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on Patrick. He looked furious, his gestures animated as he talked to two other men. Nina felt an inexplicable urge to reach out, to warn him about the future, but she knew she couldn't. As the three men walked closer, Damien nudged Nina, drawing her attention. Look, that's Aiden, Killian's father. Nina strained to see the second man, a figure she knew only from photographs. There was a striking resemblance to Killian, the same strong build and intense gaze. The third man was a stranger to them both, until he was addressed by the others. Desmond, this is a disaster. The fire could ruin us both, Patrick said, his voice strained with frustration. Nina's brow furrowed. Desmond, I've heard that name before, in Dad's old journals. Damien listened intently as the men continued their heated discussion. Aiden's voice rose above the others. We need to consider the safety of our people first. The financial losses are secondary. Desmond, a man with sharp features and a calculating look, interjected. We can't just brush off the financial impact, Aiden. This fire affects the entire community, wolves and mages alike. Nina watched, fascinated yet wary. These men, including her father, were discussing events that shaped the very foundations of their community. It was like witnessing history unfold. Patrick's voice was laced with anger. I warned you both about the safety risks. Now look at the consequences. Desmond shot back. It's easy to play the blame game now, Patrick, but we all agreed on the terms. Aiden's expression was one of deep concern. Our focus should be on rebuilding, on uniting our communities in the aftermath of this tragedy. Nina felt a pang in her heart. These were the events that led to the division between the wolves and mages, a rift that had long-lasting repercussions. Damien gently tugged at her arm, pulling her focus back. Nina, we need to be careful. We can't change what's happened here. Nina nodded, her mind racing with the implications of their unexpected journey into the past. There's so much I want to say to them, to warn them. But we can't, Damien said softly. We're here to observe, to learn. Maybe this will help us understand Kieran's situation better. As the men moved away, their voices fading into the night, Nina and Damien retreated into the shadows, their presence unnoticed in the chaos of the past. The night held more secrets, and they were there to uncover them, one whispered conversation at a time. Nina fiddled with her phone, her fingers moving deftly over the screen as she accessed the database she had at her fingertips. "The cell phone's confused," she murmured. "No internet from this era, but my offline data is still here." Damien leaned over her shoulder, watching as she navigated through the information. "So, what are you looking for exactly?" "I'm digging into the archives about the Kinneton pack. Maybe there's something about Aiden, Patrick, and this Desmond guy," Nina replied, her brows knitting in concentration. After a few moments, her screen displayed a series of archived documents. "Got it," she said triumphantly. "Looks like they were all part of a business association, dealing with logistics." Damien raised an eyebrow. "That sounds too normal, like a front for something else." Nina nodded, scrolling through the data. "Exactly. In the mage community, it's common to have a human business facade. It helps blend in and keep the supernatural stuff under wraps." "But this doesn't add up," Damien said, frustration evident in his voice. "If everything was as straightforward as this business deal, why were we pulled through the portal? Why Kieran? And why were you and Killian taken to a different time?" Nina sighed, her gaze still fixed on the screen. "I don't know, Damien, but something's not right. There's a piece of this puzzle we're missing. Someone's orchestrating this, and we need to find out who." She looked up from her phone, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "The answers we're looking for are here in this time. We just need to keep digging." Damien nodded, determination setting in. "Then let's keep looking. We need to figure out how all this ties together. For Kieran, for Killian, and Ivy, and for the future of our pack." Nina pocketed her phone, her mind abuzz with theories and possibilities. The flickering flames cast shadows across the scene as Fiona, Nina's mother, hurried towards the fire, her face etched with concern. Nina watched from a distance, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her as Fiona passed right by, oblivious to her daughter's presence. The fire officer quickly reassured Fiona that no one was injured, and Nina saw a visible wave of relief wash over her mother's face. It was a tender moment that Nina had witnessed countless times growing up, the caring side of Fiona that always seemed to be at odds with Patrick's cold demeanor. As Nina and Damien watched, Desmond reappeared, his approach towards Fiona far too familiar for Nina's liking. His comforting gestures toward her mother sparked an unease in Nina, her instincts screaming that something wasn't right about this man. Damien placed a reassuring hand on Nina's shoulder, sensing her growing agitation. "You can't interfere, Nina. Remember, we're just observers here." Nina's eyes followed her mother as Fiona, comforted by Desmond, started to head back home. A part of her yearned to reach out to warn her mother, but she knew the risks of altering the past. Resigned, she trailed behind, keeping a safe distance as they approached the family home. The air in the room crackled with pent-up tension, suffocating and heavy. Nina and Damien watched from the shadows as Patrick and Fiona's argument escalated. Patrick's words were like daggers, his voice laced with venom as he attacked Fiona for her inability to bear him a child. "I should have known better than to marry a worthless lynx shifter," he sneered. Fiona's immediate response was one of pure anguish, every inch of her consumed by sorrow as she turned to flee their home. Nina's heart ached for her mother, witnessing the strong defiance she knew so well being drowned in helplessness. "Can't I just give her a sign that everything will be okay, that I'll turn out fine? She doesn't need that man." The sight of her mother's distress was a familiar wound that never truly healed. Damien wrapped his arms around Nina for solace in the darkness. "I'm sorry, Nina. This must be hard for you to witness. But you can't interfere. Remember, we're from the future. It's painful, but your mother will overcome this. She wouldn't be so strong without reason, right? If she survived this, she can survive anything else." Nina leaned into Damien's embrace, her eyes moist with unshed tears. "It's just seeing her like this, knowing what she went through. It's heartbreaking." Damien held her close, his presence a steady comfort amidst the turmoil of emotions. "We're here to find answers, Nina, but we need to be careful not to lose ourselves in the process." As they watched Fiona disappear into the night, her silhouette a symbol of the enduring strength and sorrow that had defined her life, Nina felt a renewed determination to unravel the mysteries of the past and protect the future of those she loved. Nina, with Damien close by her side, followed Patrick as he left the house, his steps leading towards the mountains. The path twisted and turned, leading up to a secluded cave, a place Nina knew her father used for his magical practices, a secret kept even in her own time. Hidden among the shadows, Nina and Damien watched as Desmond arrived at the cave, meeting with Patrick. The absence of Aidan, Killian's father, did not go unnoticed by them, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding scene. Carefully, they crept closer to the cave's entrance, ensuring they remained unseen. The murmurs of conversation from within were just audible, and Nina strained to catch every word. Desmond's voice was smooth, almost too reassuring. "I can take care of Aidan," he said, a sinister undertone lurking beneath his calm exterior. Patrick's response was one of cold calculation. "It's in the best interest of our association. The wolves shouldn't be ruling over us," he agreed, his tone laced with bitterness. Nina felt a chill run down her spine as she processed their words. The plot unfolding before her was darker and more complex than she could have imagined. Aidan, a figure she knew only from Killian's fond recollections, was in danger from these men, her own father included. Damien, sensing her growing distress, whispered close to her ear, "We need to be careful. If they catch us." Nina nodded, her resolve hardening. This was more than just a family feud. It was a conspiracy that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of their community. As they silently retreated from the cave, Nina's mind raced with questions and fears. How deep did this betrayal run? And how could they use this knowledge to protect those they cared about in their own time? Chapter 8. This particular stretch of the forest was vastly different from the one he had hastily traversed while attempting to escape the High Court area. There was a certain je ne sais quoi about it, an enchanting aura that simultaneously seemed shrouded in mystery. The woodland surrounding the High Court could easily be described with one word: danger. But here, in this part of the forest, Kieran felt relatively safe as he made his way towards Eolanda's cottage. The air was thick with the heady scent of pine and earth, and the trees stood tall and proud, casting dappled shadows on the ground below. A sense of tranquility permeated the atmosphere, making it easy for Kieran to lose himself in the natural beauty around him. As he walked, Kieran's hand fiddled with the runestone Eolanda had given him. The stone, a deep midnight blue, felt cool and smooth under his touch, its surface etched with intricate runes that seemed to dance under the faint moonlight. He needed a clearer area, a clearing where the signal to communicate with Killian and Ivy would be stronger, unimpeded by the dense canopy above. Finally stepping into a small clearing, Kieran paused, taking in the serenity of the night sky. He took a deep breath, centering himself before focusing on the runestone. Kieran activated the holographic screen on his wristwatch, a sophisticated piece of technology that contrasted sharply with the natural surroundings. The screen flickered to life, projecting a 3D interface that hovered in the air. His fingers moved deftly over the virtual keys as he entered his query. Runestones and energy. The screen displayed a series of articles and ancient texts, elaborating on the nature of runestones. Kieran skimmed through the information, his eyes catching key phrases. Runestones, conduits of mystical energies, charged by personal aura and intention. He absorbed the details to piece together the puzzle. It dawned on him that the runestone's efficacy was directly linked to the user's personal energy, a concept both intriguing and daunting. Ciaran's life had always been about control, about harnessing his resources strategically. The idea that this stone could be empowered by his own personal energy, his emotions, his will, added a new layer to the complexity of his situation. He held the runestone up, examining it under the starlight. He closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts, channeling his intention into the stone. He imagined the stone absorbing his energy, his determination, his resolve. As he opened his eyes, the runes on the runestone glowed faintly, responding to his energy. He was pleased. He needed to establish a reliable line of communication with Killian and Ivy to ensure they were safe and to coordinate his next moves. The runestone, now pulsing softly with a light of its own, seemed ready to aid him in this endeavor. Ciaran slipped the runestone back into his pocket, his gaze lingering on the stars above. He knew that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and danger, but in this moment of solitude, under the watchful eyes of the ancient stars, Ciaran felt a rare sense of clarity. He turned back toward the cottage. As Chiron retraced his steps through the dense forest, the eerie stillness of the night was abruptly shattered by a woman's piercing scream. His instincts immediately kicked in, and he quickened his pace toward the source of the disturbance. Through the thick foliage, he caught glimpses of a frantic chase. A woman with fiery red hair, her face etched with terror, was being pursued by a grotesque creature, its form a twisted shadow in the moonlight. The creature, a nightmarish blend of wolf and serpent, moved with a terrifying swiftness, its eyes glowing a malevolent red. The woman stumbled, her breath ragged, as she tried desperately to evade the monster. Kieran's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing. He knew this could be a trap, a ploy by the gods to test him, but he couldn't stand idly by. He surged forward. As he neared the creature, he picked up a hefty branch, its weight reassuring in his grip. With a swift, calculated swing, he struck the creature on its flank, drawing its attention away from the woman. The creature let out an otherworldly snarl, turning its full, horrifying attention towards Kieran. Its eyes burned with a fury that seemed to seep into the very air around them. "Hey, ugly," Kieran taunted. "Pick on someone your own size." The creature lunged at him, its jaws snapping ferociously. Kieran dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding its teeth. He countered with another strike of the branch, hitting the creature on its head. The impact resounded through the forest, a testament to the force behind Kieran's blow. The woman, recovering from her initial shock, scrambled to her feet. "Behind you!" she shouted, her voice laced with fear and urgency. Kieran spun around just in time to see the creature's tail whipping toward him. He ducked, feeling the rush of air as the tail narrowly missed his head. He swiftly regained his stance and faced the creature, his eyes locking with its malevolent gaze. The creature attacked again, faster this time, its movements a blur of shadow and fury. Kieran deftly parried and weaved, his body moving with a fluidity and grace that surprised even himself. His muscles rippled and strained as he dodged each strike with precision, his mind fully engaged in the heat of battle. As beads of sweat formed on his brow, a newfound appreciation for his combat training washed over him, reminding him to give it the credit it deserved. The sounds of steel clashing and grunts of effort filled the air, creating a symphony of combat that Kieran was now an integral part of. He struck with precision, each hit weakening the creature bit by bit. As the fight intensified, Kieran felt a searing pain in his arm. He glanced down to see a gash, the creature's claw having found its mark. The wound burned, and he knew instantly that it was poisoned. Ignoring the pain, Kieran focused on the creature, knowing he had to end this quickly. With a final surge of strength, he aimed for the creature's neck and struck with all his might. The branch connected with a sickening crunch, and the creature collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Panting heavily, Kieran turned to the woman. "Are you all right?" he asked. The woman nodded, her green eyes wide with shock and gratitude. "Yes, thanks to you. I thought I was a goner." She brushed her red hair back from her face, revealing a cut on her forehead. "I'm Halewyn." "Kieran," he replied, glancing at his wounded arm. The poison was spreading, a dark venom creeping up his veins. Haelwyn noticed the injury. "That scratch. It's not good. We need to treat it quickly." Ciaran grimaced, feeling the poison coursing through him, each heartbeat spreading it further. "Any ideas?" he asked, trying to maintain his composure. Haelwyn scanned the forest floor, her eyes landing on a plant with broad leaves. "Here, this might help slow the poison." She quickly gathered some leaves, crushing them to create a poultice. She applied it to Kieran's wound, her hands surprisingly steady. The poultice brought a momentary relief, the burning sensation subsiding slightly. "Thanks, Haelwyn, but we should get back to the cottage. I need more than just a temporary fix." Haelwyn nodded in agreement, her gaze lingering on the fallen creature. What was that thing? Kieran's eyes darkened, a reminder that we're playing in a world with rules we barely understand. As Kieran and Haelwyn hurried back towards the cottage, the poison from the creature's scratch began to assert its virulent effect with alarming speed. Ciaran felt his strength waning, his steps growing unsteady. The world around him started to blur, the edges of his vision darkening ominously. Haelwyn, noticing his deteriorating condition, stopped and turned towards him with a look of urgency. "Kieran, you're not going to last much longer at this rate. Let me try to suck the poison out. It might buy us some time." Ciaran's mind, clouded by the spreading toxin, struggled to process her words. His instincts screamed caution, a voice in the back of his mind warning him against trusting her too readily. He swayed on his feet, fighting to stay conscious, his body betraying him as it succumbed to the poison's grip. "No," he managed to utter, his voice barely above a whisper. "Don't." His resistance was more instinctual than rational, a basic survival instinct warning him against potential danger. Haelwyn stepped closer, her green eyes filled with concern. "Kieran, listen to me. You're going to die if I don't do this. You don't have much time." As his consciousness ebbed, Kieran's vision dimmed, the forest around him fading into shadows. He was vaguely aware of Haelwyn leaning over him, her face blurring in and out of focus. In his weakened state, he could hardly resist. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees, Eoland. She moved with swift, purposeful strides, a stark contrast to the faltering, dim world Kieran was slipping into. In a flash of motion, Eoland struck Haelwyn, her hand moving with a deadly precision. Haelwyn crumpled to the ground, lifeless, her true form revealed in death. Not a mere forest dweller, but another creature of the night, her visage now twisted and malevolent. Ciaran's mind struggled to piece together the scene before him, his thoughts fragmented and distant. Eolandi knelt beside him, her face a beacon of calm in the swirling darkness. "Stay with me, Kieran," she urged, her voice a lifeline in the encroaching void. Kieran tried to focus on her voice, but it was like grasping at smoke. The darkness was relentless, pulling him deeper into its cold embrace. Eolandi's words became distant echoes, the forest around him a fading memory. His last conscious thought was a realization. In this world of gods and monsters, trust was a luxury he could ill afford. And then, the darkness claimed him. The forest, Eoland, and the night's ordeal slipping away into the silent void of unconsciousness. In the dimly lit interior of Eolandi's cottage, Ciaran hovered on the edge of consciousness. His mind was adrift in a sea of pain and confusion, barely clinging to the fragments of reality. Through the haze of his suffering, he became dimly aware of voices conversing nearby. Eolanda's voice, tinged with urgency, was speaking to someone else, a man whose presence seemed to fill the room with a palpable sense of power. "Master, you shouldn't be here. I can manage this," she said, her tone a mixture of respect and concern. The man's voice was deep and resonant, carrying an air of authority that seemed to transcend the ordinary. "I heard about what happened. Refusing to have your blood taken even at the brink of death. That's an act of bravery. Of all those I've created, Kieran, you prove the most deserving." Kieran's mind struggled to process the words. Created? What does he mean? His thoughts were a jumble of pain and disorientation. Yolanda's voice grew more insistent. "Please, you must leave. It's dangerous for you to stay here too long, and I apologize for not keeping Kieran safe. This won't happen again." The man's response was grave. "They want to get to him, Yolanda. They will find a way sooner or later." There was a pause before he continued. "As for his injury, I'm not sure you have the power to fix it. I might need to use my energy to help." Yolanda's plea was almost a whisper. "Master, please reconsider the consequences." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as the man approached Kieran's bedside. Even through his blurred vision, Kieran could sense the man's formidable presence. "Kieran, would you accept healing magic from me?" the man asked. Kieran recalled the healing magic Ivy had used on him once. He remembered the side effects, the emotional bond it created between two individuals, the trust it required. Trust he wasn't ready to give to a stranger, to this so-called master. With a surge of defiance fueled by pain and suspicion, Kieran's voice rasped hoarsely. "I don't know you, nor do I trust you." "I'm not asking for your trust, Kieran. I'm asking you to accept my healing magic. Without your words of acceptance, the magic won't work. My parents created me. I am not some prize to be claimed. You didn't create me." "You're starting to hallucinate, Kieran. The poison is spreading fast. I have to stop it now. Just say yes to my request. Just one word, Kieran." "One word? Fuck off." Kieran lay there, his body racked with pain and his mind consumed with confusion and distrust. The offer of healing was tempting, but the unknowns were too many and the risks were too great. His thoughts drifted to his family, to Ivy and Killian, to the life he was fighting to protect. As the conversation faded into the background, Kieran's consciousness slipped away once more. Chapter 9. Yolande had never been afraid of the court, no matter which side of the law she found herself on. Right or wrong was always a subjective matter, as her late god had always reminded her. His passing served as a stark reminder that what may seem like strict rules to one person could be open to interpretation by another. It was ironic that he, a god of healing, had passed because he chose to let his heart stop. But it was not Yolanda's place to share his story. The moral of the story, however, was clear. Nothing in life is set in stone, even the laws of the divine. The ancient doors of the high court creaked open, and Yolande stepped into the grand chamber, her presence a silent echo of years past. The gods assembled within, a pantheon of celestial power, turned their gaze upon her as she approached the center, where Lord Alar presided. Lord Alar, seated upon his majestic throne, regarded her with a keen gaze. "Lady Yolanda, to what do we owe this unexpected honor?" "Lord Alar, esteemed members of the court, I come to speak on behalf of Siren LeBlanc, a mortal who has found refuge under my care." A murmur swept through the divine audience. Lord Alar leaned forward. "The same mortal accused of wielding powers beyond his ken? Proceed, but tread carefully, Yolande. In my years of service to the late god of healing, I vowed to uphold the principles of care and protection for those fate brings to my doorstep. Siren LeBlanc's arrival, under dire circumstances, compelled me to honor this sacred vow." A deity clad in robes that shimmered like the night sky interjected, his tone laced with skepticism. "Unusual, is it not, for a goddess to harbor a mortal thus, especially one embroiled in controversy?" Yolanda's voice lowered to a soothing tone, not out of uncertainty, but because she prided herself on being composed in the face of chaos. She held her head high and spoke with confidence and determination, never faltering in her composure as she handled the crisis with ease. "My actions mirror the ethics of the god I served, a healer, a guardian of life. If we honor his memory and principles, we must acknowledge the duty to aid those in need, regardless of their path to our doorsteps." Lord Alar stroked his beard, his eyes reflecting the depth of the ages. "Your words bear the weight of your long service and wisdom. Yet the situation with Siren LeBlanc is delicate. Can you assure this court of his intentions?" "As long as Siren LeBlanc is under my guardianship, I will ensure his actions align with our laws and traditions. My commitment to protect and care for those in need is unwavering, irrespective of how they come to be in my care." The divine assembly fell into a contemplative silence, weighing her words. Lord Alar finally spoke. "Your dedication to your principles is noted, Eolanda. This court will respect your guardianship of the mortal, but be warned, any transgression on his part will reflect upon you." Eolanda bowed gracefully, a sense of resolve in her demeanor. "I accept this responsibility, Lord Alar. Thank you for your understanding." Before Eolanda could leave the grand chamber, a voice as sharp as a winter's gale cut through the silence. "Wait, Lady Eolanda." She turned, her eyes meeting those of another member of the court, a deity known for her keen sense of justice and unwavering scrutiny. "Lady Arduina," Eolanda acknowledged, keeping her tone respectful yet firm. Lady Arduina stood, her presence commanding attention. "While your intentions are noble, the matter of Kieran LeBlanc is fraught with complexities that cannot be overlooked. If you are to be his guardian, then let it be known formally. Are you willing to take full responsibility for his actions while under your care?" The court's eyes turned back to Eolande, the air thick with anticipation. Eolanda's response was a testament to her resolve. "I am, Lady Arduina. I fully understand the gravity of this responsibility. If it is the court's wish, I shall formally accept the duty of overseeing Siren LeBlanc's actions during his time under my guardianship." Lord Alar nodded, a sense of finality in his gesture. "So be it. Lady Eolande, you shall be accountable for the mortal Siren LeBlanc until such time as he is either returned to his realm or another judgment is passed. This court trusts you will uphold our laws and traditions in this regard." Eolande bowed deeply, her words echoing her unwavering commitment. "You have my word, Lord Alar, Lady Arduina, and esteemed members of this court. I shall uphold the honor and duties bestowed upon me with the utmost care and vigilance." As she exited the chamber, the weight of her new responsibility settled upon her like a cloak. She knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but her resolve was as unyielding as the ancient oaks of her forest. Eolanda's footsteps echoed in the hall, each step a reminder of the solemn vow she had taken. The fate of Quirin LeBlanc, intertwined with her own, was now a matter of both duty and destiny. The journey back to her woodland abode was one shrouded in contemplation for Eolande. The promise she had made in the High Court weighed heavily on her mind, a binding commitment that tethered Kieran LeBlanc's fate to her own. Each step through the forest, with its dappled light and whispering leaves, brought her closer to the reality of her responsibility. As she approached the cottage, nestled quietly among the ancient trees, a sense of foreboding crept over her. The usual tranquility of the place felt disrupted, an undercurrent of unease rippling through the air. Eolanda quickened her pace, her heart starting to beat with a mix of apprehension and urgency. She reached the door, her hand hesitating momentarily before pushing it open. The sight that greeted her caused her calm facade to falter. Kieran wasn't inside house. "Kieran," she called out, her voice echoing through the empty rooms. No response came, only the haunting silence of the cottage. Eolanda moved swiftly from room to room, her mind racing with possibilities. Had he left on his own, or had something more sinister occurred? The peace she had found in this secluded haven now seemed like a fragile illusion, shattered by the events that had unfolded in her absence. Her eyes fell upon a small object on the floor, half hidden under a fallen chair. It was Kieran's runestone, the one he carried with him always. Yolanda picked it up, turning it over in her hands. Its presence here, away from Kieran, was a dire sign. The realization that Kieran's disappearance could jeopardize not only his safety, but also the vow she had taken sent a wave of urgency through her. She needed to find him, and quickly. Yolanda stepped outside, her eyes scanning the surrounding forest. The trees, once a source of comfort and strength, now stood as silent witnesses to the unknown fate of her charge. "Kieran!" she called again, her voice carrying through the woods. There was still no answer, only the rustling of leaves in the gentle wind. Yolanda's senses were on high alert as she scanned the area, her instincts honed from years of living in the forest. But now even the familiar trees seemed to hold secrets, shadowy figures lurking in the undergrowth that whispered of unseen dangers. Determined to uncover the truth, Yolanda pressed on, pushing deeper into the forest as the dwindling light cast long shadows around her. With every step, her mind raced with endless possibilities, each one more terrifying than the last. But she couldn't turn back now. Each step took her further into uncharted territory, uncertainty looming ahead like a dark and ominous cloud. The dense thicket of trees pressed in on Yolande, twisting the once familiar paths into a labyrinth of shadows and uncertainty. She paused to catch her breath, the weight of her decision settling heavy on her shoulders. With no other choice, she knew it was time to reach out to the Master, the god she served in secret. She couldn't risk using a runestone for communication. Such methods were easily traced by those with the right knowledge. No, she needed to meet in person, a dangerous move, but one she was willing to make for the sake of Kieran's unexplained disappearance and the high stakes at hand. With determination fueling her steps, Yolanda moved through the woods, her thoughts consumed by the potential consequences of her actions. If anyone spotted her, she would simply claim to be running errands, a believable excuse for someone of her position as a respected former servant of the heading god. She arrived at her destination, a large ancient tree that stood imposingly among its brethren. To any ordinary observer, it was nothing more than a tree. But to Yolande, it was the gateway to the Master's realm, a passage hidden in plain sight. As she prepared to enter, a movement caught the corner of her eye. It was Fionn, the hound she had nursed and raised. The sight of him here, alone and seemingly waiting, was unusual. Fionn was more than just a pet. He was a companion and guardian, one who seldom left her side unless instructed. "Fionn," she called softly, and the hound immediately perked up, his tail wagging as he trotted over to her. She clicked her fingers, a silent signal understood between them, and Fionn fell into step beside her. Together they approached the tree. Yolanda placed her hand upon the rough bark, whispering words known only to a select few. The air around them shimmered, the fabric of reality bending as the entrance to the Master's domain revealed itself. Stepping through the portal, Yolande found herself in a realm that contrasted starkly with the natural beauty of her forest. As Yolanda stepped through the portal within the ancient tree, the space around her unfolded like a blossoming flower, revealing a realm that defied mortal comprehension. The interior of the tree trunk expanded into a vast, magnificent palace, shimmering with an ethereal light. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to dance and shift, telling stories of ancient times and forgotten realms. The main hall where she found herself was a grand testament to the power and majesty of its occupant. High vaulted ceilings adorned with celestial patterns, floors that mirrored the night sky, and columns that seemed to reach into infinity created an atmosphere of awe-inspiring grandeur. At the far end of the hall, sitting at a large ornate desk littered with scrolls and texts, was the Master. His presence was as majestic as it was powerful, an embodiment of strength and ancient wisdom. He was absorbed in his reading, the scrolls before him holding secrets and knowledge beyond the ken of ordinary beings. Yolande approached, her steps echoing softly in the vast hall. The master looked up, his eyes a deep well of knowledge, power, and an unspoken mystery. "Master," Yolande began, "I bring troubling news. Siren LeBlanc, the mortal under my care, has disappeared from my abode. I fear for his safety and the implications of his absence." The master set aside the scroll he was reading, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. "Yolande, your concern, while touching, may be unnecessary. Siren LeBlanc is proving to be quite resourceful. He has used your runestone to summon his friends from another realm. A bold move, indeed." Yolande's eyes widened in disbelief. "He used my runestone for such a purpose? I did not think it possible for a mortal to harness its power to such an extent." The master leaned back in his chair, a look of amusement crossing his features. "Kirin is no ordinary mortal, and the friends he has called upon are equally interesting. It seems I may have to make an appearance sooner or later." The prospect of the master revealing himself, of stepping into the affairs of mortals, sent a chill down Yolande's spine. The balance between the divine and the mortal realms was delicate, and any direct intervention could have unpredictable consequences. "Master, the implications of your involvement could be vast. The boundaries between our world and theirs are sacred." The master's expression grew thoughtful, his gaze piercing the very fabric of the universe. "Indeed, Yolande, but sometimes the threads of fate require a firmer hand. We shall see how this unfolds. For now, keep watch and be ready. The game has only just begun." Then he sighed. "I know you don't think this is a game, especially after the passing of your late god. I respected him. But you see, it's a game to me, because I need everything in my life to be entertaining and challenging. Otherwise, I'll end up like your healing god, letting his heart stop because he couldn't heal a mortal." He trailed off and continued, all right, I won't mention it again. Wipe your tears, Yolande." Chapter 10. Ivy didn't mind taking responsibility, but not to this extent. Not with such a heavy burden weighing on her shoulders. As they made their way through the thick forest, she could feel Kieran's strength fading away into thin air. Even with herself and Killian flanking his sides and providing support, Siren could hardly walk. Killian, using his wolf senses, scanned their surroundings for any signs of danger. "We need to find a spot to settle him down. He won't last much longer like this." Siren attempted a weak joke. "I always knew I wouldn't make a good damsel in distress. Next time, take the healing magic offered by a god before calling me, Kiran. What if I can't fix this?" "You always do, Ivy. You're the only one I trust. I only mentioned it because I believe the god may have already cast some magic on me. It could affect your abilities." Kiran winced as they carefully navigated down a large boulder. Killian led them to a secluded clearing, surrounded by ancient trees that offered shelter and privacy. Gently, they laid Kiran down on the forest floor, cushioned by a bed of leaves. Ivy kneeled beside him, her hands aglow with healing energy. "All right, let's get you patched up." As she channeled her magic, the soft luminescence enveloped Kiran, seeping into his body. The healing energies flowed, a visible stream of light that sought to mend and rejuvenate. Killian kept watch, his senses alert to any potential threats. The forest was still, yet he remained vigilant. Ivy's focus was intense as she poured her energy into the healing spell. Kiran's condition was precarious, and the magic required her utmost concentration. Gradually, Kiran's breathing stabilized, and some color returned to his cheeks. Ivy withdrew her hands, the glow fading, her own energy visibly diminished from the effort. "That should hold you for now," she said, breathing heavily from the exertion. Siren opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "Thanks, Ivy. You're a lifesaver." Killian stepped closer, a relieved expression on his face. Good to have you back, Kieran. But let's avoid any more close calls, all right? Kieran's smile faltered as he tried to sit up, his strength failing him again. I might have celebrated too soon, he murmured, his body slumping back down. Ivy's concern returned in full force. His condition is fluctuating. The healing helped, but it's not a permanent fix. He needs more than what I can give here. As they deliberated their next course of action, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. Samba, the mischievous cat who always seemed to be in the thick of things, sauntered into the clearing with a confident flick of his tail. He approached Garen and rubbed against him, showing his feline support. Kieran managed to pet Samba before asking, "Do you have any good news, Samba?" In response, Samba glanced at Killian, flicked his tail again, and then walked away. "I think he found something," Killian said while following the cat. He soon returned with news. Samba discovered a hunting lodge nearby. It would be wise for Kieran to have some shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Killian lifted Kieran onto his shoulder. Siren weakly protested, "I'm not a sack of potatoes, you know." Killian snorted. "You're right. You're much less sturdy. Now be quiet and let me handle the heavy lifting." Ivy trailed behind, keeping watch as they made their way towards the shelter. As they entered the abandoned cabin, Ivy's senses were on high alert. She knew they needed more than just a roof over their heads to survive the night. They needed protection. Stepping back outside, she closed her eyes and drew upon her magic, whispering ancient incantations under her breath. With a wave of her hand, a translucent barrier of energy surrounded the cabin, shimmering in the moonlight. Satisfied with her work, she re-entered the cabin and settled in for the night, confident that her magic would keep them safe until morning. As Ivy closed the door to the cabin, she was suddenly jolted by a loud noise that pierced through the peaceful forest. A massive wild hog, driven by the scent of human flesh, charged towards their makeshift shelter with reckless abandon. Despite her powerful protective spell, Ivy's magic seemed to have no effect on this creature. Killian, struggling to start a fire in the corner, couldn't help but taunt, "Looks like your precious magic has a blind spot for these beasts, Ivy." A fierce scowl crossed her face as she retorted, "Well, my teeth will do just fine then." Taking a deep breath, Ivy tapped into a deeper and darker power within her. In an instant, she flashed her demon form. The wild hog skidded to a stop in front of her, paralyzed with fear at the sight of this terrifying entity before it. With a guttural growl that reverberated through the forest and sent chills down everyone's spine, Ivy made it clear that she was not someone to be trifled with. The hog quickly realized its mistake and turned tail, fleeing into the safety of the woods. Returning back to her human form with a smirk on her face, Ivy's eyes glinted mischievously. "Well, that's one way to handle pest control." Kieran, now leaning against the wall with amusement evident on his face. Meanwhile, Samba remained unfazed by the chaos and simply curled up next to Kieran, purring contentedly. In the dimly lit interior of the shelter, Ivy rifled through her small satchel, her fingers deftly searching for the herbs and natural ingredients she needed. The moonlight streaming through the cracks in the wooden structure cast a soft glow on her work. Ciaran lay on a makeshift bed of leaves and branches, his breathing shallow but steady, Samba curled up protectively by his side. "I've got a potion in mind," Ivy murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "Learned it from an old healer back home. It should help bolster the healing magic and speed up the recovery." With practiced ease, Ivy began to compound the potion. She crushed herbs with a small mortar and pestle, the scent of lavender and chamomile filling the air. Adding a few drops of a liquid that shimmered under the moonlight, she stirred the concoction until it turned a deep shade of green. Killian watched her work. "You sure about this?" he asked, his voice low. Ivy nodded confidently. "Positive. It's all natural. Should help him get his strength back." She approached Kieran, the potion in hand. "All right, Kieran, time for some herbal magic. This should do the trick." Kieran, barely able to keep his eyes open, nodded weakly. Trusting Ivy implicitly, he took the potion and drank it in one slow gulp. For a moment, there was silence, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. Suddenly, Kieran's body began to convulse, his face contorting in distress. His eyes rolled back, and he slumped back, unconscious. Ivy's heart leapt into her throat. "Kieran!" she exclaimed. She dropped the empty vial and rushed to his side, her hands hovering over him, trying to sense what had gone wrong. Killian was at her side in an instant. "What's happening, Ivy? What did that potion do?" "I don't know," she admitted. "This shouldn't be happening. The ingredients were correct. Unless—" She trailed off, her mind grappling with the possibility that Kieran's unique physiology, perhaps altered by his exposure to divine powers, might have reacted adversely to the potion. "Stay with me, Kieran," she pleaded, her hands glowing once again as she attempted to stabilize him. But the magic that flowed from her fingers seemed to have little effect. Killian watched helplessly, his alpha instincts urging him to protect, yet unsure how to combat this unseen enemy. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked, his voice laced with frustration. Ivy shook her head, her focus entirely on Kieran. "Just give me a moment. I need to think." The shelter, once a haven, now felt like a cage. The silence around them broken only by Kieran's labored breathing and the distant howl of a wolf. Ivy's heart raced as she watched Kieran struggle for breath. She could feel her own pulse pounding in her ears, and the tension in the air was suffocating. Just outside the lodge, a shadowy figure appeared, causing Ivy to tense up even more. Was this woman a friend or foe? She looked like a goddess, but there was something about her that made Ivy question her intentions. Killian's eyes widened in alarm as he caught sight of the mysterious woman. Without hesitation, they both darted outside to confront her. "Who are you?" Killian demanded. "My name is Yolanda. I'm here to help Kieran." "He didn't mention anything about you," she said. "How can we know if we can trust you?" Yolanda explained with urgency. "He's exhausted all his energy trying to transport you here from another realm using my runestone. That's why your healing magic didn't work." Killian replied skeptically, "That's a convenient explanation, Lady Yolande. Can you provide any solid evidence?" "It's the only logical reason, and we don't have time to argue. Kieran needs help urgently, and he's invaluable to us. We need to make the right decision." Killian's tone lowered. "We are not going to risk helping ourselves and putting him in danger of being captured by creatures who want our family blood. It's a dangerous game, and we won't play along." Before Yolanda could respond, a Celtic dog appeared next to her. "I can't believe it. That's Fionn, Malcolm's dog," Ivy whispered in disbelief. "We prefer to handle our own affairs within the family, so please leave us be," Killian stated firmly. "If Kieran dies, it will be on your conscience," Yolande warned. "Please leave before I show you my true colors," Ivy added calmly, but with an underlying threat. With a nod goodbye, Yolanda turned to leave, the dog following closely behind. Back inside the shelter, Kieran's condition hadn't improved, and Ivy felt the weight of their limited options pressing down on her. She glanced at Killian, her decision teetering on the edge of desperation. "I'm considering calling Celine. She's a goddess, and this place. It's part of the upper realms. If there's any chance she can help Kieran." Killian shook his head. "Remember our past dealings with her, Ivy? They've never ended well. We need to be cautious. Summoning a goddess, especially Celine, comes with its own set of dangers. Killian, I know the risks, but look at him." She gestured towards Kieran. "He's getting worse. If Celine's power can save him, isn't it worth the risk? We might not get another chance." Killian watched Kieran. "If we do this, we need to be prepared for whatever comes next. Celine is unpredictable, and her involvement could complicate things further." Ivy stopped pacing. "I'm aware. But right now, Kieran's life is hanging by a thread. We can't just stand by and watch him slip away." With a heavy heart, Ivy prepared herself mentally for the task ahead. Calling upon a goddess like Selene was a gamble, but it was one she was willing to take for Kieran's sake. Chapter 11. I called her before. This shouldn't be different, Killian, Ivy said while feeling a knot in her stomach. Her hands trembling slightly, gathered the necessary components for the summoning. Killian gently kissed her cheek, feeling the deep spiritual connection between them. He could see right through her, noticing how she lacked confidence in that moment. Be careful, Ivy. We don't know how Selena will react, especially in her own domain. Drawing a deep breath, Ivy began the incantation. Her words, simple yet laced with power, echoed through the clearing, reaching out into the realms beyond. The air shimmered, and a portal flickered into existence, a gateway calling upon the goddess. The atmosphere shifted as Selene materialized before them. The goddess, usually a picture of enigmatic poise, appeared visibly unsettled, her usual calm demeanor replaced by an aura of disquiet. "Selene," Ivy began, her voice steady despite the turmoil within, "we need your help. Kieran is dying and we're lost in this upper realm. You're our only hope." Selene's gaze was distant, her usual eloquence replaced by a terse, almost fearful tone. "I cannot help you. Not here. Not with this." "You can't or you won't. After all, this is your own backyard," Ivy asked. Killian stepped forward. "Selene, we wouldn't ask if it wasn't dire. Kieran's life is at stake, and we're stranded in your realm." Selene's eyes flickered with an emotion that was hard to place, a mix of fear and reluctance. "This realm, my backyard as you call it, is no place for such dealings. The risks are too great, the consequences." Ivy's confusion was evident. "But you're a goddess. Can't you just—" Selene cut her off, her voice intense and forceful. "You don't understand the delicate balance at play here. My involvement could unravel threads that are better left untouched. I cannot take that risk. Not for him. Not for anyone. Not again." The goddess turned away, her figure starting to fade. "Find another way. I cannot assist you in this matter." As Selene began to vanish, Ivy's eyes caught a glimpse of a delicate flower entwined in her hair. It was a brief flash, but it triggered a memory, a connection to the man they had encountered in the ancient Celtic world, Malcolm, with his distinctive blue dragon tattoo. "Wait, Selene," Ivy called out, a spark of realization in her voice. "Malcolm, the man with the blue dragon tattoo. We met him. He—" Selene's fading halted, her form solidifying once again. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of emotion crossing her face. "What do you know of Malcolm?" Ivy stepped toward Selene. "He's dead because of you, Selene. He sacrificed himself to protect the one he loved, something even a goddess like yourself should understand. And what did you do? Nothing but sit on your throne and watch as another life was lost. Why don't you have some compassion for once in your immortal existence?" It was a risky move based on pure speculation, but at that moment, Ivy had no other choice. Selene's expression shifted from annoyance to turbulent rage. "You dare to speak of things you do not understand," she hissed, her usual poise giving way to visible anger. "The affairs of gods and mortals are not for you to meddle in." Killian stepped in. "But we can help you, Selene. The LeBlancs have connections, resources. If you help Kieran, help us get out of this realm. We can help you find what you need in the LeBlancs." "Your offers are meaningless, Killian. You cannot comprehend the complexities of my existence, the bonds that tie me. My affairs are not yours to barter with." Selene's gaze shifted between Ivy and Killian, a storm of emotions playing out in her eyes. "Your desperation does not dictate my actions. The death of Malcolm, whatever ties you believe it holds to me, changes nothing. My refusal stands." With those final words, Selene's form began to fade once more. "That's such a screw-up," Ivy shook her head and muttered under her breath. As Celine began to dissipate, Ivy's mind raced with an idea, a last-ditch effort sparked by a memory. She recalled a small device Nina gave her, a tracking bug designed for the most discreet of situations. It was a tiny speck of technology, almost invisible to the naked eye, yet powerful in its purpose. Ivy reached into her pocket, her fingers closing around the minuscule device. As Celine spoke, Ivy feigned a step forward, an apologetic gesture to show her conceding to Celine's refusal. "I get it, Celine. We won't push you. I just wanted to mention it since we're family and all. I don't want any tension between us, especially since we're new to this place." Celine, her attention briefly caught by Ivy's words, paused in her vanishing. It was the moment Ivy needed. With a swift, fluid motion that appeared as nothing more than an innocuous movement, she placed the bug on the hem of Celine's garment. It adhered instantly, undetected, its presence masked by its diminutive size and Ivy's natural sleight of hand. Celine gave a final nod of dismissal. "Remember your place, Ivy. The affairs of gods are not yours to influence." With these parting words, she vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Ivy let out a quiet breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. In the shadowy realm of his subconscious, Kieran found himself standing in an environment that was both surreal and imposing. He was in a vast hall, its architecture grand and ancient, with towering columns that seemed to support the very sky. The air was charged with a palpable sense of power, and at the center of this majestic hall stood a figure of awe-inspiring presence: the Master. The Master, a god of radical power and charismatic authority, gazed at Kieran with an intensity that felt as if it could unravel the secrets of his soul. "Kieran LeBlanc," his voice echoed off the walls. "It seems we meet again, albeit under less than ideal circumstances." "So you just barged into my subconscious? Well, I've had more comfortable meetings, I'll admit. To what do I owe the pleasure?" The Master's eyes narrowed slightly. "You continue to refuse my help, Kieran, yet here you are, teetering on the brink of death. It's in my interest to keep you alive, given the power you've received." "So, what's the catch? You help me and I owe you a favor?" The god chuckled, a sound that resonated through the hall. "You're as cunning as they say. But no, this isn't about favors. It's about necessity. You're not in a position to ask, and I'm not in a mood to wait for pleasantries. I'm going to force my help upon you. And if I were conscious, I'd have the chance to refuse, right? Seems a bit underhanded, even for a god." The Master stepped closer, his presence overwhelming yet strangely reassuring. "Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but you're unconscious, which gives me a certain liberty. Consider this a forced act of benevolence." Kieran, realizing the futility of arguing, sighed. "Never thought I'd be at the mercy of a god's benevolence. Just do what you have to do." The Master extended a hand, and a surge of energy flowed from him to Kieran. It was a powerful, raw force that filled Kieran, knitting together the frayed edges of his life force. "Remember, Kieran, the power you wield is tied to me. Your survival is in both our interests," the Master stated, his voice carrying a finality that brooked no argument. As the energy enveloped him, Kieran felt a resurgence of strength, a lifeline pulling him back from the edge. The hall around him began to fade, the Master's figure becoming a silhouette against the diminishing light. Kieran's last thought before slipping back into consciousness was a mix of gratitude and wariness. He had been saved by a god, but at what cost? As he lay in the shelter, Kieran felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through his body. The god's intervention had renewed him. Upon opening his eyes, Ivy and Killian were by his side, their worried expressions quickly replaced with joy upon seeing him awake. Ivy gently placed her hand over his body, checking for any injuries. Kieran sat up, his mind now clear but still filled with vivid memories of his encounter. "Welcome back," Killian said. "What happened to you?" Ivy asked. "Do you remember how close you were to, you know?" Kieran chuckled. "It's not every day you get to flirt with death. I'd say we almost hit it off." "You remember anything from wherever you were?" Killian asked. Siren nodded. "I had a chat with a god, believe it or not, but I couldn't tell which one." "The conversation. Did it give any hints about the kind of power you have?" Killian asked. Siren considered for a moment. "He mentioned the power I've received is tied to him. Thunderbolt, you reckon?" "That's our best guess," Killian replied. "Your episodes, they've always been associated with storms, lightning." Kieran's mind raced as he pieced together the clues. So, if we're talking about a god of thunder and sky, could it be... He paused, then said the name aloud. "Zeus?" As soon as the name escaped his lips, a strange energy filled the room. A candle on a nearby table flickered violently and then exploded, sending Samba leaping away with a startled yowl. Ivy jumped, her eyes wide. "Well, that's one way to confirm a theory." Kieran looked around, a wry smile on his face. "Seems like we're on the right track. Or we've just seriously offended a Greek god." Killian's expression was serious, though. "This is no joking matter, Kieran. If Zeus is involved in this, we're dealing with forces way beyond our understanding." As Kieran pondered his ethereal meeting, he tried to paint a vivid picture for Ivy and Killian. The guy had this, I don't know, a commander vibe, like a Roman centurion or maybe Babylonian. He had this cloak, but it looked like he put it on inside out. And get this, there was this symbol on it, but it was upside down. I thought it was a tree at first, but maybe it was a weird lightning bolt? It's like he got dressed in the dark. Killian chuckled. "Sounds more like a fashion disaster than a god." Ivy laughed softly. "Maybe he's a god with a quirky sense of style?" Kieran shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe the gods have their own divine fashion trends. But no, I don't think he's Zeus," Kieran concluded, glancing at the remnants of the exploded candle. "Sorry about the scare, Samba. We're dealing with a god of unknown fashion sense and possibly poor eyesight." Killian shook his head. "Well, he could be from any number of mythologies with that description. Celtic, Norse, who knows? The upside-down symbol throws it off." "Maybe the upside-down symbol is a clue, but we're reading it all wrong," Ivy said. Chapter 12. 1980s. As they followed Desmond through the dense underbrush, Nina and Damien were enveloped by the cool night. Their steps were nearly silent against the forest floor, as if the trees themselves were muffling their movements. The moon cast an eerie light, painting a mysterious tapestry of shadows among the trees. "Just to clarify, Nina," Damien spoke up, "you're saying we've been sent on a mission to gather information from the past?" "Yes," replied Nina, "like spy cameras. But this is way cooler. Our sender has combined time travel, interdimensional travel, and who knows what else. It's a game played on a multiversal scale." "I'm not sure how I feel about this," muttered Damien. "We don't have time to feel anything right now, Damien. Think about it like we're in a live-action spy thriller minus the cool gadgets. Well, except for my phone." Damien kept his eyes on Desmond. "Let's stay on track. Remember, we can't afford to be seen." They crouched behind a cluster of bushes, keeping a safe distance as Desmond emerged from the shadows, meeting with a tall figure wearing a dark top. The figure's camo pants blended into the surrounding forest, while their sturdy hunting boots left deep imprints in the soft earth. Even from their hiding spot, the two onlookers could feel the palpable tension and importance of this secret rendezvous. Nina squinted, trying to get a better look at the mysterious figure. "Hey, check out the tattoo on his arm. Doesn't that look familiar?" Damien nodded, his expression turning grim. "Yeah, it looks like the one Viv had, the one from her druid clan." The conversation between Desmond and the druid was hushed but intense. "Desmond's handing him something. Looks like a mission briefing," Nina muttered. Damien lowered his voice. "This doesn't bode well. If that druid is anything like the ones Viv mentioned, their suspicions were confirmed when they overheard parts of the conversation. Desmond's voice carried through the night. The pack meeting. It must look like an accident. No traces leading back to us. He's planning an attack on a pack meeting? That's monstrous, Nina exclaimed. Damien's fists clenched as if he barely contained a growl in his throat. We need to warn them, but how? We can't just barge into a pack meeting in the past. Nina bit her lip, thinking rapidly. There's got to be a way to alert them without causing a paradox. Maybe a warning note? Something anonymous? It's risky, but it might be our only shot. We write the note, leave it somewhere they'll find it, and hope for the best. Nina nodded in agreement. Okay, Operation Save the Pack is a go. Let's draft a convincing note. Damien shook his head, shooting down her idea. Sorry, but interfering is not an option for us, Nina. You said so yourself. We're here to observe, not intervene. Despite this, Nina persisted. But we can't just stand by and do nothing. Damien firmly reminded her of their purpose. We have to. Our mission is simply to gather crucial information about the past without altering its course or affecting our current future. Reflecting on his words, Nina relented. You're right, Damien. Thanks for grounding me. Let's continue watching. Nina and Damien carefully picked their way back to the spot near the grand buildings where the Kinniton pack often held their meetings. As they walked, Nine couldn't help but take notice of just how vast and impressive the pack's real estate holdings were. Her scientist mind had never given much thought to the value of land and financial wealth in terms of a pack's power and influence, but now she could see it clearly. The elegant architecture and well-manicured grounds spoke of wealth and prestige, adding weight to the already formidable reputation of the Kinniton pack. Damien's finger shot out, pointing toward the entrance of the building. Patrick's coming. Crouched down and hidden behind a nearby bush, they watched intently as Patrick approached, his steps quick and purposeful. As he reached the turn into the building, he abruptly stopped, his gaze fixated on a piece of paper resting at the base of a small garden lamp. A message, Nina whispered, her brow furrowed in confusion. Patrick's hand reached out and grasped the note, his eyes scanning over its contents. His expression shifted from one of bewilderment to one of concern. Seems like someone is warning him about the attack, Damien spoke up. It all makes sense now, Nina nodded in agreement. If Desmond had promised to take care of Aiden and set a trap at the meeting, he would have warned Patrick to stay away. That's why he's walking in the opposite direction now. They examined the gardening lamp where Patrick had received the note. Do you think whoever's spying on the pack right now in our time is still using this primitive technique? Damien asked. That's just your deputy alpha wolf talking, Damien. The answer is no. They would use bugs and spying devices. Aiden appeared behind them. Can I help you? He asked. Shit! Nina cursed under her breath. Who are you and what business do you have here? Aiden's voice was a low growl, resonating with power. Damien stepped forward, his posture respectful yet confident. We're just passing through, Alpha Aiden. We mean no harm or interference. Nina nodded in agreement. We're researchers, she added quickly, her voice barely above a whisper, studying urban architecture. Nothing to do with pack matters. Aiden's eyes narrowed, suspicion evident in his stance. Researchers? At this hour, near a pack meeting? His tone held a note of disbelief. Damien's eyes flicked to Nina briefly, a silent message passing between them. Yes, Alpha, it's a special project. Very time-sensitive, Damien said, his voice steady. Nina's mind raced as she searched for something to add, something that wouldn't reveal their true purpose or their knowledge of the impending attack. We'll be on our way soon. We don't want to disturb your gathering. There was a tense silence, filled only by the distant hum of the city. Aiden studied them for a moment longer, his gaze piercing. Then slowly he nodded. See that you do not interfere. The pack does not take kindly to outsiders. With a final lingering look, Aiden turned and disappeared back into the building. Damien glanced at her. "That was close," he murmured. Nina nodded, her heart still pounding. "Too close, but we did it. We didn't change anything." As they turned away from the building, other pack members arrived, their voices rising in heated conversation as they entered the meeting. A younger pack member complained loudly about the sudden and inconvenient timing of the meeting, ranting about how he had missed a highly anticipated show in town that he had bought tickets for a year in advance. Nina and Damien continued walking, but their senses were on high alert as they noticed men in camo pants lurking around and strategically blocking exits of the building. Damien's expression hardened with determination as he whispered, "With this plan, no one will survive." Nina's heart raced as she watched helplessly, knowing she could only observe. "The date, Damien. The date. What about it?" The concert the man mentioned was 5 years before Killian's 5th birthday. She frantically searched her phone's database. Yes, Aiden died on Killian's 5th birthday, so today couldn't be his 5th birthday. That means Aiden can't die today. "But we can't get him out of this building. It's a death trap," Damien pointed out. "So something must have changed, and we need to fix it, Damien." They slipped into the building, unseen amidst the arriving pack members. Inside, the atmosphere was one of camaraderie and unawareness of the lurking danger. Nina scanned the room, her mind racing. "We need a distraction, something to get these people out safely." Without waiting for a response, Damien moved towards the smoke alarm, his movements swift and silent. With a quick, precise action, he broke the device, triggering the evacuation alert. The piercing sound of the alarm cut through the chatter, sending a wave of confusion and urgency through the crowd. "Fire alarm! Everyone out!" Damien shouted, blending his voice with the growing commotion. Then they unlocked the main exit door. As the pack members hurried towards the exit, Nina and Damien made their way to the car park. There they confronted the mercenary. Towering and imposing, even in his human form, he was a formidable adversary. Damien's expression hardened. "Stay back, Nina. This guy's no ordinary thug." Before Nina could protest, Damien shifted into his wolf form, a magnificent and powerful sight. His fur bristled, and a low growl echoed in the night. The mercenary, unfazed, stepped forward, his movements betraying a supernatural strength. The two clashed, a whirlwind of snarls and brute force, the mercenary's size giving him an advantage over Damien's agility. Nina watched, her heart pounding, torn between the urge to help and the knowledge that her intervention could escalate the danger. "Damien, be careful!" she yelled. The fight was intense, a dance of power and survival under the moonlit sky. Damien's wolf form dodged and weaved, his attacks precise and calculated. The mercenary, however, matched him, blow for blow, his own strength a dangerous counter to Damien's speed. Nina, feeling helpless, looked around for anything that could turn the tide. Spotting a piece of broken metal, she picked it up, her grip firm. The clash between Damien and the mercenary reached a fever pitch, the outcome hanging in the balance. Nina knew she had to act to tip the scales in Damien's favor, even if it meant stepping into the fray herself. With a determined cry, Nina lunged forward, brandishing the metal. The mercenary, caught off guard, faltered for a moment, giving Damien the opening he needed. In a flurry of movement, Damien overpowered the mercenary, pinning him to the ground. The threat neutralized, Damien shifted back to his human form, breathing heavily. Nina rushed to his side, relief and admiration in her eyes. "That was incredible, Damien. You saved them." Damien, looking at the subdued mercenary, replied, "We did it together, Nina. Now let's find out what this guy knows. But we need to fix you first, Damien." Damien looked down at Nina in confusion. "Fix me? You tore your clothes when you shifted. Now you're naked like a baby." Chapter 13. The shelter, nestled in the dense forest, was alive with the hum of strategy and planning. Kieran, now back on his feet and feeling as sharp as ever, paced the small space with a focused energy. Ivy and Killian watched him, aware of the ticking clock in their quest to return to Earth. Siren stopped, turning to face them. "All right, let's talk strategy. We need a solid plan to get back home. But first, I need to know everything about Eoland and your encounter with her while I was indisposed." Ivy shifted uncomfortably. "Honestly, I'm not sure about her. She seems helpful, but there's something she's not telling us." Killian nodded in agreement. "She's more than she lets on, that much is clear. There's a depth to her, a kind of power she's holding back." Kieran's lips curled into a half smile. "I can trust her. She's been in the game for a long time, knows more than she shows. But the reason I ran wasn't just the attack. It's her reliance on the Master for power. That's my concern." He began pacing again, his steps measured. "Eolanda alone can't protect me, especially not from the forces we're up against. And this Master, I don't trust a man who won't show his face to me when I'm conscious." Ivy looked at Kieran. "So, what's our move? We can't just wait here, hoping for a miracle." Kieran stopped, his gaze firm. "We take control of our fate. We need to understand this realm, find its weaknesses, and for that we need information. Anything Eoland or this Master can provide." Killian crossed his arms, considering Siren's words. "It's risky. If Eolande is beholden to this Master, anything we learn from her could be a trap." Kieran's eyes gleamed with a cunning light. "Which is why we play a game of our own. We get the information, but we stay one step ahead, assume it's a trap, and turn it to our advantage. A game of chess with gods and wolves. Not exactly what I signed up for, but I'm in." Ivy trailed off as she felt that the air was suddenly pierced by a faint yet distinct vibration. Ivy reached into her bag, pulling out her tarot card deck, a wry smile on her face. "At least some things remain consistent even in this realm," she said. She fanned the cards out, her fingers pausing on one that seemed to pulsate with an energy of its own. Drawing it, she flipped it over, revealing the image of a labyrinth with multiple paths leading to a dead end at the center. The card was the Maze of Mirrors, symbolic of false resolutions and unexpected turns ahead. "This card," Ivy explained, "represents deception, the illusion of a clear path that ultimately leads nowhere, and a warning of unforeseen changes in our journey." Before they could delve deeper into the card's meaning, the sound of approaching footsteps disrupted the air. Killian's instincts kicked in, his posture shifting into a protective stance, ready to defend against any threat. Kieran held up a hand. "Let me handle this. I can talk our way out of most situations, but be ready, just in case." The trees around the clearing parted to reveal a group of guards from the High Court, their armor gleaming under the moonlight. The leader, a towering figure with an air of authority, stepped forward. "You, Karen LeBlanc, are under Eolanda's oak protection," he announced. "You are invited to the court to answer questions. Your presence is requested, not compelled." Relief flickered in Karen's eyes, but it was short-lived. The guard's gaze shifted to Ivy, his expression hardening. "However, you, Ivy, are under arrest. No demon is permitted in the realm of the God's High Court." Ivy's expression turned from surprise to defiance. "Arrest? On what grounds? I haven't broken any laws in your realm." Kieran stepped forward, his tone diplomatic yet firm. "There must be some misunderstanding. Ivy is with us, part of our team. She poses no threat to your court." The guard remained unmoved, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "The laws are clear. No demon shall tread on sacred ground. She will be taken into custody." Killian's growl was low but audible, a warning of the barely restrained power within him. "You'll have to go through me to get to her." The guard's eyes narrowed. "I would advise against any rash actions. The High Court does not take kindly to resistance." Ivy, sensing the escalating tension, stepped back, her mind racing for a solution. "Let's not turn this into a fight. There's got to be another way to resolve this. Kieran, weighing their options, nodded. We'll go with you to the court. We can sort this out there. But I assure you, Ivy is essential to our mission. Her arrest would be counterproductive. The guard considered Kieran's words, then gave a curt nod. Very well, but she will be closely watched. Any sign of foul play, and the consequences will be severe. As the guards escorted them from the clearing, the trio exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing between them. They were walking into the lion's den, but together they had a fighting chance. Kieran's eyes narrowed as he considered their predicament. Going to the court is not in our favor. Once we're inside, we're at their mercy, and that's a disadvantage we can't afford. Killian nodded in agreement. We need another card to play, something that shifts the balance in our favor. Kieran glanced at Ivy. Summoning your father. The Demon King Samuel might be our best shot. His stature should command respect, even in the upper realm. Ivy's eyes darted back and forth, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on her. Summoning the Demon King here was a risky move, but it might be their only option to save their kingdom. Ivy took a deep breath and began the summoning ritual, her hands trembling slightly as she traced ancient symbols in the air. Her words, whispered in an ancient dialect, seemed to vibrate with power, resonating with the energy of the realm. The air crackled and hummed as she spoke, the very fabric of reality seeming to shift and bend around them. And then, without warning, the air around them shimmered and twisted, like heat rising from sun-baked pavement. And there he stood, Samuel, the Demon King. His presence was commanding and intimidating, an aura of raw power and authority emanating from him. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as he surveyed the humans before him, his features both alluring and terrifying at the same time. Samuel's gaze instantly fell on the guards. Who dares to arrest my daughter? They have signed their death warrant. Ivy stepped forward, her voice urgent. Father, please, this is the upper realm. We can't just start a war here. We need to be diplomatic. Samuel turned to her and smiled. It's nice to hear you call me father, Ivy. His expression grew serious. They threatened you, Ivy. I won't hesitate to reap a few souls in the upper realm if needed. I know, but we're trying to get back to Earth, and a fight here won't help. We need your presence to negotiate, not to fight. Samuel's eyes softened slightly, but his stance remained formidable. Very well, I shall not spill blood today, but let it be known any harm to my daughter, and I shall forget the boundaries of realms. Kieran and Killian exchanged glances. With the Demon King at their side, they had a powerful ally, but also a volatile element in an already unstable situation. The guards, taken aback by Samuel's sudden appearance, hesitated, their disciplined formation faltering under his intimidating gaze. Kieran stepped forward. We propose a parley at the court. Samuel's presence here changes the dynamics. Let's resolve this without any further escalation. The lead guard, after a moment of indecision, gave a reluctant nod. Agreed. We will escort you to the court for a parley. But be warned. Any aggression will not be tolerated. As they began their journey to the court, the tension in the air was palpable. Ivy walked beside her father, her relief at his support tempered by the uncertainty of the outcome. Killian and Kieran followed, their minds alert for any sign of treachery. The forest seemed to watch them pass, its ancient trees silent, witnesses to the unfolding drama. With the Demon King at their side, Siren, Ivy, and Killian approached the High Court, ready to face whatever awaited them in the heart of the God's domain. In the grand chamber of the High Court, the air was thick with tension, the presence of the Demon King Samuel creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation and apprehension. Lord Alar, presiding over the court, faced Samuel with a demeanor that matched the Demon King's power and authority. Ivy stood accused, her demon heritage marking her as an intruder in the god's palace. Lord Alar's voice resonated throughout the chamber. The presence of a demon in this sacred place is a violation of our ancient laws. Siren, with his usual strategic acumen, stepped forward. Ivy's presence here is on me. I pulled her and Killian over from the Celtic world. They've done nothing wrong on their own accord. Lord Alar fixed his penetrating gaze on Kieran. And how, Mr. LeBlanc, did you manage to pull two individuals from another realm into this one? Kieran sensed the trap being set before him, admitting to using his power would implicate him, while suggesting the use of Aolanda's runestone would draw her into the fray. Samuel's voice, deep and commanding, broke the silence. This line of questioning is irrelevant. The issue here is the unjust treatment of my daughter. Lord Alar, undeterred, continued. The nature of Kieran LeBlanc's abilities is of great interest to this court. Answer the question, Mr. LeBlanc. How did you transport these individuals? Kieran weighed his words carefully, aware of the high stakes. The truth is... He paused, the chamber hanging on his every word. Lord Alar leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Yes, Mr. LeBlanc. The truth is what? Kieran's gaze shifted across the room, landing on Aoland, who watched the proceedings with a guarded expression. He took a deep breath. The next words he would utter could change everything. But before he could speak, a sudden commotion at the back of the chamber interrupted the tense standoff. All eyes turned towards the disturbance, the guards moving to address the unexpected interruption. In that moment of chaos, Siren exchanged a quick, significant glance with Ivy and Killian. The disturbance, whatever it was, had bought them a moment, a sliver of time in which they could recalibrate their strategy. Lord Alar, his attention momentarily diverted, signaled for order. Attend to that disturbance immediately. This court demands silence. As the guards rushed to quell the commotion, Siren leaned in to whisper to Ivy and Killian. We need to use this to our advantage. Whatever's happening, it's our chance to turn the tables. The chamber buzzed with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, the unexpected turn of events throwing a wrench into the carefully orchestrated court proceedings. Chapter 14. Ancient Times. The moon hung low, a luminous orb casting ethereal light across the sprawling gardens of Selene's celestial abode. Amid the silvered flora, Selene stood, her gaze fixed on the earthly path that wound its way to her secret haven. The goddess, cloaked in a gown that shimmered like starlight, exuded an air of both anticipation and solemnity. Malcolm, her chief of household, approached with the careful tread of one accustomed to the sacred silence of divinity. His blue dragon tattoo, a symbol of his allegiance to her, seemed to pulse with a life of its own under the moonlight. "You're certain about this, my lady?" Malcolm's voice was a gentle rumble, tinged with concern. Selena turned. "I've never been more certain of anything, Malcolm. But to abandon your divinity, to live as a mortal." He trailed off, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. She reached out, touched lightly on his arm. "Sometimes the greatest power lies in choosing to let go. Alexandria, he has shown me a different kind of strength." Malcolm nodded, though his eyes betrayed his worry. "And what of the others? The Pantheon will not understand." "Let them not," Selene replied, a wistful smile curving her lips. "My path now lies with him, in his world." He hesitated, then handed her a small, ornate chest. "Your personal effects, as you requested." She opened the chest, revealing an assortment of items, a fragment of moon rock, a vial of starlight, and other relics of her divine life. Each item was a memory, a piece of her eternal existence. She closed the lid with a soft click, a symbolic gesture of closing a chapter of her infinite life. "Thank you, Malcolm," Selene said, her voice soft yet firm. "You have been more than a servant. You have been a friend." Malcolm bowed, his loyalty unwavering. "And you, my lady, have been more than a goddess. You've been a beacon of light in my life." As they shared a final lingering look, the garden around them seemed to hold its breath, the air charged with the gravity of her decision. "Promise me you'll find your own path, Malcolm, your own light," Celine implored. "I promise, my lady." Malcolm's voice was steady, but his eyes glistened. "And you be happy with your mortal. Farewell, Celine. May the stars guide your new journey." Selena turned away, her heart heavy yet hopeful, and began her descent down the path that led to Alexandre. As Selena waited in the moonlit garden, her eyes were drawn to the figure of Alexandre as he emerged from the shadows of the trees. His tall frame moved with an understated elegance, the kind that spoke of his noble upbringing. The moonlight played upon his dark hair, lending him an ethereal quality that seemed to bridge the gap between her divine world and his mortal one. As he drew closer, Selene could see the subtle tension in his shoulders, the hesitant steps that betrayed his usual confident stride. Alexandre, the nobleman who had always carried himself with an air of assurance, now seemed vulnerable, a man standing at the crossroads of his life. Despite the sadness that framed his arrival, Selene couldn't help but be moved by the sight of him. He had always been more than just his title or his charm. He was a man of depth and complexity, a soul that had somehow become intertwined with her own. "Celine," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, betraying a turmoil of emotions. "I've always cherished the moments we've shared, the secret world we've created here. But I've learned something that changes everything." Selene felt a knot tighten in her chest. The air around them grew heavy, laden with unspoken fears and uncertainties. She knew what was coming, yet every fiber of her being hoped she was wrong. "You're not like the others," Alexandre continued, his gaze searching hers. "There's something magical about you. Tell me, Selene, are you from the divine world?" Her heart pounded in her ears, a cacophony of dread and desperation. This was the moment of truth, the crossroads of their shared destiny. To lie would be to betray his trust, to tell the truth might shatter their world. "Alexandre," she began, "yes, I am from a world beyond this one, a world of magic and divinity." The words hung between them, a confession that felt like both a release and a burden. Alexandre's expression faltered, a mix of awe and disbelief crossing his features. "A goddess," he murmured, as if the word itself was a puzzle he couldn't solve. Selena stepped closer. "I never meant to deceive you. My feelings for you, they are as real as the earth beneath our feet. But why?" Alexandre's voice was a mix of pain and confusion. "Why choose to be here, with me, if you belong to the stars?" "Because I found something in you that I never knew existed," Selene replied, trying to keep her voice from breaking. "Love, Alexandre, a love so deep it transcends worlds, realms." He looked at her, his eyes searching for an anchor in the storm of revelations. "And now? What does this mean for us?" Selene reached out, her hand hesitating inches from his. "It means I choose this life, with you. I am willing to forsake my divinity, to be with you as a mortal." The garden, once a place of hidden joys, now echoed with the gravity of their conversation. Alexandre looked at her, his face a canvas of conflicting emotions, love, fear, and a deep-seated uncertainty about a future with a being from another realm. Selena's heart ached as she watched the struggle within him. She had laid bare her truth, and now the future of their love hung in the balance, a delicate thread in the hands of fate. The air between Selene and Alexandre was thick with unspoken words, a tension that seemed to resonate with the very heartbeat of the earth. As Alexandre halted before her, the distance between them was more than physical. It was a chasm of worlds, of destinies that clashed like opposing tides. "I have loved you, Celine, more than I ever thought possible," Alexandra began, his voice laced with a pain that cut deeper than any blade. "You've awakened in me a passion, a joy that I never knew existed." Celine's heart fluttered with a glimmer of hope. Her eyes locked onto his, searching for a sign, any sign that their love could transcend the barriers that stood between them. "But our worlds," Alexandra continued, his gaze dropping to the ground, "they are not just different. They are incompatible." "No," Celine whispered. "I can leave it all behind for you, for us." Alexandra shook his head, a gesture that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. "It's not just about us, Celine. There are others, my family, my people. Their lives, their futures, they depend on me. I will not risk their fate for my own heart's desire." Celine felt as if the ground beneath her was crumbling, each word from Alexandra a blow to the fragile edifice of her dreams. But love, our love, can it mean something? Can it change fate? "Love," Alexandre sighed, a sound filled with longing and regret. "It is the most powerful force, yet it is not enough to shield us from the consequences of our actions. The wrath of the gods, the lives of my people, the duty I bear. I cannot turn my back on them, even for you." His words were a storm, each one crashing against her heart with the force of inevitability. Selena's hands trembled at her sides, her nails digging into her palms, a physical manifestation of the turmoil that raged within her. "You speak of duty and consequences, but what of our hearts?" Celine's voice rose. "What of the love we have shared, the dreams we have woven?" "They will be my most precious memories," Alexandra said, his eyes meeting hers once more, a mirror of their shared agony. "But memories are all they can ever be." Celine's breath hitched in her throat, a sob caught between heartache and resignation. "Then this is goodbye?" Alexandra stepped forward, closing the distance between them for a fleeting moment. He gently cupped her face, a touch that spoke of 1,000 unspoken promises, of a love that could have been. "Goodbye, my goddess," he whispered, his lips grazing her forehead in a final tender kiss. As he stepped back, the finality of their parting hung in the air, an invisible barrier that no magic or mortal wish could ever breach. Celine watched him walk away, each step a further rending of her heart. The finality of Alexandra's departure ignited a fierce spark within Celine, a tempest of emotions that refused to be quelled. Her divine essence, usually so controlled and serene, now surged like a stormy sea. She stepped forward, her voice slicing through the night with a power that made the very air tremble. "Alexandra!" she called out, her voice echoing with a divine resonance that halted him in his tracks. He turned, his expression a mask of stoic resolve, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension at her tone. "You think you can simply walk away?" Celine's words were laced with an intensity that bordered on fury. "I have forsaken my place among the gods for you. My fall from grace will not be in vain." "Spare your threats, Celine," Alexandre replied, his voice steady but his body tensed for what might come. "My decision is made, for the sake of my people, my family." "Your decision?" Celine's laugh was bitter, a sound that seemed alien to the tranquil garden. "You forget, Alexandra, I am a goddess. My power, my wrath knows no bounds. You and your people will pay the price for this rejection. Sacrificing innocence for personal vendetta. Is that the way of the gods?" Alexandra challenged, his moral conviction shining through despite the danger he faced. Her eyes blazed with a fire that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. "I will bind my heart, my love to your very life, Alexandre. As long as you breathe, as long as your heart beats, you will be connected to me. Your life, the fate of your people, will hinge on this bond." Alexandra's jaw clenched, his stance unwavering in the face of her divine fury. "Do what you must, but know this, my love for you was true, but I will not be shackled by it, nor will I let my people suffer for it." With a gesture of her hand, Celine summoned the energies of the cosmos, the air crackling with power as she wove an ancient spell, her words a chant that resonated with the very fabric of existence. The garden seemed to hold its breath, the moon casting a solemn glow on the unfolding drama. As the final words left her lips, a visible thread of light spiraled from her heart, reaching out toward Alexandre, an ethereal chain that sought to bind him to her for eternity. Alexandre stood defiant, his eyes locked on hers, a silent testament to his resolve to protect his people at any cost. Chapter 15. The grand chamber of the High Court was deathly quiet, all eyes fixed on Lord Alar and the foreboding figure of Samuel, the Demon King. The tension in the air was palpable, a coiled spring just waiting to be released. Kieran glanced at Killian, confirming their plan that they had discussed during the recent uproar outside the court. Suddenly, Kieran saw a brief flash of Aolanda's image, a vision of her handling glowing stones. He didn't understand its significance, but he knew they needed to act immediately if they were going to escape the court alive. As part of their plan, Killian would have to use his spiritual connection with Ivy, a bond so strong that even the gods could not interfere. Killian turned and locked eyes with Ivy. In a split second, she crumpled to the ground with a loud thud that reverberated through the chamber, causing shock among those present. Samuel's reaction was immediate and explosive. Towering over Ivy, his formidable presence seemed to swell with fury. "What sorcery is this?" he bellowed, his voice a thunderous roar that resonated against the high walls. "Who dares harm my daughter in this court?" Lord Alar, ever the embodiment of calm authority, raised his hands in a placating gesture. "This is no doing of ours, Demon King. The High Court respects its guests, even those of unconventional nature." Killian crouched protectively over Ivy, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of threat. His posture was a clear warning. He was ready to fight, to defend at a moment's notice. Siren said, "Ivy's strong, not someone to fold under pressure. Something else is at play here." The court erupted into murmurs and whispers, a cacophony of speculation and fear. The guards, dressed in ornate armor, shifted uneasily, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, ready for any sign of aggression. Kieran turned to Killian and asked, "Are you certain about the bug Ivy has planted on Celine?" "That's Nina's bug. Of that much, I am sure. But it will be up to you to take the next step," replied Killian. Kieran nodded grimly. "I know that bug." He activated the tracking function on his wristwatch. "I've got it. Let's move." He then addressed the court. "Given the circumstances, we request a recess. The Demon King will protect and guard his daughter during this time. It is highly advised that you do not disturb them. As for us, we have a lead that could provide crucial information and answers to what you seek, but we must act quickly and efficiently." "What is this information?" inquired one of the council members. Kieran hesitated before shaking his head. "It is sensitive information. Before we confirm, I must warn that if we make the wrong decision, we could lose our connection." Samuel, still standing over Ivy with a fierce look in his eyes, turned his gaze to them. "Go, find your answers. I will watch over Ivy." Lord Alar spoke up. "Then go. Your temporary release is granted." Killian and Siren navigated the winding streets. The tracking device on Sieren's wristwatch, a beacon of modern technology in this celestial realm, displayed a moving dot, guiding them through the labyrinthine layout of the divine city. It was like a high-tech version of a Google map, each turn and twist accurately marked, leading them unerringly to their destination. As they approached the residence of the goddess of the moon, the scenery around them shifted from the ornate architecture of the city to a more ethereal landscape. The air itself seemed to shimmer with a subtle luminescence, the very atmosphere imbued with a sense of otherworldly grace. The residence was a marvel, a structure that defied ordinary architecture. Its walls glowed with a soft moon-like radiance, casting gentle shadows on the surrounding gardens. The gardens were a tapestry of silver and blue, with flowers that seemed to emit their own faint glow, swaying gently as if in time with some unseen melody. As they reached the entrance, a servant emerged, his attire as ethereal as the environment. His gaze was polite yet guarded as he addressed them. "May I help you, gentlemen?" "We're here to see Celine," Kieran stated. The servant bowed slightly, a hint of regret in his eyes. "I apologize, but the Lady Celine is not at home. May I relay a message?" Kieran exchanged a quick knowing glance with Killian. "No, that won't be necessary. We'll come back another time. Thank you." As they turned to leave, their steps were measured, but as soon as they were out of sight, their demeanor changed. They made their way to the garden fence, a structure of intricate design that seemed more decorative than defensive. "Ready?" Killian whispered, his senses alert. Kieran nodded, and with a swift, coordinated effort, they scaled the fence, their movements fluid and practiced. The landing on the other side was silent, a testament to their skill and experience. The garden was a realm of tranquility, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. They moved through it with caution, their eyes scanning for any sign of Celine or clues to her whereabouts. Kieran's voice was a low murmur. "Keep your eyes open. There's more to this place than meets the eye." Killian's response was a nod, his focus sharp. The rustle of leaves, the soft whisper of the wind, every little sound was amplified in his heightened state of awareness. As they ventured deeper into the garden, the air grew cooler, the atmosphere denser with a palpable sense of mystery. They were trespassers in a divine domain, and the thrill of the forbidden added an edge to their mission. As they crept through the enchanted garden, Killian's sharp senses were on high alert. Something about the arrangement of the plants, the way the moonlight danced off the water in a small fountain, struck a chord in his memory. He halted, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Kieran," Killian said, his voice barely above a whisper. I've seen this before. In the scrying glass back at Malcolm's place." Kieran turned. "The scrying glass?" "Yeah," Killian continued, the pieces falling into place in his mind. "It showed this garden. And there's more. When Ivy mentioned Malcolm's death to Celine, she was visibly upset. Malcolm. He self-terminated to protect a woman he loved." Kieran's eyes narrowed, connecting the dots. "You think Malcolm loved Celine? That he's here in some capacity?" "It adds up," Killian said, his gaze sweeping the garden. "He'd take a position where he could be close to her, yet out of reach, in a place like this." Without another word, they moved towards the house, their steps light yet swift. The building itself was a marvel of celestial architecture, its walls glowing softly, casting eerie shadows in the moonlit night. Reaching the side of the house, Killian tested a window, finding it surprisingly unlocked. With a deft movement, he eased it open, and they slipped inside, the darkness of the interior enveloping them. They found themselves in a hallway, its walls adorned with ethereal artwork, the air thick with a scent that was both intoxicating and soothing. Moving with purpose, they navigated the corridors, their ears tuned to any sound of movement. Kieran led the way, his instincts honed by years of cunning business dealings, now repurposed for this stealthy intrusion. His wristwatch, now dimmed to avoid drawing attention, was a silent sentinel on his wrist. Finally, they arrived at a door, grander than the others, adorned with motifs of the moon and stars. Killian nodded to Kieran, and with a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing the inner sanctum of the goddess, Selene's room. The room was a reflection of Selene herself, beautiful, mysterious, and ethereal. The walls were draped in silks that shimmered like moonlight on water, and the air was perfumed with a fragrance that spoke of starlit nights and celestial wonders. In the center of the room stood a large, ornate bed, its covers smooth and inviting. On a desk nearby, an array of personal items were neatly arranged: a vial of starlight, a fragment of moon rock, and other relics of her divine life, each telling a story of her eternal existence. The sheer extravagance of the room was overwhelming, its details speaking volumes of the goddess's persona. They didn't have long. They needed to find something, anything, that linked Malcolm to this place, to Selene. As they began to search, the faint sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. Instantly, they froze, exchanging a quick, tense glance. Kieran gestured towards a large, ornate armoire. Without a word, they swiftly hid inside, the doors closing with a soft click just as the door to the room opened. Through the narrow slits of the armoire doors, they could see a couple of servants entering the room. Their conversation was hushed but audible. "Can't believe she's gone out at this hour," one servant murmured, a hint of worry in her voice. "It's not our place to question the Lady Selene," the other replied, his tone deferential. They moved about the room, tidying up, oblivious to the intruders hidden mere feet away. Killian's gaze shifted to a small desk where the servants were arranging some items. Among them, he spotted something familiar, a photograph, partially obscured. He needed a closer look. Once the servants left, Killian and Kieran emerged from their hiding spot. Moving quickly to the desk, Killian picked up the picture. It showed Selene and a man with a recognizable blue dragon tattoo, Malcolm. This was the connection they were looking for. "Malcolm," Kieran whispered, looking over Killian's shoulder. "He was more than just staff to her. This is personal." They heard more footsteps approaching. Reacting quickly, Kieran pulled Killian behind a flowing silk curtain, their bodies pressed close to the wall. Through the sheer fabric, they watched as another servant entered, glanced around, and then left, seemingly satisfied that nothing was amiss. As soon as the room was clear, they slipped out from behind the curtain. Killian carefully replaced the picture, ensuring everything was as they found it. "We've got what we came for," Killian said, his voice low. "Let's get out before we push our luck too far." They made their way back to the window, their movements swift and silent. As they climbed out, the cool night air hit their faces, a stark contrast to the warmth of Selene's room. They landed softly on the ground outside, the moon casting long shadows as they made their way back to the safety of the shadows. As Killian and Kieran left Selene's garden, Kieran's pulled out the paper he shoved in his pocket. "You stole this from Selene, Kieran." "I'd use the word borrow. We didn't have enough time. And establishing the connection between Malcolm and Selene isn't enough to get us out of our situation and answer many questions." "I know, but what did you steal?" "Borrow." Kieran scanned the contents. "This isn't just any paperwork. It's a formula for some kind of potion or chemical compound." Killian peered over Kieran's shoulder, his brow furrowed. "You understand this stuff?" Kieran nodded, his expression turning serious. "I'm no wizard, but in the pharmaceutical business, you pick up a thing or two about alchemy and chemistry. This is sophisticated, a blend of chemical and magical elements. I've never seen anything quite like it." "What do you think she's trying to do with it?" Killian asked, his gaze still fixed on the papers. Kieran's fingers traced the lines of text, his mind piecing together the potential implications. "It's hard to say for sure without a deeper analysis, but it looks like she's trying to compound some sort of drug, combining chemical knowledge with magic. The results could be unpredictable, maybe even dangerous." Killian took the papers, examining them more closely. The edges were worn, the ink faded in places. "These look old, like they've been around for a while. Maybe this has already been done, or someone tried it a long time ago. Selene could have just gotten her hands on it recently." Sierra nodded, his eyes narrowing in thought. And if Malcolm was close to her, he might be involved. Maybe he helped her acquire this, or he was trying to prevent her from using it. We need to gather more information about Malcolm's involvement, Killian said decisively. Kieran shook his head. No, I don't believe either of them have the necessary skills and resources. There are bigger players at work here. Chapter 16. 1980s. As Quinn stepped out of her car, the weight of her pregnancy felt more pronounced than ever. She rubbed her belly, a wry smile touching her lips. "Stubborn like your father," she murmured to her unborn son, her voice a blend of affection and exasperation. Aiden's call about the incident at the pack meeting still echoed in her mind, cut off abruptly in a way that left her more worried than reassured. Her instincts as a tiger shifter were on high alert, senses attuned to every sound and movement around her. Aiden's request for her to stay at home now seemed like a distant echo, irrelevant in the face of potential danger to him and their pack. How could I just stay put, knowing what's happening? She thought, her maternal and protective instincts overriding everything else. Quinn's thoughts drifted to the complexity of their situation. A tiger shifter carrying the child of a wolf alpha. The dynamics within the shifter community were intricate and often precarious. If anything happens to you, how will I manage the pack with our son? She wondered, the enormity of the responsibility weighing heavily on her. She knew that her own shifter pack wouldn't easily accept a wolf's child, making her situation all the more complicated. The prospect of seeking shelter with them during her labor seemed increasingly unlikely. As she made her way toward the building, Quinn's attention was suddenly captured by an unusual sight. The air around her turned an ethereal blue, with particles that shimmered like something out of a fantasy film. The atmosphere around her felt charged, the air pulsating with an energy that was both foreign and familiar. She stood there, a solitary figure against the backdrop of the glowing blue, ready to face whatever this surreal situation might bring. Under the eerie glow of the supernatural blue light, Quinn's sharp eyes caught a sudden movement. A tall, shadowy figure was charging towards the pack's location. Her tiger instincts instantly went on high alert. As he brushed past her, the outline of a weapon concealed in his jacket was unmistakable. Without hesitation, Quinn's protective nature took over. "Hey, stop!" she called out, her voice strong and commanding. The man halted and turned, an air of annoyance on his face. "You should mind your own business, lady," he growled, his eyes scanning her figure, clearly identifying her connection to the pack. Quinn stepped forward, undeterred by his menacing demeanor. Her son, sensing the tension, chose that moment to kick vigorously, causing her to pause and place a hand on her belly. The physical reminder of her pregnancy and the life she carried added a new layer of urgency to her actions. The man, seeing her momentary pause, turned to walk away. But then his phone rang, and after a brief conversation, he faced Quinn again, his expression hardening. "I don't normally deal with women," he said, his voice cold, "unless it's a specific order." Quinn squared her shoulders, her maternal instincts now mixed with the cunning of a tiger. "And what business do you have with the pack?" she asked, her voice steady despite the rising fear for her husband and their unborn child. The man smirked, a chilling glint in his eyes. "Let's just say, I'm here to settle some scores. But you," he pointed at her belly, "you're not the first part of my plan. But you forced me to change my priority, and I'm flexible." Quinn's mind raced, analyzing the situation. She needed to buy time to somehow alert the pack without escalating the situation further. "You don't have to do this," she said, her voice a mix of plea and command. "Whatever your grudge is, there are other ways." The man chuckled darkly. "You think you can change my mind? I have my orders, and I always complete my mission." With a swift, predatory movement, he charged at Quinn. Her instincts as a tiger shifter screamed for her to transform, to unleash the formidable power she possessed. But the mother in her held back, painfully aware of the life she carried within her. The uncertainty of how shifting might affect her unborn child restrained her natural impulse. Quinn's mind was a whirlwind of maternal instinct and tactical reasoning. As the man closed in, she took a calculated step back, her hand deftly reaching into her jacket. In one fluid motion, she drew a gun, a distinctly human weapon, her choice in this moment as a mother protecting her child. Her movements were precise, honed by years of training and instinctual prowess. The gun was steady in her hands as she aimed and fired a single, decisive shot. The man collapsed, the threat he posed ending as abruptly as it had appeared. For a brief moment, Quinn stood over him, her breaths coming in short gasps. She was a mother, a tiger shifter, but in this instant she had fought like a human mother, fiercely, protectively, and without hesitation. She quickly holstered her gun, her gaze scanning the area for any more threats. The blue light that had illuminated the scene began to fade, returning the night to its natural darkness. Nina and Damien, having witnessed the encounter from their hidden vantage point, were stunned. She took him down," Nina whispered, her voice a mix of shock and admiration. Damien nodded, his respect for Quinn deepening. She did what she had to do. She's not just a shifter, she's a mother protecting her cub. Before Quinn's adrenaline could ebb away, a figure emerged from the shadows, the air around him swirling with the same ethereal blue particles that had heralded the supernatural presence earlier. Her eyes, still adjusting from the altercation, couldn't quite focus on his face, but the aura that surrounded him was unmistakably divine. The man, his voice carrying the weight of centuries, spoke with a calm authority. "Impressive bravery, Quinn. You've protected what's precious." Quinn, though still on high alert, faced him squarely. Her stance, though weary, was unyielding. "And who might you be? Another threat?" He stepped forward, the blue light around him casting a surreal glow on the scene. "I am known as the Guardian," he replied, his tone respectful yet distant. "My duty is to protect Aiden, your husband, or, in his absence, what he holds most dear, his family." Quinn's confusion was evident on her face, a frown marring her brow. "Protect Aiden? Then why are you here with me? What's going on?" The Guardian's expression softened slightly, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. "Your lives are intertwined, Quinn. The fate of one affects the other. My presence here is to ensure that the balance is maintained. You and what you carry within you are now the focal point of that balance." Quinn's hand instinctively moved to her belly, her protective instincts as a mother flaring up once again. "I don't need a guardian to tell me to protect my family, but why reveal yourself to me now?" The Guardian's gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness, meeting Quinn's eyes with an intensity that spoke volumes. "There are forces at play, greater than you know. Your actions tonight have shifted the scales. I am here to guide, to protect, but not to interfere. The choices, as always, remain yours." Quinn's stance relaxed ever so slightly, her mind working rapidly to process this new information. "Choices," she echoed, her voice a mix of determination and uncertainty. "Well, I've made mine. I'll do whatever it takes to protect my family. I choose my family over anything else." The Guardian smiled. "That's your destiny, not a choice. Your family is safe from this attack, but not from the next one." Quinn's heart raced, her emotions a tempest. "What choice? What are you saying?" The Guardian's next words were like a cold wind cutting through the night. "I have made arrangements with higher authorities in the upper realm. A soul must be taken to balance the scales. The choice is yours, Aiden or your unborn son." The world seemed to stop for Quinn. The impossible decision laid before her struck her with the force of a physical blow. Her hands trembled as she grappled with the enormity of what the Guardian was asking. Quinn's voice broke through the silence like a thunderous roar, her eyes blazing with fierce protectiveness as she pleaded, "Take me instead. Let me carry and give birth to my son, then take me." The guardian's response was cold and final. "That is not an available option." Frustration and desperation welled up inside Quinn as she implored, "But you're a guardian. Can't you do something more than just relaying information?" With a heavy sigh, the guardian replied, "I can grant 5 extra years to a mortal life. That is the most I can offer." Quinn's world shattered around her as she realized the magnitude of the situation. Her tears fell in silent anguish, knowing that crying would change nothing. "If you don't make the decision now, in this very moment, you will have no choice," the guardian stated firmly. "If you do not choose, I must take your unborn child. Unfortunately, his soul is on the books of the Soul Reaper." Quinn was devastated and tears threatened to fall from her eyes. She knew crying wouldn't change anything. Desperately, she bit her lip and gathered every ounce of strength remaining before looking up at the guardian. "My son deserves a chance at life. Let him be born and carry on his father's legacy. When the time comes, I will tell him everything and let him judge my actions. I am Aiden's mate. I know him well. If our positions were reversed, he would make the same choice." "Then you choose your son," the guardian confirmed. Quinn nodded, tears streaming down her face. "That is my final decision. But know that you will have to stay with your son until he comes of age. Your husband will have another 5 years, as promised. Do I have your confirmation?" Quinn was too numb to speak, but she nodded in agreement. The guardian's hand moved gracefully through the air, conjuring up a swirling vortex of glowing blue particles and delicate blue petals that hovered in the space between them. "Give me your hand, palm up," he commanded softly. Quinn followed, her heart racing with anticipation. With a steady hand, the guardian made a small cut on Quinn's palm, causing a single drop of blood to fall onto a pure white daisy that lay at their feet. In one swift motion, he flicked his wrist and the flower began to float upward, its petals absorbing the magic until they were a vibrant shade of blue. With another flick of his wrist, the flower disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. "I, a god from the divine, a member in the house of gods, now bless your son with my divine power," the guardian intoned with all the authority of a higher being. "This power will not come to him naturally. He will need to earn it with his strength, courage, and dignity. He must rise above the ordinary and act in a manner that is worthy of the power he will receive." He turned to Quinn with a serious expression. "Until he has the ability to do so, my dear Quinn, you must remain by his side to support and guide him." As if in confirmation of his words, the guardian cast another wave of blue magic before vanishing into thin air. Quinn was left standing alone in the clearing, her hand still tingling from where it had been touched by divine energy. She understood now the weight and responsibility that came with having her son's blood infused with such potent and sacred power. She nodded solemnly to herself as she made her way back home, determined to protect her son's gift at all costs. Chapter 17. Eoland cautiously entered the gateway woven into the magical tree, venturing into the master's clandestine sanctuary. She treaded carefully upon the floating stones, knowing that beneath her lay a waking volcano. The master was always playful and childlike, despite his ancientness. Deep down, Eolanda revered him. He had taken her in after her previous god had passed away, and she owed him a debt of gratitude for giving her a new life. To others, the master may have many faces and personas, but to her, he was a true god. "Be careful, Fionn. You don't want to fall into that volcano," she warned the Celtic hound, who seemed to be wandering aimlessly across the floating stones. Eolanda sighed as she continued walking on the stones. The master's illusion seemed to work on her, but not on the dog. Finally reaching the inside of the sanctuary, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least she didn't have to endure talking to the master while surrounded by an imaginary pit of snakes. The master emerged from behind a curtain, his appearance resembling that of a demon. Frightened, Eolanda took a step back. "I see you're not fond of this face, Eoland. I'm just testing it out. It may come in handy. There are rumors that demons are attending the god's high court at the moment. It would be nice to see your true appearance one day. Stick with this demon face for now. It's safer," he laughed. "Now, what can I do for you today?" "Master, the situation with Kieran and his allies grows increasingly perilous. They have infiltrated the High Court and now prowl through Seleni's residence. Our exposure is imminent." The master chuckled and turned into an elf, his eyes twinkling with a playful light. "Worry not, Eoland. The machinations of mortals are but a fleeting amusement in the grand scheme of things." "This is no time for levity, master," she implored. "Kieran and Killian are not ordinary mortals. Their actions could unravel everything we've worked for." The master stood up, his presence commanding yet nonchalant. Siren, the cunning businessman with a taste for the extraordinary, and Killian, the alpha wolf with a protective streak. "They make quite a pair," he mused with a smirk. "Don't forget Ivy, master. She's a mixed blood and can be quite complicated." "Complicated? How?" "She's been around humans for too long." "I see. In my experience, humans are indeed quite complicated. Master, together, the trio is a formidable force. We must act to safeguard our interests." The master paced the room, magical energy crackling around him. "Let them play their little game, Eoland. It amuses me to see how far they will go, but of course we cannot let them get too close to the truth." "Then I shall intervene, master. I will ensure they do not jeopardize our position." The master nodded, his gaze distant as he contemplated the intricate web of destiny and power. "Do what you must, Eoland," he reminded her, his tone serious. "But remember, the balance of power is delicate. We must not reveal our hand too soon. The dog can stay with me." "The dog, master?" Eolanda asked, confused. "Oh, sorry, it's a bit out of context." The master chuckled. "I'll take Fionn back." "Take him back? I don't understand, master. I raised the dog since he was a pup." Eolande spoke up, a hint of sadness in her voice. "And you're what, Eoland? A few 100 years old?" The master teased. "Fionn has been with me since the beginning of time. I have given him many lives, but he is very special to me." Eolanda bowed slightly, understanding now. "Yes, master." The master clicked his fingers and Fionn obediently licked Eolanda's hand before sauntering off to the next room. The master gestured towards where Fionn had gone. "Things have changed since he was last here. I better show him his new spot. Is there anything else you need?" "No, master. This is all for today," Eolanda replied, already starting to walk away. She heard him call out her name and turned around. "Yes, master." "Your stonework is excellent," the master praised her. "These rune stones are state-of-the-art in the multiverse. Your late god would be proud, and you should be proud of yourself." "Thank you, master," Eolande said gratefully. She tried to hide her pride, knowing that as a godstone mason, one does not blush from compliments about their craft. Stepping out of Seleni's residence into the cool embrace of the night, Killian and Siren found themselves at a crossroads. The quiet surrounding them was a stark contrast to the intensity of their debate. "We need to go back, check Malcolm's room. It could hold more clues," Kieran insisted. Killian's voice was stern as he shook his head. "Our top priority must be the vision of the dead wolves. It directly affects Ivy now." "I thought she just pretended to faint at your signal." "Yes, Kieran. But this vision has been recurring for a while now, and I can sense it too. It's only a matter of time before she actually passes out. Selene is the key to all of this, Killian. The vision, the dead wolves, everything. But..." Kieran trailed of as a graceful figure emerged from the shadows. Yolanda, with her poised elegance, approached them. "Gentlemen, I must insist that you cease disturbing Selene. She is, after all, a goddess. A goddess or not, if she dares to threaten our pack, we have every right to investigate," Killian growled, his voice low and dangerous. Yolanda's gaze remained steady, her demeanor unshaken even in the face of Killian's dominant presence. "I understand your concerns, but meddling in the affairs of deities is not wise. There are forces at play here beyond your comprehension." Ciaran approached. "And what do you suggest we do, Eolande? Stand idly by while these wolf masquer visions become reality?" Yolanda turned to look at Ciaran. "There are ways to seek answers without provoking the wrath of a goddess. I urge you to reconsider your approach. The safety of our people is our top priority. We won't back down because of a mere title," Killian said. The tension between them crackled like electricity, each side refusing to concede ground. It was a standoff between the strength and loyalty of the wolf pack and the ancient rules of the divine realm. Sensing the escalating tension, Kieran placed a calming hand on Killian's shoulder. "Let's not rush into this blindly. We need a plan, one that doesn't put us directly against a powerful goddess." Eoland smiled graciously. "The matter of the pack, the visions you and Ivy have seen, they belong to the past. It's a flashback, and there's nothing that can be changed about it." Killian's frustration was tangible. "That's the truth I'm seeking," he spat out, his eyes blazing with determination. "I need to know who's responsible for my father's death and what truly happened to our pack. The vision holds all the answers." Eolande shook her head in disagreement. "I am here to assist, not hinder. I sent the cat to guide you here. And Nina and Damien were sent to the past under my guidance, or rather, the stone's guidance, so they could witness the events firsthand. What occurred with the Kinneton pack has no ties to the gods. It's a human love affair," Killian scoffed. "I doubt that very much. Kieran said, if you indeed sent Nina and Damien, then you should be able to provide us with a way to communicate with them." Eolanda reached into the folds of her garment and produced a runestone, glowing with an inner light. She held it aloft and it began to pulse with energy. Slowly, an image materialized in the air above the stone, a scene from a quiet Melbourne street in the past. There was no fire, only the tranquility of a suburban night. Nina's face suddenly appeared, her expression grave upon seeing Killian and Ciaran. "Can you see us, Nina? Is this a live feed?" Kieran asked. "Yes, I can," Nina said. "Please tell us your location and how you got there," Kieran continued. Damien chimed in. "We're currently at the Kinneton pack headquarters from before Killians were born." Nina's head tilted into the frame of the screen. "Killian, your mother." But before she could finish her sentence, Eoland abruptly terminated the connection, causing their makeshift video call to abruptly cut off. "Why did you end the call? She was about to tell us something important," Killian exclaimed in frustration. "You asked for proof that I send Nina and Damien and have control over their channel of communication and data collection. I've shown you enough to prove my intentions. Any more could risk altering the course of events, a risk we cannot afford. You need to give us something concrete, Eoland. Can you definitively say Selene isn't involved in what's happening now?" Kieran said. "If you can't confirm that, we're going back to Selene's. We need answers, and we'll find them one way or another." Eolande hesitated, weighing her options before finally relenting. "Very well," she conceded. "I have one final offer for you." She produced another runestone, this one pulsating with a different, more intense light. "This runestone will take you to the Crossworld Zone," Eoland explained, her tone serious. "There, you'll find a wizard who can provide you with the information you seek. His name is Mailorin." Kieran and Killian exchanged a glance, both aware of the risks involved. "We know the Crossworld Zone," Ciaran said. "It's a lawless place, a haven for those who escape the usual rules." Killian nodded in agreement, his expression grim. But if that's where we need to go for answers, we'll face whatever comes. We're aware of the dangers. Ayolanda's eyes held a warning as she spoke. Be careful. Find out exactly what you need. People get killed every day for information, let alone something as important as what you're about to uncover. Mailerin is your best chance, but even he can be elusive. With that final piece of advice, Ayolanda vanished, leaving Killian and Kieran alone with the runestone and a new path unfolding before them. Chapter 18. Dangerous. Elusive. Utilizing the runestone given by Ayolanda, Kieran and Killian found themselves stepping into the crossworld zone, a realm where the usual laws of physics and reality seemed distorted. The landscape around them was a chaotic blend of different terrains and environments, seamlessly merging into each other. Mountains floated in mid-air, rivers ran upside down, and forests morphed into deserts in the blink of an eye. The sky was a kaleidoscope of colors, shifting and changing with an otherworldly beauty. Ciaran's words were barely audible, a mere whisper in the enchanted crossworld. This place is a chaotic jigsaw puzzle of the universe. Killian drew his dagger, his grip tightening around the hilt. Let's find this wizard Mailerin and get out of here before we become trapped in this twisted reality forever. Navigating through the bewildering landscape, they stumbled upon the abode of Mailerin. It was a deceptive little hut, its quaint appearance clashing with the surreal surroundings of the crossworld. But as they approached, the door suddenly burst open and a figure darted out, sprinting away with surprising speed. It was Mailerin, attempting to flee from them. Without hesitation, Kieran and Killian gave chase, their hearts pounding as they raced through the ever-changing terrain. They leaped over floating rocks and dodged through shifting forests, their adrenaline pumping as they closed in on their target. And finally, with a burst of alpha wolf agility, Killian managed to tackle Mailerin to the ground. The wizard fought back fiercely, his wild eyes burning with fear and desperation. "Why run if you're innocent?" Killian demanded, his grip firm. Mailerin, panting heavily, looked up at them with a mix of fear and resignation. "I had a vision last night," he gasped. "Two mercenaries from the House of Gods seeking me. I've done nothing wrong, but those who come from the divine realms. They often don't listen to reason." Kieran stepped forward, his demeanor calm but authoritative. "We're not here to harm you, Mailerin. We need information, and you're the only one who can help us." The wizard, still wary, slowly ceased his struggles. "Information," he repeated, his breathing steadying. "What do you need to know?" Killian released him, but remained on guard. "We'll ask the questions. Just know that lying to us isn't in your best interest." "Okay. What do you want to know exactly?" Killian growled out a single word. "Celine." Mailerin rolled his eyes. "Celine, always Celine. What do you want to know about her?" Kieran, losing patience, pulled the wizard to his feet with a firm grip and landed a solid punch to straighten him up. "Start talking about your business with Celine." The wizard, rubbing his jaw, shot a wary glance at Kieran. "Bad business, that's all I remember. I didn't even get paid for what I did." Kieran snorted. "We'll pay, but the information better be worth it." Mailerin, still skeptical, sighed. "All right, Alexandra, he wanted a potion, a powerful one, to bind Selena's heart. Said it was a matter of life and death." The revelation hit Ciaran and Killian like a thunderbolt. The idea of a potion to bind a goddess's heart was shocking, and the implications were enormous. Killian's eyes narrowed. A potion to bind her heart? Mailerin gestured wildly. "Why would I lie about this? If I were fabricating a story, I would come up with something more believable. Like Alexandra using a love potion on Celine to make her fall for him. After all, she's a goddess of the moon and can have anyone she wants." But no, he wanted to lock her heart away in a chest. He wanted to stop her from loving. It's madness. Ciaran shook his head. So it was actually Alexandre who was willing to resort to dangerous magic for Celine. This changes everything we thought we knew. The wizard, now more cooperative, nodded. That's not all. The potion, it was tricky, volatile, needed ingredients that weren't easy to come by. Risky business, even for someone like me. Siren and Killian exchanged a glance, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. This revelation about Alexandra and Selene added a new layer of complexity to their investigation. What about the wolf shifters? What's the connection? Killian asked. Mailerin, now visibly anxious under their intense scrutiny, spread his hands in a gesture of ignorance. I really don't know. My job was the potion, not the politics. Kieran frowned. You're telling us you conjured a heart-binding spell without knowing why. What kind of half-baked wizard are you? Mailerin, offended, retorted between gasps. My magic is top-notch. It's not my fault clients don't share their evil plans with the help. Killian, looming over the wizard, his voice laced with a threat, said, Maybe you need a little motivation to remember something useful. The wizard, now sweating profusely, revealed, The only thing I know is that the forbidden crime was in the message from Alexandra. I just cast the spell on it, no questions asked. Kieran said, What if we make it worth your while? What do you want? Money? Power? Mailerin, still nursing his ego, snorted. Like I can stroll into a bank and cash your checks, and your earthly power means squat here. With a smirk, Kieran retorted, I'm not setting up some cross-world PayPal for you, wizard, but I could offer you a piece of land in the human world. Mailerin's eyes lit up, unable to resist the temptation. He reluctantly pulled out a small pouch and handed it over. The object I used for the magic is inside, he explained. As Killian reached into the pouch to touch the runestone, a sudden surge of electricity coursed through his body. The force of it threw him backwards, his back violently colliding with the rough stone wall behind him. In an instant, he was rendered unconscious. The air hung heavy with tension as Kieran rushed to Killian's side, fear etched on his face. After what felt like an eternity, Killian stirred and slowly regained consciousness. Kieran asked anxiously, What did you see? Struggling to find his voice, Killian croaked out his answer. I saw it, the vision of the wolf slaughter. His voice was hoarse and strained from shock. It was exactly like Ivy's, the same brutality, the same overwhelming sense of loss. Kieran pondered the situation. My best assumption is that something caused a rift between Selene and Alexandre, leading him to find love with someone in the wolf shifter pack. And when Selene became jealous, she killed them all. Mailerin nodded in agreement. He did mention that the wolves didn't deserve it. He said it was his fault for straying, but she definitely killed the wolves. Killian interjected, How can you be so sure? Mailerin replied confidently, Because she served time for it. Have you ever seen the God High Court make a mistake and accuse someone who didn't commit the crime? Kieran scoffed. Serve time? Like going to jail on Earth? Mailerin explained with a wry smile. In a sense, yes. Not behind bars or anything. But more like being exiled into oblivion. For beings like Selene, time holds a different value. A few hundred years may seem like a lot to us, but for a goddess, it's merely a blink of an eye. Killian's voice lowered as he processed this information. You're saying Selene paid for her crime by serving in God's jail for hundreds of years? No wonder she was so jumpy we asked her to get involved with the High Court and assist you, Siren. Kieran nodded. Great, so she's a goddess with a criminal record. That's reassuring. Just as Mailerin began to relax, thinking his involvement in the conversation was over, Kieran's continued. If your heart-bind spell worked, then the heart must be somewhere with the LeBlancs. Alexandra would have had to pay you for such a successful spell. Why didn't he? You mentioned before that you didn't get paid. Mailerin's face blanched, realizing his slip. Without a word, he turned on his heels and bolted. Siren and Killian instantly sprang into action, chasing after the wizard. Their pursuit was a mad dash through the shifting environment, dodging between floating islands and leaping over chasms that appeared out of nowhere. Kieran's frustration was evident as he ran. This guy's more slippery than an eel. Finally, Killian, using his wolf shifter agility, managed to tackle Mailorin to the ground. This time, he made sure to add a few extra punches, ensuring the wizard would stay put. Kieran towered over the groaning wizard. "Start talking, or I'll take back my offer on that land. And believe me, you don't want to find out what else I can take back." Mailorin, nursing a bloody lip, gasped out, All right. I didn't get paid because Alexandra, he said the job wasn't finished. Said something about a final phase, a completion that never came." Killian glared at him. "And you just took that? Didn't question what this final phase was?" Mailorin shook his head, fear evident in his eyes. "You don't question clients like Alexandra. You do the job, you keep your head down. Alexandra is no longer a threat. But if you continue to lie, I won't hold back on my punches. And just so you know, I'm a powerful wolf shifter. If I reveal my true form, your chances of survival are slim to none." Killian's voice was low and menacing. Mailorin panicked. "Oh no, I didn't realize the wolf clan still existed. Please believe me, I did everything I could." "Not good enough, Mailorin. Let me make it easy for you. What do you mean by failed? What exactly was Alexandra trying to do?" Kieran demanded. Alexandra wanted a spell to revive a shifter clan. It was a complex blood spell, using his own blood. By all accounts, it should have worked. Killian's eyes narrowed. "Revive a clan? That's no small feat. And you're saying it didn't work?" Mailorin nodded, his expression a mix of frustration and defensiveness. "Exactly. The spell was perfect, but for some reason, it failed. It wasn't my fault." Kieran spoke in a hushed tone. "We didn't say it was your fault. We simply need to understand what occurred. We assure you, we will not disclose this information to anyone. You need not worry about losing your clientele." Mailorin nodded. "Okay, all right. The wolves weren't revived, and Alexandra. He ended up dead. As I said, it never happened before. And it wasn't my fault. The spell was absolutely solid. It cannot fail, let alone reverted." Kieran pounced on the slip. "Reverted? What do you mean?" The wizard, realizing his mistake, hesitated. "It's a rare occurrence, but sometimes when a blood spell fails, it has a reverse effect. In this case, it affected the LeBlanc offspring in an unforeseen way." Before he could elaborate further, the runestone they had used to travel to the crossworld began to pulse erratically, its light dimming. The air around them started to warp and twist, signaling their imminent return to the upper realm. "Quick, what do you mean by affected the LeBlanc offspring?" Killian urged, as the pull of the runestone grew stronger. But it was too late for further explanations. The wizard's form began to blur and fade as the crossworld's landscape dissolved around them. Kieran and Killian were caught in the pull of the runestone, the wizard's final words echoing in their minds as they were whisked back to the upper realm. Chapter 19. 1980s. After centuries, the human world had changed a lot, but the human didn't. Celine paced back and forth in an abandoned hunting lodge deep in the woods. "Ouch!" she exclaimed as her toes jammed into a small stone on the floor. She made a mental note that open-toe golden sandals were not appropriate for traveling on rough surfaces in the human land. She gingerly picked it up, admiring its smooth surface and considering adding it to her beloved fish pond in the garden. However, she already had an abundance of rocks and decided against lugging another one back to her divine dwelling. With a toss, she discarded the stone into the corner of the room. She couldn't believe that a few hundred years ago, she almost abandoned everything she had in the divine world to live here with Alexandra, like a human. She scoffed at her naivety. Fortunately, it didn't turn out well. Centuries in exile had taken its toll on her perspective of time, and she wasn't eager for a repeat anytime soon. She had lost more than just time. She had lost her youth, her status, and her ability to love. The latter had nothing to do with exile. Without her heart, she simply couldn't love anyone or anything. Alexandra. His name still left a bitter taste in her mouth. She could accept that he wanted to leave her, but teaming up with the wolf shifters to fight against her was unforgivable. She cursed him for it. Her love for him was bound with his life. Even the best wizard couldn't break that spell, let alone an insignificant wolf shifter clan. Admittedly, she was angry. In her rage, she had underestimated her own power. The wolves were dead, and even if he called for help from the Soul Reaper Depository, they couldn't be revived. Celine had paid for that crime, and now it was time for her to take back her precious heart. The ancient wooden door of the lodge groaned and protested as it slowly opened, revealing a looming figure in the doorway. Desmond, the formidable human sorcerer, strode toward her with determined steps. His piercing blue eyes gleamed with an otherworldly knowledge that surpassed his mortal years. "Desmond, it has been a long time," she said softly. "Indeed, it has been 3 years. I know time doesn't hold much meaning for you, but for us humans, 3 years is a significant period of time. You look well." "Always," he replied with a warm smile. "You're smoother," she remarked with a chuckle. "Excuse me?" "More eloquent, smoother around the edges." "Thank you," he trailed off, unsure how to respond to her remark. "How is our child?" she asked, changing the subject. "Our child? Oh, you mean the child?" "Yes. Do humans use a different term?" "No, a child is perfect. She's perfect." "I have a girl." "What's her name?" Celine asked. "Ivy. Ivy Javernick. She has to take the last name of the adoptive family," Desmond replied. "Understood. Has her magical ability developed yet?" she inquired further. "She's only 2, too young for sorcery." He started to explain. "Your dark art isn't magic. Magic is divine. She will inherit magic from me and my counterpart," she interrupted with a hint of pride in her voice. The air hung heavy with tension as Celine and Desmond stood facing each other. Their conversation was fraught with unspoken emotions and secrets, the weight of which could be felt in every word that passed between them. "We didn't exactly become intimate, so I don't consider myself your counterpart," Desmond said. "No, you're not my partner. Let's get it straight," Celine replied. "I assume you didn't tamper with the potion I gave you?" "No, it didn't change your potion. I wove the magic into a human host, then made sure she was adopted by a family of high ranking in the Mage Society. It's like enrolling Ivy in an elite academy of the arcane. She's going to thrive, mixing it up with the best, learning spells that are way beyond the usual parlor tricks. These mages can draw energy from the world around them, light included. We're talking about a sophisticated kind of magic here, something that blurs the line between science and sorcery." Celine nodded in understanding. "I appreciate your efforts. This mage family, they're mortals, aren't they? Humans, yet versed in a form of magic that's almost artisanal, crafting spells from light and air?" Desmond chuckled. "Yes, you could say so. What's in it for you, Desmond? I appreciate you helping me when I didn't know my way around and just got out of exile. I could have granted you anything within my power. Why a child? Not even your own child." "It's complicated, Celine," Desmond sighed. "Explain to me," Celine demanded. "I'm in love with a married woman," Desmond began, his voice filled with longing. "She is being pressured by her husband to have a child, but she is unable to conceive. He is a powerful mage, and she is a shapeshifter. I believe that is why she cannot bear a child with him. So I am helping them both, in my own way." "How noble of you," Celine said softly. "What's the adoptive parents' names?" Desmond hesitated for a moment before saying, "Patrick and Fiona." Celine clicked her tongue. "What a fortunate pair. Now let's get down to business. I believe you know why I'm here." Yes, you want to collect the object I promised you, Desmond said. You're right. Not just any object, it's a chest with my heart inside. It's been 3 years, and trust me, even for immortal like me, that's a long time. What have you got for me? Desmond cleared his throat. We have a small situation. When we entered the agreement, I didn't know the chest you are after existed centuries ago. How is this relevant? You've been in exile for centuries. You don't even know which LeBlanc family we are after. And Alexandra is a popular first time. Celine shook her head. I don't understand. Desmond shifted his stance. You see, the LeBlanc family is not just any family. They've been guardians of ancient artifacts for generations. The chest you seek, it's more than just a container. It's a relic, imbued with powers that even we don't fully understand. Celine's eyes narrowed. And I made a grave error, Desmond confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. In my eagerness to locate the chest, I may have overstepped. The head of the LeBlanc family, the one who knew the chest's whereabouts, is no longer among the living. Celine's icy gaze sent chills down Desmond's spine. You killed him, she accused. It was an accident, I swear. Celine's laugh was condescending. Do not take me for a fool, Desmond. I would never dare, goddess. I searched tirelessly for the chest. Your naivety or deceitfulness is unacceptable, Desmond. Do you think my mind has been dulled after living in oblivion for so long? That I have lost my role in the divine world and all of my power? Of course not, Celine. Desmond took a cautious step back. If you can't find the chest for me, I'll take back my offer, Celine sneered. Ivy belongs to me, Desmond retorted. A sly smile slowly spread across Selena's face. She knew her elusive smile had the most impact on others. The child didn't even know you, Desmond. I will make her remember. She will come back to me. Oh, did you put your mark in the potion before giving it to the human? Otherwise, how can you claim any connection to the child? She is more than just a child. She is a masterpiece of the universe. Celine laughed. Now who is speaking as if a child is merely a product of work and manipulation, rather than love? You see, Desmond, I have no heart, literally, yet I care more about the child than you do. That's bullshit. Such vulgar language you use. Lucky for you, you don't have a child to educate. But let me tell you something. The potion I gave you is the result of my finest work, infused with my blood and soul, the purest elements of the divine. And do you know the most wicked part? I also added demon blood, not just any blood, but that of the demon king himself, the darkest and strongest kind. Together, these conflicting elements created an unbreakable compound that no being in any realm can destroy. Not even a god. And certainly not you, Desmond. No matter how powerful your dark magic may be, it has no effect on this potion. Desmond growled, Bitch, I helped you when even God abandoned you. Oh no, you didn't help me out of the goodness of your heart, Desmond. You wanted a divine child. After 3 years, I have gathered enough information about you and the little group you formed to acquire the Trinity Witness power. How did that turn out for you now that you've killed your best friend, Aiden? You know nothing about my plan or real humans. You and a real human should not be mentioned in the same sentence. Yes, I have limited connection with humans and their affairs due to constraints from my realm. But thanks to our agreement, I have unlimited access to you and your affairs, Desmond. Be careful what you wish for next time, if there even is a next time for you. There is nothing you can do about it. You think I don't know that your kind cannot interfere with human affairs without cause? Desmond, we had an agreement. You have given me just cause to interact with you. However, if you cannot confirm that you can gather information about the chest in the LeBlancs for me, then I will be forced to find another way. As much as it pains me, I will also have to take back the child since you are unable to fulfill your end of the bargain. That seems fair, does it not? That is not fair. You cannot take Ivy away from me, and you definitely cannot kill me. So you admit that you are unable to locate the chest in the LeBlancs for me? That's because there is no such thing. The LeBlancs are shifters. What the fuck would they want with a chest containing a goddess's heart? Celine fell silent for a moment. So you don't even know? Know what? The LeBlanc family that holds the chest is made up of both shifters and non-shifters. Celine could barely contain her anger. Desmond took a few steps back until he hit the door behind him. It's still not relevant because you might be looking at the wrong family altogether, he stammered. You might be right, but Alexandra's spirit felt strongest here. This is where we last parted ways. Families don't typically stray too far from their roots. She advanced towards him. Desmond slid his hand into his pocket, ready to defend himself. What was he going to pull out? Silver weapons? Pig blood? A stake? Whatever he tried, these primitive objects wouldn't even give her a scratch. The thought of being deceived by a mere human enraged her, but she wouldn't kill him. No, that would be too easy for him. With a wave of her hand, she used the magic she learned in the Oblivion to transform him into something else entirely. Not quite human, not quite creature, just a deformed being without a place in any realm. He howled and ran off into the shadows. Celine gave one last look at the lodge before sighing. Now she would have to start her search for her heart all over again. Chapter 20. Ivy slowly opened her eyes, first the left and then the right. She found herself lying on a bed with her father, Samuel, standing next to her. The Demon King's usually stoic face showed rare concern. "You scared me, Ivy." Samuel's voice was softer than usual, laced with vulnerability. Ivy grinned. "Scared the great Demon King? That's a first." Samuel's frown deepened. "You don't seem hurt." "Because I'm not. So you fainted for no reason?" "I had a reason. Killian asked me to." "What?" Samuel's expression turned to confusion. Sitting up, Ivy explained, "I wasn't in a position to answer any questions from the court. Killian and Kieran have a lead they need to follow, but they can't do it freely if I'm being held for questioning. So Killian asked me to play the passive role." "When did he tell you this?" "He didn't need to say it. We're soulmates, remember, Dad? We are spiritually connected, but I couldn't do it without your protection. It's a technique I learned in mage magic, like slipping into a trance state similar to meditation. And I can't do that without you guarding me." "You called me Dad." "It's not that important. The thing is." "You called me Dad," Samuel repeated. "Right." Ivy didn't think Samuel would listen to anything she said before the ringing of that word stopped echoing in his mind. Before they could continue, the chamber door burst open, and Killian rushed in, his expression a mix of relief and urgency. Kieran followed, his usual composed demeanor in place. "Killian, Kieran, what's happening? Why do I feel like I've missed a chapter in a very complicated book?" Killian sat beside her, his hand gently holding hers. "The vision you had. The dead wolves. It was Celine's doing. She's responsible for it. But she's already paid for that sin. It's over now, Ivy." "Celine, that explains the intensity. But how did you—" Kieran interjected. "It's a long story, but the shortened version is that it has to do with the dealings of the upper realm," he explained. "The gods are mostly concerned with their own people and maintaining their rules. They don't pay much attention to what we're doing in our world. So if these gods can prove we have no connection to them and belong to another realm, we're free to go," Ivy asked. Killian nodded. "Or if the connection was forced upon us without our knowledge or control." Samuel shook his head. "The underworld is much simpler than this, and as you all know, you are welcome there any time." Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a commotion outside the chamber. A staffer in the court arrived announced, "The goddess Selene has come forward confessing to a crime. That has exonerated all people involved. You are free to go." The room fell silent, the gravity of the news sinking in. Ivy exchanged a look with Killian and Kieran, understanding that this new development could change everything. Ivy stood up, steadied by Killian's supportive hand. "We have to see what she's confessing to." Kieran nodded. "Agreed. Might as well get all the answers we need. We're here anyway." The group hurried toward the court's main hall. As Ivy, Killian, and Kieran entered the grand courtroom, all eyes shifted to their group, creating a palpable tension in the air. The vast chamber, with its towering pillars and ornate decorations, echoed with hushed whispers. In the center, Selene knelt, her posture one of resigned acceptance before Lord Alar, who sat imperiously on his raised throne. As soon as Selene noticed Ivy with surprising agility, she rushed towards Ivy, pushing her back gently but firmly. "You must leave now, Ivy." "What's happening, Selene? Why are you doing this?" A murmur rippled through the court with someone mentioning, "She's admitted to killing a cousin of a prominent lord." Selene's eyes were intense as she responded to Ivy. "I've confessed to everything. It's the only way to ensure your safety. Lord Alar isn't someone to be trifled with." Ivy exchanged a quick glance with Killian and Kieran. Their attention turned to Lord Alar, who watched the scene unfold with a smug satisfaction. "People look that smug when they hit the jackpot without even buying a lottery ticket," Kieran muttered. "Who did you kill, Selene?" Killian asked. Lord Alar replied. The goddess confessed to killing Malcolm Redwood, cousin of Lord Nivan Redwood. Ivy looked at Killian, knowing that Malcolm had died under Killian's dagger. She had mentioned this to Selena before. The tension in the room escalated as Lord Alar's voice echoed across the chamber. "Silence! The confession has been made. The punishment will be decided." Selene, turning back to face Lord Alar, stood tall, her divine presence commanding despite her vulnerable position. "I stand by my confession, but know this, Lord Alar. The truth always finds a way to surface." "Selene has confessed to the murder of Malcolm Redwood," Lord Alar continued. "She also admits to practicing forbidden magic in order to create a being known as Ivy Javernick, and to killing a human named Desmond Moore for threatening your child. Do you stand alone in these sins, or were there others involved in your actions?" Selene's response was immediate. "I confess fully, Lord Alar." The Lord's gaze turned stern. "If you reveal any accomplices, your burden will be lessened, Selene." He fixed her with a pointed look. Ivy clenched her teeth as she spoke. "You didn't kill Malcolm, so why did you admit to it, Selene?" Selene's voice dropped to a whisper. "Alar didn't believe I could return from exile. He'll stop at nothing to capture me again, and he'll use you for it, Ivy. When I heard that he summoned you, I knew it was just the beginning. He's relentless. If you don't give him something, he won't back down. But I've been in exile for centuries and have survived. Nothing can hurt me anymore, not even a missing heart." Lord Alar's voice boomed. "Do you have an accomplice, Goddess Selene? If not, I'll have the guards escort you inside and wait for the verdict." Killian said, "She didn't kill Malcolm Redwood. That's a lie. He self-terminated under my dagger. Whether or not you believe me about the cause of his death, I am not under your jurisdiction, Lord Alar. You cannot try me here. You will have to deport me back to the human realm and get the human government to prosecute me if there is a crime in their jurisdiction." Ivy could see Kieran stifling a smile. Human laws would be useless in a case that occurred in the ancient Celtic world. Lord Alar, relishing his control over the proceedings, interjected, "It matters not whether the crimes are true or not. Someone must take responsibility. The court demands it. Guards, take Selene." As the guards began to approach Selene, Ivy shifted her stance. Her form flickered, and in a burst of supernatural energy, she revealed her demon form. The transformation was startling. Her eyes glowed a fierce red, and an aura of power radiated from her. The courtroom erupted into chaos, with murmurs turning into exclamations of fear and surprise. Ivy's demon form, both terrifying and awe-inspiring, held the room in a frozen spell of shock. Lord Alar, though taken aback, quickly regained his composure. "Control your demon, Ivy. This is a court of law, not a battleground." With a demonic resonance in her voice, Ivy retorted, "Now you say it yourself. I'm a demon. How could Selene, a goddess, have created me?" She turned around and called out for Samuel. "Daddy, tell him." Samuel grinned and replied, "Of course, my little baby girl. No offense, Selene. You look magnificent. But we are living in two different realms. The prospect of us being together is impossible, and that might upset Lord Alar here. So, I know you are fond of Ivy, but she's mine, entirely." Chiron chuckled. "You're down to the last one, Lord Agar," he said, mocking, "about Selene killing Desmond. Even if you could prove it, you exiled her for centuries for wiping out the entire wolf clan. Desmond is just one insignificant human in your eyes. Would you give her a mere slap on the wrist or sentence her to community service?" "All lives are equal," declared Lord Alar sternly. "If she harms a human without just cause, I will punish her accordingly." He turned to Ivy and lowered his voice. "You are not on trial here, Ivy. You do not even have to be present." Turning back to Selene, he continued, "I can summon Desmond's soul from the underworld and ask him about the nature of the child's creation and how he was killed. I am certain he will tell the truth." With a smug smirk, he added, "And before you object, let me remind you that I have the power to bypass the authority of the underworld for this particular matter." Lord Alar smirked. Ivy growled in protest. "I am not a product or an object to be used as evidence for a crime." Lord Alar ignored her outburst as he explained further. "Due to the severity and scale of this crime, I have the ability to extradite this summoning. Trust me, it is for the greater good." Ivy's heart sank when she saw defeat reflected on Selene's face. Whether she liked or trusted the goddess was no longer a factor. The thought of Selene being exiled again because of her creation was devastating. The courtroom was already tense and uncertain, but Eolanda's unexpected attendance sent shockwaves through the room. With regal poise, she entered. "I have evidence to present to this court that Goddess Selene acted upon a prayer when she created Ivy. Not only is this within the laws of the divine, but it is noble and selfless, considering the risks Selene took to create a child in another realm." "Just be cautious," Lord Alar warned. "The court does not take these matters lightly. Your evidence must be strong and valid." A gracious smile graced Eolanda's beautiful face as she revealed a small, intricately carved runestone in her open palm. The gem glinted in the light, casting an otherworldly aura around it. Lord Alar snorted disapprovingly. "Dark arts are not acceptable in this court." "This is no mere scrying magic," Eoland replied calmly. "This is a runestone, a stone that acts as the most transparent witness of all times. That type of stone doesn't exist anymore," said Lord Alar skeptically. But before he could protest further, the stone atop Eolanda's hand began to glow and emit a faint hum. Suddenly, an image flickered to life upon its surface, revealing Nina and Damien engaged in some sort of unexpected and startling display of magic. Whispers and gasps filled the room as the courtiers and officials beheld the runestone's incredible capabilities. "Who are you?" Lord Alar demanded. "I am still the Eoland. You know, my lord." Eoland then pulled out a glowing talisman from her pocket with her free hand. Clasping the talisman, she held it aloft. The Rune Shaper's emblem, crafted from sky iron, shimmered with a luminescence that seemed to capture the very essence of the heavens. Intricate runes, each symbolizing a primal element of creation, were interwoven into its core, glowing with an otherworldly light. This radiant emblem, bordered by a delicate filigree mimicking cosmic patterns, resonated with the ancient power of the universe. As she presented it, its ethereal glow intensified, casting a serene light across the room, silently affirming her sacred lineage as the master of mystical runecraft. "You're the rune shaper," Lord Alar stated, his eyes transfixed on the talisman. "Yes, I am. However, I still have much to learn in the craft and request that my position not be made public. I present this stone as evidence of Goddess Selene's innocence in regards to the creation of Ivy. The human Desmond prayed for a child to her, and she granted it without killing him. She was forced to defend herself and the child, resulting in his transformation. This is all I can reveal publicly regarding the case. However, if Lord Alar desires further information, I would be happy to provide a private viewing of the stone's revelations." Lord Alar's face displayed a flicker of surprise before he composed himself quickly. "In light of this new evidence," he announced, his voice echoing through the chamber, "Selene is declared innocent of all charges against her. This court hereby closes the case and all individuals are free to go." A wave of relief washed over Ivy, Killian, and Siren. Selene visibly relaxed, yet remained composed, nodding her gratitude for the court's decision. Yolande handed Killian a stone, saying, "This is my parting gift for you." Then she turned to Ivy and added, "And as for you, I hope you will find the time to speak with Selene. If you are able to mend your bond with her, consider it my gift to you." Lord Alar cleared his throat, then addressed Eoland specifically. "Eolanda, please remain," he stated firmly, his gaze fixed on her. "Your new position warrants further discussion, and this court has questions. Additionally, I would like to view the information myself for confirmation." "As you wish," Yolande politely bowed and waited for everyone to exit the court. Chapter 21. As the group emerged from the intense atmosphere of the courtroom and into the serene surroundings of the upper realm, Ivy's mind was still reeling with all that had transpired. Without hesitation, she turned to Selene with a question that had been weighing heavily on her mind. "Selene, have you ever regretted having me?" A warm smile spread across Selene's face as she replied, "I may not be a perfect mother, but you are the best mistake I've ever made. I wouldn't change a thing." Samuel chimed in. "She's 50% mine too, you know." Chuckling, Selene responded, "I won't argue with you on that one, but perhaps it's time for you to step back and let us mothers handle this." "You're too old," Samuel retorted. "Look in the mirror, Selene." Ivy smiled to herself as she felt the warmth radiating from the two people who had created her. She looked toward Killian. He stood alone, staring at the stone as if lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Then stone started to vibrate, images flickering over its surface like an otherworldly 3D movie. In the floating images, a vision from Nina and Damien's perspective appears. As Killian watched, he didn't realize that Ivy had come and was standing right behind him. She gently took his free hand in hers, feeling the tremors coursing through his body. The images that appeared before them were heart-wrenching. Quinn, Killian's mother, faced with an impossible decision to choose between her husband's life or her son's. The weight of this revelation hit Killian like a ton of bricks, his entire being consumed by gut-wrenching pain. He had spent his whole life believing that the day he turned 5 was the day his father died, but now he realized for the first time that it was actually his mother's choice that caused that tragic day. Ivy's heart broke for him. He had always idolized his father, but it was his mother who shaped his world, molded his thoughts, and ignited his passions. "My mother carried this burden all these years," he murmured, his voice breaking with emotion. "She made a choice that has haunted her. For my sake, she lived with the weight of that decision for years, just to protect my secret from being discovered before I was ready." Killian's piercing blue eyes were now clouded with unimaginable agony. Ivy loved a brave man, and she witnessed the truest form of bravery when a strong and seemingly invincible man like Killian let down his walls and allowed tears to fall. She kissed him. Her heart ached to take on his pain, to wash it away in an endless ocean, to do anything to ease his suffering. "You're blessed by a god, Killian. Your mother carried this secret her whole life, and your father would have done the same, had he known." Kieran redirected the emotional conversation back to their present reality, which came as no surprise to Ivy. They could be as emotional as they wanted, but Kieran always stayed grounded, never forgetting that this was not their backyard. "Now we understand why the entire supernatural world was after your blood, Killian," Samuel said with a solemn nod. "The threads of destiny are complex. Your paths are now intertwined with the divine, the underworld, and the mortal realms. There are new possibilities and responsibilities awaiting you." Celine turned towards Ivy. "Ivy, I want you to seriously consider taking care of the house of the goddess of the moon alongside Killian. Together you form a formidable force and would be perfectly suited to assume the role of the Trinity Witness." Ivy shook her head. "I'm not sure if we're ready for such a big responsibility." Celine nodded. "Your hesitance is understandable, but the role of Trinity Witness carries great weight in maintaining balance between realms. It's not about wielding power, it's about safeguarding the harmony of the multiverse. It's a position that requires beings of good nature. You and Killian, with your unique connections to multiple realms, are ideal for this." "It's a great responsibility," Killian said. "But if it means we can make a positive impact, maintain the equilibrium, I think it's worth considering." Celine's gaze then softened. "For me, it was also a personal quest. I've been seeking the chest where Alexandra bound my heart. It's somewhere within the LeBlanc lineage." Siren smiled. "Finding the chest should be straightforward. If it's with the LeBlancs, we'll locate it. We can start by having Nina search her database." As if summoned by the mention of her name, Nina's live image appeared, hovering above the runestone. She looked focused, ready to assist. Ivy, taking a deep breath, acknowledged the gravity of Celine's proposal. "If it means maintaining the balance, being a force for good, Killian and I will step up to this role. We'll have a go at the Trinity Witnesses." Celine looked at Ivy and Killian with the motherly approval. "There is one more thing you should know. Assuming the role of Trinity Witnesses isn't immediate. It requires winning a particularly difficult challenge. It's a test of strength, wisdom, and unity." Ivy exchanged a glance with Killian. "We love challenges. What kind of challenge is that?" "It's an ancient trial designed to test your abilities to balance and harmonize the forces of different realms," Celine explained. "It will challenge you both physically and spiritually, but together you have a strong chance of succeeding." Killian nodded. "We'll train, learn, and grow stronger in the house of the goddess of the moon. When we're ready, we'll take on the challenge." Celine smiled. "That's the wise approach. The house of the goddess of the moon will be your sanctuary, a place to hone your skills and deepen your understanding of the realms." Kieran chuckled. "If there's anything you need, I'm at your disposal." As the live connection with Nina and Damien buzzed with energy, Nina's frustration was palpable, even through the runestone's projection. "We've been shoved into the past and now we're stuck here. How are we supposed to get back?" Celine smiled. "Just hold on to the stone. It brought you there. It will bring you back. Think of your present time and let the stone do the rest." Nina, still holding the stone. "And when are you all heading back to the sanctuary?" she asked, seeking some reassurance in the midst of chaos. Killian announced, "Damien, I want you to take over as the acting alpha of our pack. I don't know how long Ivy and I will be preparing for the Trinity Witness Challenge, and when we return, it may be time to make your position permanent." Damien nodded. "I'll do my best, Killian. The pack will be in good hands." Ivy chimed in with a suggestion. Nina, how about you become the deputy? With your mage connections combined with the Kinniton pack, we'll be stronger than ever. Nina wiped away a tear and nodded. Don't forget Samba when you come back. Killian smiled at Nina and Damien. Ivy and I have an important mission ahead as Trinity witnesses. We're entrusting the pack to you and Damien. Kieran cleared his throat. Nina, while you adjust to your new role, begin searching the database for any traces of a chest in the LeBlanc's possession during the early years of BC. It's crucial that we find it. As Nina and Damien nodded, the stone's image flickered, enveloping them in a warm light, and they vanished from the projection, carried back to their own time. Chapter 22. Kieran strode toward the closed courtroom, where Lord Alar was holding a private viewing session of the evidence. He hadn't known Eolanda for long, but it felt as if they had been friends forever. She would understand his signal to bide her time and wait for him. There was no way he would let her face this lord alone after she had bravely revealed her identity to save his people. Kieran spoke aloud, making sure Lord Alar could hear him. I have a complaint against you, Lord Alar. As he expected, the doors swung open. He strode down the opulent corridor towards Eolanda and Lord Alar. I was summoned to this court without my consent, with unnecessary force, and you provided no compelling reason at the time, he stated firmly. Lord Alar's eyes darkened. I had a compelling reason, and you know it. I sent for you. That's how things work in my court. But you took me from the human realm, forcibly in my own backyard, without explaining your reasoning. That's not how things work in the human realm. I understand that you hold ultimate power, but are you using it as you see fit, without regard for the processes of other realms? Time was of the essence. In other words, you rushed to capture me without a plan or explanation. Can you say that in court if I take this further? There is no higher court that can judge me. Lord Alar's eyes sparked with curiosity. Kieran chuckled. Have you heard of the Trinity witness? Lord Alar's expression faltered. And what evidence do you have to prove my wrongdoing? We can call the siren you sent. She can recite your exact orders. And what does that matter? Kieran laughed lightly. Even if you are found guilty, the punishment for such a minor offense is minimal. You might just get a warning, like a traffic violation in human terms. But like you, I prefer bigger fish to fry. Show me what you've got, Lord Alar muttered. Siren continued. You summoned me for using divine power that didn't belong to me, knowing full well that you couldn't punish me because I have no control over that power. But you're after a much bigger fish, so you needed to start with a smaller one. You used me as bait to get to the god who gave me the power. I will not tolerate such baseless accusations, Lord Alar declared sternly. For years, the supernaturals have been after Killian's blood because he was blessed by a god, the same one you are now targeting. With your extensive network of creatures from other realms working behind the scenes, are you sure that none of them will betray you for their own gains? They work for money, and they are not loyal subjects to you. One slip and you will be under the scrutiny of the entire multiverse for going after another god. And what purpose would that serve me? Lord Alar's face turned red with anger as he stood up. I do not know yet, Lord Alar, but I know you are not who you appear to be. You are willing to harm or even kill me simply to provoke the god who gave me powers into reacting like Selene did when you hurt Ivy. That is absurd. He threatened to call his guards with an upraised hand. This is completely reasonable, my lord, Eolanda interjected. And there is nothing wrong with having emotions and loving someone. But it becomes a problem when those feelings lead you to harm others because things didn't go your way. You have no right to lecture me, Eoland. Do you think my late god gave me the position of rune shaper without warning me about you? Watch your words, Eoland. I value our relationship, but do not test my patience. I am only speaking from concern, my lord. The human you loved. I did not love a human. I am a god, Lord Alar growled. Yolanda let out a frustrated sigh. Unlike Alexandre, the woman you were interested in was open to a divine connection, but she chose another god. Kieran chuckled. So this is all driven by jealousy of another god? An interesting story for the multiverse to hear. Eolanda hesitated before speaking. My lord, I have held my tongue for too long, but perhaps your actions have gone too far this time. What do you want, Kieran LeBlanc? Lord Alar's voice was gruff. A fair deal. You must release Eoland and cease all investigations into her involvement with the LeBlanc family and our associates. This includes any further examination of the runestones she has collected on this matter. In return, I swear to never mention or investigate your actions toward me and my family, including your affair and feelings toward a certain woman. Nor will I reveal anything about your behavior while under the influence of said woman. I am also willing to take a blood oath. If you do the same, the blood oath will be kept in the Trinity Witness Vault for eternity. Lord Alar contemplated for a long moment before slowly nodding. He waved his hand in the air, conjuring an ancient scroll with timeless golden parchment etched with intricate symbols and runes, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Bound by ethereal bands of light, the scroll unfurled with a whisper, revealing its surface as a sacred canvas, ready to receive the solemn testament of their blood oath. Next to the scroll appeared a floating golden dagger which Kieran used to prick his finger. Lord Alar followed suit. The drops of blood merged upon touching the scroll, creating a luminous crimson glow that seeped into the parchment. Then, in an instant, the scroll vanished. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air, proclaiming, "The Trinity Witness has received a deposit to the vault. Here is proof of your submission." A spark crackled in the air, and Kieran felt a prick on his forearm as a glowing seal landed on his skin before quickly absorbing and vanishing. Moments later, outside the towering edifice of the court, under the ethereal sky of the upper realm, Kieran turned to Eolanda. "Well done in there, Eoland. You handled Lord Alar with admirable finesse." "Thank you, Kieran. But what now? What do you need from me?" "I need to meet with your master, the one you're currently serving. There are pieces of my past, mysteries involving my family that I believe he can help me unravel." Eolandi's posture stiffened. "Kieran, that's not possible." "My master, he operates in shadows. He's not one to meet with outsiders, especially in the current climate." Kieran took a step closer and lowered his voice. "Eolanda, I saw him in a way. When I was injured in my subconscious state, I spoke to him. I know it's him who's been pulling some strings. The secrets he holds, they're not just about me, but about the very fabric of our realms." Eolanda looked into Kieran's eyes. "You saw him? That's highly unusual. He doesn't make himself known easily." "I need to understand, Eoland. There are things about my family, my own powers that remain clouded. Your master, he holds the key. I'm not looking to expose him or drag him into the light. I just need answers." Eolanda, after a moment of silent contemplation, let out a resigned sigh. "All right, I'll arrange a meeting, but you must swear to keep this secret. My master's identity and his workings must remain shrouded. Can I trust you with this, Kieran?" Kieran extended his hand in a gesture of solemn agreement. "You have my word, Eolanda. Secrecy will be maintained." As Eolanda led Kieran through the lush expanse of the upper realm, they approached an ancient tree of colossal proportions, its bark etched with the wisdom of eons. To any onlooker, it was just a magnificent part of the landscape, but as they neared it, the tree's essence shifted, revealing a portal that beckoned them into a realm within a realm. Stepping through the portal, Kieran found himself in an environment that defied the ordinary, a magical haven that seemed to exist in its own pocket of reality. It was as if they had entered a heaven within a heaven, a place where the laws of nature and magic intermingled seamlessly. The air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the sound was like a melody composed by the universe itself. The landscape was a breathtaking tapestry of floating islands, interconnected by bridges made of starlight, and gardens that bloomed with otherworldly flowers, emitting soft luminescence. Waterfalls cascaded down from unseen sources, their waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. The sky above was a canvas of perpetual twilight, adorned with celestial bodies that danced in harmonious orbits. Yolanda guided Kieran to a structure that seemed to be the heart of this realm, a house that defied architectural norms, with walls that pulsed with a life of their own, and windows that offered views into different dimensions. It was here she left Kieran, with a nod of assurance. The master's abode was a reflection of his enigmatic persona, quirky, mysterious, and utterly captivating. The interior was a chaotic mixture of various styles and eras, yet somehow they all coexisted in harmony. Bookshelves filled with ancient tomes lined the walls, whispering secrets of long-forgotten ages. Mysterious artifacts adorned the room, their origins unknown. Instead of a throne, a desk made of wood that seemed to contain the entire universe within its grains sat at the center. Behind it sat the master. Before we begin, do you understand that you will not retain any memories from this meeting, Kieran? Kieran nodded. That is all I seek, understanding. Very well, Kieran. Ask your questions. Kieran's first question was direct and to the point. My ability to control thunder. It is similar to yours, is it not? Is there a connection between us? The master leaned back, his eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. Indeed, you possess a fraction of my power, a curious outcome of my many experiments to pass on my abilities to humans and other beings. You've tried this before? With others? Yes, for centuries. My efforts mostly ended in vain until your family, the LeBlancs. When the wizard concocted the potion for Alexandre, I knew it wouldn't work. So I infused a spark of my power into it, hoping for a different outcome. The potion's failure, the split in the LeBlanc lineage, was that a result of your infusion? The master shook his head. I never expected that. My power shouldn't have caused the potion to fail. I observed the likely outcome before my intervention. My intention was to alter it, not to catalyze its failure. So, the split in my family, the creation of shifters and non-shifters, it was a byproduct, not the intended result. The master confirmed by a nod, an unintended consequence of a complex interplay of magic and fate. I assumed it was another failure until I saw the emergence of your powers, Kieran. That was unexpected. Kieran leaned forward. And these powers, what exactly are they? What am I capable of? The master smiled. That, Kieran, is for you to discover. Your journey is just beginning. The powers you've inherited are unique, a blend of your lineage and a touch of the divine. They will evolve with you. Kieran gestured towards a small jar on the master's desk, its contents glowing with a soft blue light. The blue petals that appeared when Killian received the god's blessing, are they related to this potion? He inquired, pointing at the jar. The master glanced at the jar and nodded, a sly grin appearing on his face. Ah, yes, the blue petals. That was indeed my doing. A little touch of divine intervention, you might say. So, you've been influencing both the shifter and non-shifter branches of my family? Was that part of your experiment? The master's eyes drafted into the distance for a flick second. Then he returned to Kieran. It wasn't so much about experimenting with both branches. I simply responded to the situation as it unfolded. However, what I find interesting is how the shifter trait suppresses the thunder-wielding ability. Killian, being God-blessed, possesses physical strength and a susceptibility to magical connections, like his bond with Ivy. On the other hand, as a non-shifter, you, Siren, have maximized your ability to wield thunder. Kieran's brow furrowed. So when you say non-shifter, does that imply I am supernatural, but not a shifter? The master chuckled softly. That, Mr. LeBlanc, is a story for another day. Let's just say that Lord Alar and his court are far from uncovering the truth about my involvement with the human race. They are not even close, but caution is always prudent. Siren, sensing the conversation nearing its end, ventured a guess. You're Tyrannus, aren't you? The master's laughter filled the room, a sound that resonated with power and agelessness. Astute as ever, Kieran. But remember, you won't recall any of this once you leave. As Quirin stepped outside Tyrannus's mystical abode, he felt the memories of their conversation slipping away, like dreams upon waking. He clutched the runestone, allowing its energy to carry him back to his reality. Kieran stood in front of the impressive LeBlanc London headquarters, the bustling city of London surrounding him. The chaotic noise of traffic and people flowed around him like a river, but his mind was consumed with thoughts of the past. His memories were shrouded in a thick fog, making it difficult to grasp onto any specific details. A subtle smile formed on Kieran's lips as he glanced at his wristwatch, not to check the time, but to disable an ongoing recording. He had made sure to document everything before entering the building. He entered the sleek glass doors with the intention of listening to the entire recording, eager to uncover any clues or information that may have led him back to this moment, standing in front of his headquarters. It has been Wolf's Home of Hearts, a novel in the Curse of the CROSSBREED series, written by D. and Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee. Hey there, Ivy again. Well, that was one hell of a ride, wasn't it? When I first met Killian, I never imagined we'd end up here, creating a home that bridges worlds, challenging gods, and watching my billionaire friend Kieran LeBlanc casually walk away with divine secrets tucked in his pocket. That man, I swear. Though I probably shouldn't complain. After all, Killian and I did just help rewrite the rules of 3 realms. You know what's funny? Everyone told us we were crazy, that a wolf-demon hybrid and an alpha shifter couldn't possibly handle this much responsibility. But here's the thing about love. Real, stubborn, impossible love. It doesn't care about rules or boundaries or what's supposed to be possible. And we're not alone. Kieran, Damien, Nina, all our friends and allies who've stood beside us, who fought and bled and laughed with us. They're proof that the multiverse isn't just about chaos and power. It's about connections, about finding your people, even if they're scattered across different realms. If you've made it this far with us, thank you. But don't think this is goodbye. Oh no, this is just the beginning. Because somewhere out there, across the vast expanse of the multiverse, more stories are unfolding. More hearts are finding their way home. More impossible loves are blooming, and more rules are waiting to be broken. Before you go, drop a comment below. D and Leo reads every single one, and trust me, she's got more incredible journeys planned for those brave enough to believe in love across realms. Hit that subscribe button if you want to stay updated on what's coming next in the Multiverse collection. Because let me tell you, if you thought our story was wild, you haven't seen anything yet. Remember, in a universe full of chaos, love isn't just a feeling. It's a force that can reshape worlds. And sometimes the craziest thing you can do is believe in it enough to let it change you. Stay magical, stay in love, and keep your eyes on the stars. Because somewhere out there, across the multiverse, another extraordinary love story is about to begin.